Alright guys, welcome back to the One Drop. We are here, we are ready. We have just finished the Super Weekend 3 as well. So we're coming off of that hot streak where we saw a lot of teams make their way to the top of the standings. A few teams slip in towards the bottom of the standings as well. Talking about Gaijin Seraphim in particular, they had a really good run of it. But I do have two fantastic gentlemen with me today who I'm thrilled to have on the show. It's Jason, as always, my rock, the guy that's always with me. And I've also got Max as well.
Love it.
And I think Jason's loving that. He's introduced first. He's not hosting. He's having a good time. He's chilled out. That's what it's all about here.
Fifth or sixth take, I believe, and the first time they've introduced me. So now I'm going to make sure that this is our only take that we have throughout the rest of the show. But yeah, no, glad to be here. Glad to see our our finalists come into the finals and have a chance to get themselves top 3. Also excited to have Max back again. Hi, Max. Yeah. How are you?
Hi. I feel like the pebble on the side of the road you kick while you walk into school. You know, it's just like he's there. He's just on the side, like on the desk is okay. But no, I'm really happy. Thank you very much for having me back on the One Drop again.
Kicked?
Yeah, man. No, not a pet. No, a rock, a pebble. No, not a. I didn't do that. We're gonna have to call Peter otherwise. I'm really happy to be back here and talk about a few of the teams and the rise and falls that we had happen throughout the entirety of the last Super Weekends. And yeah, we want to talk about the top teams that potentially have a chance of making it into the grand finals here. So I'm hyped for that.
For sure. So, talking about top teams, let's pull up our overall standings from last weekend. We're going to have our first page up here with, obviously, Panda finished the weekend 80 points, 40 points ahead of everyone else, but they had a bit of a downward curve this week. Was a little bit weird. But are there any other teams that particularly stick out to you here, Max?
I mean, other than Panda, of course, talked about them being a dark horse. I really want to focus especially on more the middling part. I'm going to look at Godsent especially. I think that they have improved drastically, especially since week 1. I think that they've truly found themselves as being this aggressive team that we built them up to be actually the very start of the PMPL. And I think they now started to lean into that a lot more. And I think that that's just a great showing, especially as he is the player that I'm looking at for Godsent. I think that's been doing fantastic for the team in general. And Clash 3, I mean, I have to talk about them, my French homies, you know, my blood into the entirety of this PMPL. And I'm really happy to see Clash in a good position like this. I think that they were struggling with any kind of, I would say, confidence, and I think that they were able to find that, especially towards the last 2 weeks. So I think that that's why they were able to find the strength to get himself into this first page. And Polaris, you know, able to climb last second in the final Super Weekend. So Polaris, I think, also really hyped of where they are standing so far at the end.
I mean, Max, you kind of got me here when you said middle of the pack, because I was looking towards, Eastern Star is the team that we have to mention. They have 233 kill points. They have the most kills out of anyone in the entire event so far in our Super Weekends. I mean, you have a star-studded lineup. You have so many individual players that can step up for the team. Now, they have been, I want to say, a little bit quiet, maybe so in the third and second Super Weekend, but they've been consistent at least. But they always have that potential. When you get into a firefight with them, well, you typically don't want to get into a firefight with them unless, I guess, you're GK first and you don't care who you're fighting against. But they're definitely a team that has to be watched out for, and a team that I could see definitely taking a top 3 placing.
Yeah, honestly, they're an excellent team. They've got very good synergy. I think the one team we didn't talk about here is Unicorns of Love. 5 chicken dinners, second highest kills in the entire lobby. This team is fantastic overall. They've had a really good showing, and honestly, if that's last weekend, they've really kicked it up a notch, which has been lovely to see. But let's drop it down a quick notch as we head on to our second page of the overall standings with GSG at Europe all the way at the top here, and Lost Bullets in 16th. Max, talk me through it.
I'm going to talk especially about GSG. I mean, they were a little bit under the radar, as we were talking about a little bit earlier. And I think they're a team that has improved a lot. And I think for especially 2 players, Andelito and Kamara, I think are my 2 favorite players for the roster of GSG. I think that they understood that they struggled to get to the late game. And I think they've been especially improving that last week. And I think especially their Miramar games have been getting a lot stronger, showing that there's a clear improvement on their rotational pathing. So I think GSG here, maybe not top 3 level just yet. I think it might take maybe an extra season or 2 for them to get to that level. But I think it's definitely a really good start for their very big first international tournament, and I want to see a lot more of GSG because I think they have really good potential. That's
something exactly that I was thinking about. It's like GSG, they've been an okay team, but can I realistically see them taking top 3 and getting into the EMEA against some of the best teams, the best teams in the region? I don't necessarily think so. So I like how you did point out, maybe another season, because some teams out there, as we talked to, I believe it was Lord from Gaijin Seraphim, that looked as a way to learn and to improve their play. So maybe that's the mindset GSG are coming into with this entire event. And I mean, hey, they made it into the finals. You can't knock them too hard. They're going to get a minimum of $1,000 for participating. They already got $1,000 for their chicken dinner. They definitely do have potential, but I mean, that's my focus, top 3 and who it's going to be. And look at this list of the rest of the teams here, Blank. Maybe there's someone you see that could potentially upset our top teams.
I mean, Lakonostra MVP is one that I've got on my mind a little bit. Sure, they fell off massively in Super Weekend 3, right? Because they didn't even get into it. But this is a team that I do wonder about, because I feel like they could slip underneath the radar 100%, get into those buildings that they are so good at doing with their little rotations, perhaps get some chunky points. But at the end of the day, I do think it's those kill points which are really going to take the cake for a lot of these times. So I don't think if you don't have that kill power, you're probably not going to get one of those top 3 spots. Gaijin Seraphim, though, Jason, you already talked about them. This is a nice learning experience for them, but they've also gone into the finals, so they've got even more chance to learn. And they've had some decent games. Mostly trying to stay hidden, but you know, having Lord obviously on the interview saying that they're going to try and change up their playstyle is somewhat, you know, hopeful for their future. So I hope it doesn't stay the same, right? And Lost Bullet, obviously you can see them down in 16th place, just about eking it in after we did have a DQ come through in the tournament, which allowed them to hold on to this spot for just a little bit longer, and they will get into the finals itself. But that concludes the overall standings here. Some lovely little things to take a look at, some great points from you guys as well. And honestly, there is one team that is on everybody's minds at the moment, and that's Panda. So we're going to pull up a quick graphic just showing their performance throughout the entirety of the tournament. And Jason, why don't you talk us through this?
Yeah, so we can see their average points per game they got across League Play Week 1, Super Weekend 1, etc. You guys can use your eyes. You can see what's on the bottom of the screen. But we see this massive upsurge from the team when it came to our second Super Weekend, where they really kind of put their foot down and showed their dominance. I'm interested to talk about like that in particular. Interested also to talk about maybe how Week 3 went in general for them, because we didn't see the same Panda we saw before, and it kind of puts that question in your mind of, were they fully trying in the third week of play? Is this maybe a big spike in their performance and now they're starting to, or they peaked maybe a little bit too early in the event overall? But one thing we can talk about here in general before we dive into like Week 2 and Week 3 is the fact that the story of Panda was always about GK first and the team around him. And I remember, Max, you were talking with Veggie from the team, and he was saying they're trying to get the team to play, or I guess more reel in GK first to play around the team, more so than the team to play around him, because he would go off constantly, look for fights by himself, potentially die. And it seems like they really got into form around that League Play Week 2, where they just had that massive step up.
I'll clearly say that when you're looking at the players that have risen up next to GK first, I have 2 players that come to mind instantly as Years and Lin. I think the rest of the team, XT, Katu, and QA have been doing fantastic too in their own regard. Despite QA not playing too much, he's normally a sub in from another team just to get an extra sub into the team. So he's not really part of the main roster, I would say. But Lin and Years are the 2 you want to focus on here, especially. They've been now fragging out in really big ways. Even though GK first is still going to be first when it comes down to the damage stats and also the kills and knocks he gets for his team, I think that having players that can just set you up to get even better potential games is always something interesting to have. So yeah, I mean, Panda, they said exactly as you said, Jason. I was talking with Veg and he said they wanted to work on that. I think they now got to that point, but their third week was a little bit on the weaker side. I don't think it's shown that it's falling apart. I think that third week they were just more relaxed, and also they wanted to make sure the Qatar Forces don't qualify because they saw Qatar Forces as a true threat, I would say, to the final, because that third week was but that third week was really strong from Qatar Forces. Like, you know what, we got, what was it, I think almost 100-point lead on second position above Eastern Stars. Man, we can afford to try and take your team down, and you know what, it actually somewhat worked, because Qatar, they're not here to tell the tale.
Yeah, Jason, I mean, it's very unfortunate Qatar Forces weren't able to make it in, but you bring up a good point. Is this them falling off because, you know, the skill has actually fallen down, or is this them falling off because they're doing some targeted strats? I mean, they're still 40 points ahead of second place at the moment, so they could afford to lose a few points, but you know, that's Panda in a nutshell. This team is very unpredictable sometimes. They've played we remember talking about in those first weeks where they would just have one player alive towards the end, always getting out those last points, and they were kind of the chicken dinner kings. Another team, however, though, who is also kind of a chicken dinner king is Polaris. So we're going to pull up this team as well, take a look at their averages throughout this tournament, and you know, it's got much, much better towards that week 3, Jason.
Yeah, so let's start off by talking about their first week of play, right? This team, we kind of did a matchup between them and Unicorns of Love. Now, Unicorns of Love had heavy amount of kills, low placement points. Polar Ace was the opposite. They were the polar opposite, I guess we could say, which I think is actually what we titled that graphic anyways. So, Polaris, you know, shout out to you. But they had way more placement points than kills. It was Clark's idea. He's trying to take all the ideas here. But they really showed that, I think, the initial times they're trying to get the feel out of the lobby. They were trying to make the right decision making to get into zones properly, to make sure to stay alive as long as they possibly can. I think their main focus was, let's just get into the Super Weekend, right? Because we cannot really afford to miss one. We've seen some teams almost qualify off 1 week alone, but we saw some teams maybe almost drop out after playing for 2, hence lost bullet. Yeah. And I think we saw like a big switch up in the mentality of how the team works, Max, when we got into League Play Week 3, where they actually started to bring up their kills quite a bit. Because in League Play Week 2, they actually had more kills and placements. They did a complete reverse around. So it looks like Week 1, focus on placements. Week 2, focus on killing. Week 3, put it all together and become this super powered team that, as you can see, have had a massive step up across the event.
It's like you get all the Exodia cards, like, I have all pieces finally, and you get Exodia spawning up and you instant win at the end. I mean, that third Super Weekend was just an amazing showcase of what Polaris can do. I think that beforehand, they were always a team that was really good when it comes down to rotation, hence what you said about the first week. They were really focused around positioning points. And they, unfortunately, I was always a little bit frustrated with Polaris because you had such a good position and yet you would not frag out. You would not be able to convert it into kills, which I think Polaris brought it up a few times too on the desktop. He would have such an issue with that because that would be sometimes positions where you would see a team come out with normally 10, 15 kills and they would come out with maybe 2 or 3, potentially 5 sometimes tops. But they've improved on that. And I think that now their rotations are very similar to what they did in Week 1. They're pretty standard, but now they're actually using a more aggressive manner. And I think that by doing that, they just by default increase their average points per game by a really decent margin. And I think that that's just clear that if they play on that level in the finals itself, they have a chance. I think they are a team that could upset the top 3 to potentially secure a spot into the EMEA Regional Championship. So I think that you're looking at the entirety of Polaris, and specifically 2 players that I think have been doing amazing is both Holes and Caster. Those guys stepped up in many, many ways, and I think that they are the main reason why Polaris are in the position they are today on the front page of our top 16 rankings. I want to see Polaris play on this level of Week 3. If they do Week 1 or Week 2 results, it's still going to be decent, but it's not going to be top 3 worthy. So I need to see a big step up from them and play like Week 3 throughout the entirety of these 3 days.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've got a perfect graphic to illustrate that as well as we pull it up, showing their average placement points, their average kill points over Super Weekend 1 and 2 and Super Weekend 3. And surprisingly enough, Jason, in Super Weekend 1 and 2, they scored less points overall than they did in Super Weekend 3. Now, what I wonder though, and this is my question to you, Jason, is looking at these games, you see Umbra's had this massive performance, and we'll talk about them a little bit later, but they've had this massive performance, massive step up, and you do wonder if Polaris kind of sees that and say, well, you know what, maybe if we just play a little bit more confident. And Max brings it up. They were coming away from these excellent positions with 2 kills, although it's a fantastic spot to be in. Maybe it's just a confidence game and they realize, you know what, we can do this.
I mean, not to talk about another team, but I kind of have to then in that sense of, if we talk about confidence, we think back to MZ from Clash. You know, Max talked to him after the first week of League Play, and he was saying they just really lacked confidence. Like, they really kind of struggled to just be confident in this lobby, which is really confusing considering they just played an event before that with basically the exact same teams. So I don't know why the confidence disappeared, but I mean, confidence is a big factor.
It would impress you, Jason.
Oh yeah, well,
exactly. Yeah,
he's got to work a little bit harder to impress me. I'm just saying. You know, he's a really handsome guy. But I feel like we can never really underestimate confidence, and I don't really know how emotional of a team Polaris is. But when you have someone popping up, when you have casters, you mentioned before, Halls, unfortunately for him in that 1v1 up against Qatar Forces when it came to the 3rd day in Week 3, I think that was, got Qatar Forces a chicken dinner. It can massively change how your team plays. Like, if you look at GK first, this man plays with confidence out the wazoo. Sometimes he gets punished for it, but more so it works out for him. So I think it could be confidence, but I'm still going to be the guy that the glass is half empty, is that I'm not sure how realistically all teams were trying in that very final week in terms of like their full power. Because like we said, Panda, they could afford to drop on Qatar Forces to try to keep them out. They were so far in the lead, there was no chance they could drop. But I will say this, I would rather see a team have a big step up and a good upward swing going into the finals off the back of their 3rd Super Weekend than a team who pulled the gas back, right? Took their metal off the pedal, as Max would say.
That's 4 times you brought it up, JC. You got to stop it, man. Okay,
look, we got to hit 10 times. Right? At the end of the show, it's a 10 times bringer upper.
But Max, what's your thoughts though about that with Polaris and confidence?
I think especially, as you said, when you are having yourself a good week 3 performance, I think that it can somewhat bleed through into your finals itself. So I think that they are feeling a lot more confident. And we're talking about confidence, of course. This is the big word we're saying, like, through and through for this team. But I think it is exactly what describes the team. I think they're emotional, maybe not as emotional as a Clash, for example. But I think that if they are having a good day, they're going to be able to build something on top of it. They're going to have the chest pumped up, and they're going to go into the game super aggressively. So I agree. I think that Polaris, they have what it takes. They just need to be in the right mindset and the right environment for them to try and get close to top 3. I think the first page is doable. Top 3, they're going to need their A game if they want to make that happen.
For sure, for sure. And speaking of confidence, let's move into our next team that we want to talk about. These are all teams, you know, we think have a shot, or maybe had some surprising performances during the Super Weekends and the regular league. But the next one I want to talk about is Godsent, because they got the confidence rolling very early, guys. Obviously starting out in that first week, not having a great performance whatsoever, and then ending Super Weekend 2 and 3 on 165 points apiece. If they had 165 points throughout the entirety of their Super Weekends, they'd be on 495 points right now, which would be 15 points ahead of Panda. So Godsent's looking very, very nice at the moment, Max.
I mean, Panda, sorry, not Panda, Godsent, should I say? We took that on. So Godsent now. Godsent, they had a really first week that was really weird in my mind. I have no idea what was happening there, and I probably should have asked them a few questions what happened in that first week, because it was so out of the ordinary. They were rotating late, they would be outside of the circle, they would get gate kept a lot, and they would not try and take fights. They were trying to avoid fights, which, I mean, you're looking at this roster, if you guys have been watching any kind of European PUBG Mobile tournaments recently, you're going to be knowing that Azzy, Marley, Reeves, Swave, especially because he was part of the old team of Umbra, you know that these guys are insane and put together then a Vengeful level threat team, and I'm just really surprised to not see them actually go that aggressively at the very start. Now they're doing so, and I think they're working a lot better. I think their synergy is now on point, and we had a lot of interviews happening. Team said, oh, we have an issue with communication. I think the Godsent really had an issue with communication, and it seemed like they fixed that one a little bit, Jason, now, and they truly become the team that I was expecting at the start of this PMPL, and I think that going into the finals, they are definitely one of my top teams that I'm looking at to potentially be in the top 3.
It's funny, because I see Godsent Umbra as not exactly the same team, but pretty kind of close. Where you have these two players who have played in these major events, played in PEC, played in PMGC, maybe not so for Umbra, but you have this wealth of experience on their roster. I guess the big difference between the two comes into the other two players and who has come into the lineup for them. And I feel like Godsent have maybe worked out a lot of those kinks. And as you said, we didn't really get to talk to them, unfortunately, about like what's improved within the team, but they've shown like they can put up performances when it matters. The problem I have now, and I'm not trying to talk negatively about them, is that when every team is fighting for every single point now, I'd say more so than when it came to the Super Weekends, it becomes that much harder to secure every single point that you can possibly get. So they have to be able to fight against the likes of Panda, Destiny, which we have seen them be able to pull off before, thinking back to a Miramar and Squad Wipe last week. But they have to fight a lot more... a lot harder. I'm going to just draw it back to that to get all these points. And they obviously have the... Man. Yeah, they have to, yeah, exactly. Vicious, I think, is a really good word for it. And I wonder when it comes to their team, as we talk about confidence and such, like, you can afford to have one bad game across league play. You can maybe afford to have 2, maybe even 3. But I wonder, are they going to get too down on themselves? The mentality of the team, will it crumble if they have a couple of bad matches like they had in their very first week of league play and Super Weekend?
100%. And for Godsent, that is the big question for all of us, is like, does that mentality crumble? Are they able to keep up this kind of performance? And I mean, it's been very consistent. 265s, it's very, very nice over these weekends, but they need to keep that momentum up. Right now, though, as Max said, Godsent looks like a team that could be towards the top of our standings. Last team now, though, whose mentality maybe is stronger than everybody else's within this lobby. It's Umbra, who managed to bring this one out massively in this last couple of weeks to ensure their place in the finals and do it confidently as well, Jason.
Yeah, I kind of wish Polaris was here. No offense to you, Max, just because of how much he hounded Umbra in the beginning of the entire event. Like he talked him up, which, to be fair, I think they should have been talked up, but they struggled to make anything work. First week of league play, they had 11 points. 11 points. Like that's unacceptable.
That's not good.
That's thank you, Max, for that input there.
No problem.
It's not good at all. We'll go with that. But I feel like when we did get to talk to PRZ in week 3 and how he mentioned how ProLord hadn't really played like a month before this event began, I think that really gives an idea of what's been going on behind the scenes. Obviously, losing Swave as well. They were like a kind of a team in turmoil. But if we talk about a team that's warmed up throughout the entire event here, Blake, this is the team to talk about because they have really risen through the ranks. They have really improved their play every single week. And now they're looking like they can be a formidable force.
100%. And talking about teams and players that have stepped up on this team, let's take a quick look at a head-to-head between Prolord as well as Stylito here. Prolord with 16 matches in the Super Weekends and Stylito with 18. Now you can see that there is a massive disparity between these two players, and honestly for Prolord, I think Stylito was a very good step-in, and when he absolutely needed a step-in at that time to get himself back on his feet. But you can see here that during these last two Super Weekends, he has had an unreal performance for this team.
Yeah. It's been a weird one for Prolord, especially. I mean, just like XQC would say, he needed the juice, and I would say he's got the juice now. He's really got the juice for himself. He's ready. You can see, especially his stats. I mean, he's just high everywhere except for the healing, and he's just really showed that he was a player that I think that after that 1 month of him not really playing before the PMPL, they knew that he was going to be the stepping stone and the rising opportunity for the entirety of Umbra, because after losing Swave 2, that really hurt the team in big ways. I would say him going to Godsent, it made them had to rebuild everything back after the PEC where they were playing all together. And Prolord, I think now is back at the stage where he is back in his A game. He is where he used to be before that 1 month hiatus from him not playing the game at all. And I would like to see Prolord play a lot too. I think the Stylito do great as a stepping for Prolord from time to time, but I think that if you are looking for that top 3, I would like to see Prolord play a lot of those games in the 3 days of the finals.
Yeah, I want to jump in here on this because as we looked back at his stats, he played 4 matches in the second Super Weekend. So their very first Super Weekend overall, he played only 4 of those games after playing basically every single match when it came to league play week 1. Stylito, I feel like for me, kind of just like was the guy to step in temporarily for them while Prolord wasn't feeling as confident. So in our second Super Weekend, he had 4 matches played. He had 5 kills. Now, go into our third Super Weekend. He played 8 matches, so he didn't even play all of them. Stylito played only 7, but he had 16 kills. He increased his performance by 3-fold, if not, or obviously more than that. And his damage as well was pretty damn insane, considering he played almost half the matches of the rest of his team. This guy is definitely that formidable force, and honestly, I hope that they are able to field him the entire time, because I don't want to necessarily talk negatively about Stylito, but we've seen the impact of one player and what he could do on a roster, and more importantly, having someone to help assist Naruto to be that big fragger for the team.
Yeah, right now, Prolord is sadly just the obvious choice, but we're going to have to start concluding the show here and looking at our obvious choices. I'm looking at you, Max. Who are your obvious choices for predictions in this final? Who's going to be in first place, second place, third place? Go!
Okay, first position, Panda. I think it goes without saying that they have one of the most confident and dominating performances throughout the entirety of this PMPL. So I think that it's clear that we have to choose them as number 1. At least myself, I'm going to choose them as number 1. Then Godsent. I think that because of their true improvement in their communication and their team synergy in general, I think that is enough for them to secure a second position. It was a hard choice. I was deciding with the likes of Eastern Stars, but I think that Godsent might just be the one at the end to take that second spot. And then I'm a French guy. I wanted to go with a French team, and I think that one team that's improved a lot, especially after MZ went for the insane push in the open lands of Miramar with an M249. I'm just like, you know what? I think Clash can make it happen, but they need to be on their best performances yet if they want to have a chance on making it happen. So that's going to be my top 3.
Okay. Jason, let me know. Let me know.
I think we have it up on the screen for everyone to see already, so I'll just read off what I picked because I don't want to mess this up. Panda, obviously, you got to go Panda. Like, I want to see them play against like Frozen coming in from Turkey, who was like the MVP and this young 15-year-old star that's risen through the region. I want to see what they can do here, and I want to see them make it through. Unicorns of Love. I mean, they've been so damn good at just playing well. Like we talk about having teams with not just one standout player, but having a team full of stars on the roster. And I feel like Unicorns Love is definitely, in my eyes, one of those teams. It's the same as Destiny. We've seen Mazzaro unfortunately fall off a little bit when it came to like week 2, maybe week 3 as well. Sorry, more importantly, week 3. But that for me is more of a heart pick. It's not more of a brain pick when it comes to choosing for them.
Not a brain pick. I like that one. Look, my picks are all not brain picks. That's just how it works for me. So I'm going to go for Unicorns of Love first, Godsent, and then Panda in third place. Unicorns of Love, they're at the top purely because Fresh, you know, he can believe that he can fly, and that's all I need to have trust in the team. And what you guys need to do at home is believe in your own teams and their own predictions that making it through to the finals. Who do you think is going to win? Make sure to not miss anything because the show's coming up very, very shortly. Don't miss it as the pre-show goes live, and we shall catch you guys very, very soon. See you later.
right there. Let's see. 1v1. 1v1. Oh, another one. There's 2 other teams live. Thanks for mercy right between you. Done. That's going to be a good old-fashioned.
These 16 teams have been playing out the last 3 weeks here for their chance to get into the finals, and they have finally done it. The finals are going to be kicking up today for the next 3 days in total until we have our top 3 teams to represent us at the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1. I'm Jason Kapp, and I'm your host here, but I cannot do this all alone. Luckily, I have 2 fine gentlemen, 2 fantastic, 2 very good-looking gentlemen to join me to help break down everything that's happening over the course of our matches. It's Polaris, it's Max, man. We're all looking fancy as hell today. We got shirts on, we're all buttoned up, we're looking good. Polaris, you're looking great. You're looking a lot healthier now. Maybe there's a reason for that.
Jason. This last 24 hours has been crazy. I have eaten more vegetables than I've ever eaten in my entire life. It's been an interesting adventure. It's been difficult, but thanks, Jason. I appreciate it.
I do want to point out though, him saying I ate more vegetables than I have my entire life in the last 24 hours. That could mean 1 vegetable, and it would still be true. Max, man, how about you though? How have you enjoyed your 4 days off?
Hey man, I had some broccoli yesterday. I'm feeling good, man. I have veggies every day, and it's fantastic. I got like 20 bottles of water at my feet right now. I'm staying hydrated for these finals. I'm gonna need it. And yeah, I'm hyped to get into the games today, Jason, for sure. I mean, we've got to see who's gonna be our top 3 here.
Well, the upside is for you, Polaris, by the way, you can always wrap your veggies in more meat. Bacon wrapped, insert vegetable. It's gonna be good. Yeah. For you guys at home, though, who might have missed out on the regular season that we had here at Season 1, let's take a look at our overall standings so you can see what teams qualified and obviously where they qualified in, and of course, what teams unfortunately did not make it through at the very end. But off the bat here, we're seeing Panda, 480 points, a pretty dominant lead here, Max by 40 points over Eastern Stars, looking really like the team to beat.
Yeah, they were messing around on the final week, you know, like, hey, you know what, we're maybe going to be seeing the likes of Qatar Forces as a threat, so we're going to try and potentially take them down, as we mentioned, in the 1 drop. So they're looking really comfortable, and I think that when we're coming actually into these finals, they must be clearly seen as one of the favorites. Then Eastern Stars also looking really strong. I think one of the most consistent teams throughout the entirety of this event, especially in every single Super Weekend. So I think they also have a chance of making it up there. I mean, every team you see on this first page literally have a very, very clear shot of making in the top 3 at the end of these finals. But I'm a little bit scared for the teams that showed a few inconsistencies, mainly Clash. They scare me a little bit, so I'm hoping to see them on their best performances today.
I need to hop in here a second, Jason, because I spoke to a few of the players just before all of this. Obviously, it's the finals. We have to properly set the scene. After speaking to those players, the majority of them, the vast majority of them, saw Panda as a massive threat. Obviously, GK First sometimes cannot, be in some of these games. Obviously, he is kind of the effective strongman of the team, but everybody on that roster has risen around him. So Panda right now is definitely the one everybody is chasing here.
Yeah, and I think the pressure has been put onto Panda's shoulders now to replicate that performance now. Imagine over these next 3 days, they don't... Well, let's just say they perform to the likes of what they did in Super Weekend 3. They realistically could not qualify at the end of these days. But we still have 8 other teams vying for their chance, and we can see on our second page. I know we talked, Max, about a couple of teams on the 1 drop. But, Cars, I'm curious in your opinion, looking at these teams, is there any that stand out as the likes of potentially challenging top 3 and maybe getting through?
Of course, I think you have to bring up UDR Killers as a team that if they have a proper form right off the get-go, I think that they can do. You see it reflected in those 4 chicken dinners that they were able to put up, right? 3 of which were in that first Super Weekend that they qualified for. If they have the right form, they can compete with this top 5, top 6 that we know have been able to kind of groove out themselves the dominant position that they have at the top.
Yeah, and I think that's actually a team that we're all really talking about, kind of some whispers going through the air of what they can potentially pull off. But here's 3 teams, our last 3 teams, who unfortunately Max did not qualify. A little bit rough times for Qatar Forces, especially here off the first match of the day. We thought they could potentially do it when we looked at Super Weekend 3, Day 3, picking up a chicken dinner right off the bat. But unfortunately, when it came down to it, it wasn't enough in the end.
It was one of the biggest steals, that first game on the final day of the 3rd Super Weekend, where they had just going for the push in the open, picking himself a 1v3, and one of the most insane finishes.
I don't feel like I can do it well. That's Polaris has to queue in every time we're going to go for it. But every time it's just looking like there's going to be a team that's going to be almost able to catch up. That was the likes of Qatar Forces, but seemed like especially Panda saw that as a little bit as a threat. They tried to drop in Gobriera, especially back on Miramar, and that did kind of play spoilers for them. So I think we might see Qatar Forces in the future, but this event was just not the one for them. They need to work on their league play, and they might be able to qualify next time around. So that's why I'm hoping to see them again, because I'm sure they have a lot of potential, and they showed it. They truly have some potential to show on the world stage.
Yeah, and James, I actually feel like UDR Killers and Qatar Forces are kind of in the same boat, actually, that if maybe Qatar Forces qualified for another Super Weekend, they would be one of the teams that would be obviously playing, but one of the teams we'd be looking at as ones that can take away a spot from the top.
Yeah, I do think, I mean, it is a shame that Qatar Forces is not able to get here, but I think that they could have made a bigger push for it, a bigger effort had they, had just 1 or 2 points here. It was literally 1 or 2 points that stopped them each Super Weekend getting into that. But to kind of draw that comparison back to UDR Killers, as you're mentioning here, obviously they did not have a great start to our league play. They did not qualify for that first Super Weekend, but they really did make up for it. I think, obviously, we look back at their second Super Weekend and think to ourselves, wow, that was the standout here so far. And they are very capable of replicating something like that. So let's see if they can here.
Well, if they can replicate it, let's take a look at the money that they can win themselves. Not only the $10,000 for first place, but you also get a spot here in the PMPL EMA Championship Season 1. It's only the top 3 teams, so whether you're getting $10,000, $6.5, or $5,000, you could be playing again for another chance at prizes and, of course, at glory, taking on the best teams in the region. Honestly, I cannot wait for that to kick off. But we also still have an extra prize for the best player. The MVP of our entire finals will get themselves an extra $1,000. They can do whatever they want with it. They could share it with their team. I would say do that, because obviously you can't be an MVP unless you have your team to back you up. Or you could also do what the other Jason, the Evo Jason, would do, is just put it in his pocket and be like, what money? I don't know what you're talking about.
I agree.
Yourself another bike. Yeah, 2 bikes, Jason. You're going for it. You can just go around the countryside even more there. But you could see too, you got to talk about GK first potentially. He's going to be one of the players that's going to be running for that $1,000 for the MVP position. I mean, he was MVP in week 2 Super Weekend and also week 3 Super Weekend. They already scored, if they do get first place here, they would have got $16,000 purely based off of the wins and getting first position. So I think Panda's still looking as one of the favorites for not only the title, but also the MVP slot. But we'll see. I mean, players like Fresh could play spoilers and try and contest the MVP spot at the end.
Exactly. I was about to bring up someone like Fresh. I think there is a few names on teams like Unicorns of Love that with now a clean slate could quite easily be in pursuit for a title like that. Of course, I think we have to bring up a guy like Kapahala as well. If Eastern Stars is able to put back the consistency on the board, a guy like Kapahala could easily rise to the occasion.
Yeah, we'll dive actually further into these players and their stats a little bit later on, because we want to focus at the moment now on our big 6 teams, the teams we're looking to keep an eye on here over the course of these finals. And of course, we're going to see how they scored points across the Super Weekends. And the first thing that's going to stand out to me here, Max, is obviously Panda with the lowest amount of points ever for them at a Super Weekend, but also the lowest amount of points out of these top 6 teams.
I mean, yeah, Panda in general, I mean, you see that second week, man, all in yellow, 234 coming their way. That was an insane showcase on them. They play on that level of week 2 in these finals, man. They're set. They're good. They're going to have another 100-point lead after 3 days, and there's no way you're going to contest it away. So Panda is definitely looking like they want to play in that mark. And just before the show just started, I was actually talking with Veggie, and he said, I'm stressed, but the players are not stressed. I'm like, well, that's weird. Like, normally the players should be stressed a little bit. No, they're chill. They're fine. They are feeling really confident coming into this. So they're hoping to perform as well as they did in that week 2 Super Weekend.
Yeah, and just to take a bit of a deeper dive on what I was mentioning about Unicorns of Love before here, when you look at the kind of numbers that they were able to put up consistently compared to some of these other teams, the fact that their last 2 Super Weekends resulted in the 159, 155. I mean, Godsent is also in this bracket as well, to be honest.
Exactly, yeah.
165, 165. That, like, after having that bad week at the start, yeah, that's fantastic stuff as well. So whilst a bit in the first week, I mean, as is evident here, I kind of thought to myself, Godsent's not going to be able to challenge. They completely fired back and were able to show that they are a championship caliber team here, potentially in this next 18 games.
Yeah, I also want to mention about Clash a little bit at the end there. We did see that their second Super Weekend was a very low, only 78 points. I do recall there, it was popping on the graphic. They need to try and work on their consistency. As we brought up at the very end of the Super Weekend, they're a very emotional team. If they start off very poorly, they are a team that could crumble to pieces and have a really hard time to get back into the right mindset. So Clash, they need to start off potentially a little bit slower and hopefully trying to ramp things up as the days goes on. But I think that Clash, if they perform like they did in Week 1 Super Weekend or Week 2, they have a fair shot at the top 3 here.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough, obviously, having the Maxman curse. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I turned it off for the finals, okay?
Wait,
not anymore.
No, I'm getting information that Statsman John has a quick message for us. Can we head to that real quick and we'll come back?
Oh.
Hello, my name's John Allen, and I don't have a lot of time, so we're going to be getting right into the stats, taking a look at what we mean when we say form and performance changing over the course of a tournament. We're going to use a metric called a moving average. What that is if you take a look at any point in the tournament at the last 10 games that a team has played, take that average, that is going to be their moving average for that game, and that changes over time. It'll give us a nice little line to look at over the course of a tournament to see how a team's performance is changing and adapting to the tournament. So let's get into it, taking a look at the top 6 teams, the Golden 6, Panda, Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love, Godsent, Destiny, and Clash. As I said, I don't have a lot of time, so that's a lot of lines. We're going to have to break it down one at a time. First, it's going to be the Eastern Stars. Very consistent, very flat, nice and even. A little bit downwards, but still keeping things going and certainly a contender for the top 3 spots. Unicorns of Love, a similar story. A little bit more volatile towards the end, but they still rallied strong and they are going to do just fine, looking good to stay in those top 3. Clash, they had a bit of a dip in that second week, but they were able to keep it together and keep on going, keep it up towards the end. And again, a little bit of a dip. So maybe one of the weaker teams in terms of form right now, but we're going to take a look at Godsent, who is probably the strongest form team right now. Fantastic upward trend, having a great impact towards the end of the tournament. Destiny, they had a little bit of the opposite story, kind of reminiscent of that line from the Eastern Stars, but they have had a little bit of a downward trend, haven't been able to replicate their performances from that first week, see if they can step up to be a contender for that top spot as well. Panda currently sat at the top, a behemoth of point scoring right now. 15 points average, broken on that moving average scale, fantastic. No other team has been able to do that, but they dropped down pretty significantly towards that final week. Are they going to be able to step up and keep things going in the final weeks? Because there's teams waiting in the wings who aren't even inside the top 6. That's going to be teams like NEXUS and Polaris, who were the 2 top teams finishing moving average score at the end of the tournament. I know that's a lot to think about, but that basically means at the end of the tournament, they were the teams that were doing the best outside of the top 6. And you can see they are really starting to try and compete there on a level with a lot of these teams. So who's going to be able to take the top 3? It all remains to be seen, but those are the numbers. I've been John Allen. Over to you guys to break down the storylines and just why that might have happened.
Get out of here, John. Go get dressed. You got cast due later on today. Come on, man. But I love a couple of points you brought up there that I really love, and one of them I want to talk about right off the bat here. Eastern Stars, you know, I looked at them in the Super Weekend number 3, and I was kind of like, you know, it's just like, I wasn't like impressed. I wasn't like disappointed by the performance, but it just didn't really impress me too much. But then to see that their moving average is super consistent throughout this entire event, like in my eyes, that definitely could be one of the teams to be taking top 3. Though in the one drop, I don't think I said Eastern Stars. I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah. Feels bad, man. Basically, what we're trying to say here is your bar's flat, good. If it goes up and down, not good. So you're looking at Clash, you know, that was not good. A little bit down on the week 2. But when you look at Unicorns of Love, Eastern Stars, if they can stay as consistent, especially with an average of about 10 points per game, they are going to be absolutely popping coming into these finals. So I think those are 2 teams that, because of their past performances throughout the past 3 weeks of play, they are potentially looking at as big favorites because of the typical play style they went for.
I'm like conditioned to what Max is talking about, because as soon as he says popping, I thought he was going to say pogging, and I was like, I was gone. That was
good.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But yeah, as you say, the Clash, when you look at that line, I'm like, I think to myself, you can see that inconsistency from that league play, right? You can see it from the Super Weekends. You saw it in some of those results. So that is something that it does stand as an outlier to me. I do hope that Clash can kind of solidify themselves a little bit, because they're a fantastic team when they do.
Well, we did, you know, have Max talk about when he talked to MZ about they're a very emotional team, right? And obviously confidence is a major factor, and we can kind of see that, you know, in week League Play Week 1, they didn't really have the confidence, and we can see like the rises and troughs, unfortunately, for them over the course of their graph there. So really interesting to see. Thanks again, John, for doing that. Hopefully you get dressed in time now for the show. I think you're on the last 3 games, so you got a little bit of time. But no, Polaris, I did talk about how we're going to, you know, talk more in depth about certain players a little bit later on the show, and we have that happening right here, right now. We're going to take a look at our standout player from our top 16s that we did see in our graph earlier on, and one of them is going to be Kapahal, but of course GK first, Fresh, Azzy, Beast, and Azur. Polaris, let's take a look at the numbers here. What are you seeing? What do you want to talk about, man?
Doesn't it strike you with fear when you see GK first being at 110 kills, but like 10 matches less than some of these guys?
Yeah.
That is a scary concept, a scary thought to put into play. Of course, again, you know, he has been missing out on some of those earlier games, but once he comes in, he is a powerhouse. As we mentioned, the team has risen around him. Fresh is a guy that's been constantly putting up those numbers. I think that, again, to reiterate, the rest of Unicorns of Love have also rallied around him to rise to the occasion here in this tournament, Max. And again, there's some other fantastic names here.
One of the names I think people might be questioning, like, why is he in these top 6? This is a little bit weird. Azur here, and I think that if you look into the stats, there's a very interesting case to be made for Azur, especially in his especially in the Super Weekends, because with the League Play, he played a total of 42 matches, but in the Super Weekends alone, he played 29 matches, which is about 10 matches and 15 matches less than the likes of MZ, also Kalamos. So he played a lot less than his team, but he actually had the most knocks of the entirety of his team in those Super Weekends and almost had the most kills with that many games not played. So I'm saying it's very similar. We were talking about it at one point for one of the teams on the one drop here, Jason, and it's very similar to the case made for Clash, which is I want to see them make Azur play a lot more. Unfortunately, I did have a chat with a few players of Clash beforehand, and they said that on the day, he will only be able to play 3 games. And I think that Azur is the main reason why Clash were able to get so many big explosive performances. But Azur, he needs to perform really well when he is playing, because otherwise Kalamos is going to sub in. Kalamos plays great, don't get me wrong, but I think that Azur might be the ticket for them to actually make it to the PMPL EMEA Championship Season 1.
And just before we move on to this, Jason, I think it's really important we do talk about Destiny here before we move past our top 6, because they have been a huge focal point alongside Panda here throughout this, and they are definitely another championship caliber team. We were looking at Beast's numbers just there before, but every single member on this roster, aside from maybe the last week or so, like, has looked absolutely fantastic throughout this tournament. We've seen those Mazzaro plays in Super Weekend, and the rest of the team be able to have these wide, even 1-1-1 splits, 2-2 splits, 3-1 splits, especially on Sanhok. They've looked great throughout the tournament so far, and it's another championship caliber team we've got to keep our eyes on.
Well, there's another team that we haven't mentioned just yet that have been looking fantastic as well. We're going to pull them up as we take a look at Polar Ace up against UDR Killers. Now, Polar Ace, this team had a massive turnaround over the course of this event. In week 1, we talked about how they had very high placement points, low kills. Week 2, they had relatively high kills compared to their placement points. And then week 3, it seems like it all came together, Max, and they finally, you know, hit that 5th gear, that 6th gear, or finally hit Ultra.
Wait, that's a mix of, like, you know, you're mixing up My Hero Academia, One Piece at the same time.
Metal and
Medals as well, yeah.
Okay, man, it's not because I'm trying to come after you. You've got to come after me afterwards, okay? That's not cool. That is not okay. But yeah, talking about their Week 3 performance, 141 points. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves. It was a fantastic turn of Polaris. Actually, not only getting good position, because I think that they had that already set down really well. They had a really strong base around their rotations in Week 1 and also Week 2 Super Weekends. But their Week 3, they actually started being way more aggressive, which I really loved. But when you talk about aggressive, you have to look on the other side of the spectrum, and you can see the only stat there's currently an advantage of UDR Killers is for their Super Weekend 2, and that is when they play their very first Super Weekend. UDR Killers, as a point of reference, did not play their first Super Weekend. They did not qualify, and the fact that they caught up and actually overtaken a few teams to play 3 Super Weekends, I think is a very good statement that UDR Killers, they're not just running to qualify into the finals. They're running up to make it into the top 3, and I think that if they play at the same level as they did in Super Weekend 2, we might just see it take that spot.
Yeah, maybe. I think, to me, Jason, I'd actually, when you look at Polar Ace, especially, I dismissed them, quite honestly. I'd thought, okay, this is a team that's going to come into the finals. They're going to get about 8th or 9th position, and that is going to be the end of Polar Ace in terms of this tournament so far. However, looking at how they played things in Week 3, I think they'd refined their style very nicely. If you think about the style that they're going for, we saw very heavy center play, heavy compound play, and being able to kind of greet people upon arrival in a pretty pronounced manner. That resulted in a few 9-kill games here and there. No double-digit kill games for them during that Super Week, but it was a lot about those placement points that they were able to put up. And if they can do that again maybe there's a top 3 there. We will see. We will see.
Yeah, we got to find out. We got to take a look at our schedule to see what battlegrounds will be played on here over the course of these next 3 days. And we do have 6 matches a day. It has changed up from 5, which means our order has to change as well. So we're starting the day off on Erangel, heading to Miramar, then Sanhok, and then doing it once more through with Erangel, Miramar, and Sanhok until we are done with our day. And obviously, the Sanhok is going to be a really interesting fact when it comes to it. You talked about Destiny, Polaris, and they've been one of the most consistent teams when it comes to that battleground. But I am worried, though, for all the teams, not just any team in particular. Now that you're in the finals, I mean, qualifying top 16, some teams were through basically in week 1, halfway through week 2. But now this is it. You have a bad game, you have a bad 2-3 matches. Maybe you could see yourself being knocked out of the entire, well, not knocked out of the event, but not qualifying for top 3. It's do or die time, and it's so hard to be that level of consistent here over the course of 3 days.
I hope that some of our teams, again, because Sanhok is now 33% of our proceedings, 0.3 recurring, of course. They've kind of walked back and looked at how things go down on Sanhok. Destiny looked great. They were flexing very strongly. The teams have got to kind of study that, and maybe they can put a dent in Destiny's dominance there on Sanhok.
Ooh, I like the alliteration there. That was fantastic, Polaris. But I do have to let you two gentlemen go because it is time to get our first match of the day underway, which means I have to bring in our commentators. So I'll check with you guys in a little bit of time. Remember, Max, 1 scoop of sugar and a little bit of milk in my coffee. Let's bring... yes, sir, I like it. He is on point today. Let's bring in Banks. Let's bring in Imperium because we are ready to kick off this first match of the day. And gentlemen, you know, things are getting really spicy, really getting worrisome for some teams potentially. And just imagine, you know, Banks, you come into the finals, if you're Polaris, if you're a team that we kind of maybe not overlooked, but didn't focus on necessarily, and you come out with a chicken dinner, that's got to get you hyped up and ready to go.
Oh, it definitely would, right? We already spoke about just their kind of rise up throughout all of this. So they started to shine. If they can deliver now when it's almost important, because we've got this great reset coming in, we've got a chance now to see who really is going to be the kings of it all. And Imperium, it's certainly not an easy one to predict because there are a few teams that certainly showed us they can learn, adapt, and also react in a different way across these games.
And yeah, of course, you can use a stat, you can create kind of potentials and talk about kind of what might be and what might come over time. But at the end of the day, like, it all comes down to the reset and what you can do in the moment.
Oh, yes, it is. Oh. Bye, Jason. Mate. I was literally about to say goodbye to him. I was like, yeah, bye, Jason. Thanks, mate. And then, nope, just cut him off.
I was wondering why you were laughing as well, to be fair. I was like, why is he laughing? Is my mic not working? But yeah, it all comes down to the reset, right? Every team now starts at 0. They have the ample opportunity to dig their heels in, get the results needed, and qualify for the finals of the EMEA.
And well, we're starting off with a playing path that is maybe not as great for some of the teams who want to go further up north here. Imperium, it's maybe not the one they wanted to start off with, but it is our games we're covering. We know what we deliver when we have games like this. We get crazy circles, we get madness, we get all the things I enjoy, and all the things the teams are saying, why? Why now? Why start like this? Ooh.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. That playing path, I don't think it's really going to give you too much to play with, Banks, unfortunately, as we do have a little bit of a rehost. Yeah, feel sad, man. Well, the teams will definitely be a little bit happier because at least they're given a little bit of a chance to have a much better playing path. Yeah. But indeed, you know, the analysts and Jason and the crew, they've kind of broken down the teams to watch. And what about you? What's your team or 3 teams to look out for in more so day 1 rather than the whole 3 days?
You know what, like, obviously Panda is the one we were looking at in terms of the numbers they put up, right, when it came to getting here in the first place. But I'm actually interested to see, because obviously we know they maybe didn't play to their highest level towards the end of it, right? Yes, they were coming through, they're going to try and win, but you saw them doing some of the hot drops, you saw them just, like, going a bit more aggressive at times. I want to see how much, or if any of a style change, because we mentioned it, right, in these guys not kind of changing the rotation that much. Remember, they were just kind of very easy to predict in that, but they're such a scary team. I was speaking to Mihi, and he told me, he was like, do you know what? I look at this as any team, it doesn't matter who they are, I don't care which team we're going up against, we'll take this fight. Now, there is not actually going to be a rehost. We have got a potential military base, though. Hello? This could be one that I can get happy about, and Polaris will certainly be happy with it as well, mate.
What was it? I don't know how many Erangel games in total we had across the PMPL, But we had 0 military island
I know.
finishes, and we come into the very first game of the finals, and the PUBG Mobile gods just decide to kick these teams in the face with that phase 1 circle that encapsulate the majority of the military island. It does complement the playing path, so that's one thing that isn't bad for these teams. But when you look at kind of positioning, Nexus have an easy entry point into the military island, so does Godsent, and Black Sparks opting to overtake Milta because their normal drop spot in South Georgia is much harder to get to,
Yes.
and they know that with Rice Gang not being in the finals, Milta is free to take.
And we also got to look at Destiny, right? They've decided to jump in the vehicle, still go out towards Saverny. Obviously, Mihi being the one that splits away from the rest of them, he goes and has a bit of fun elsewhere, picks up what he wants to do and joins back up later on. But it's more about how late they'll rotate in, because we know Destiny normally, when it gets to something like this, when the circle's more down towards the south for them, they'll be one of the later teams coming in. They don't like to rush on in, and they do change things up a bit with that. And Destiny is a team that I think at the beginning they'd be okay, happy with their performance. It was very consistent. But I think they know at times they let a lot of games slip away that were kind of in their grasp. It was one they could have taken away.
Yeah, and it's always hard to tell because hindsight is 2020, but being able to see that opportunity in front of you and take that and take advantage of that is something that I think separates the good teams from the best teams.
Yes.
Is knowing that intuition, and that will come with experience for sure. But there's something to be said for players' intuition and how they use that to their advantage. For UDR Killers, they may have only played 2 super weekends, but within those 2 super weekends, boy, did they perform highly.
Oh, yeah.
Boy, did they really set the standard in terms of how to bounce back after not qualifying for the first super weekend. First game of the finals, they'll want to make it count. Moving away from Pachinki isn't really going to be that hard, because what they can do is they can opt to just move a little bit to the hills outside of it to the east, or what they could do is they could send a scout down towards a bridge area or the, you know, that kind of coastline compound that Nexus normally play around and get a bit of information. With this kind of circle, for pretty much all of these teams, information is power.
Yes.
The positionings are going to be very tricky for a lot of these teams.
It really is, right? Because the other thing when it comes to this, like what I was just talking before, it's good that we're looking at Destiny now. When he was talking about the mentality and not kind of focusing or caring what teams where, he's like, obviously we're aware of what teams are in a position because they're doing their research. But like we spoke about it a couple of times on the broadcast. Do some teams look at this and think of a team like Panda and go, you know what, probably just avoid them, probably stay away from it? And there is going to have to be, no matter what's going down, I can't see some of these teams like disengaging when you've got some big fights on your hands at this point. Like in the early parts of the game, like we always say, so we get in the first couple of phases, sure, if you want to disengage from something, I'm never going to complain about it. But when we get to phase 3, phase 4, some of these fights, even if you don't necessarily want to take them, you're going to have to do your best to shut it down, because everything's mattering. Everything's on the line right now. There's only these few spots available, right? So the teams in this game right now are at their absolute best. And if they haven't come into it like that, if we can't see UDR bring out the form that helped them get into this position, even though they did miss out on one super weekend, right? Then that's already going to be a worrying sign. So I know it's only 3 days of play, but like day 1 here is really going to set the tone for exactly how I'm going to expect this to go down. I think this is going to be like kind of the teams we see maybe in the top 6 at the end of the day. Most likely you'd probably put 3 of them as probably the ones that are going to sit there if they're the names we're expecting, you know? I would look at it in that bigger way because it's such an uphill battle when it comes to this. And it's also the extra game a day for these guys. Now, we know they scrim a lot, we know they're playing non-stop with it, but that's just another factor of like kind of not getting too burnt out of it, right? Managing to stay focused, stay alert throughout all of it at the same time. Because people may think like playing a casual game, you know, just playing some fun, we're enjoying some PUBG Mobile. Yeah, you can do that. You can probably play yourself like 10 games. This is a whole different ball game. Like if you're playing this level of play, you know what's on the line, you know what's at stake. Like your adrenaline is just pumping through your body.
That last game, that extra game of the day is like the last 5 kilometers of a marathon, right? Where you just got to eke out the maximum performance and eke out the maximum result that you can. Those, you know, those extra steps, those extra little bit of movement. So it is something that will come into play across the 3 days. A team that has had a really pretty good start in terms of this game one is Polaris, because they're the only team that actually dropped down onto Military Island, and they did make it pretty safe on that drop stop because they didn't presume that Military base was going to be free, so they drop more towards that kind of southwestern side of the island. It does give them a great rotational passing line across the south side, but as of right now, they're getting zero information on any of the teams that might be either just on the coastline of mainland like UDR or any of them by the bridges.
Well, you mentioned about potentially getting out towards this coastline and the battle happening here. I do not think UDR expected this to be happening, though. Nano scouting up further forward. He's already going to be eliminated. It was no problem at all for NEXUS. And now the rest of UDR are going to be alert and understanding that, okay, NEXUS are there. They're ready for this. They're going to wait probably for the next circle to pop. They sit in a good position within it. And do UDR killers really want to try fight back in this? See, this is the point I'm making, right? In a fight like this, on this stage, there's not necessarily a reason that UDR need to go for this, especially now you're down a man. And you went down a man with, like, you had no fight in you. No, he just straight away got.
Yeah, and they're at a point in the game where they can disengage without getting caught off guard by an opposing team, right? They can move away and go into that coastal line compound that NEXUS actually dropped to. It's the safety of a couple of buildings when they're already a player down. Destiny are rotating rather early into the northern side of the circle. Game Lord are still in Yasnaya. Very curious to see how Umbra are going to deal with the GSG Europe side, who are somewhat bridge camping on that western bridge. And Godsent, they have a really nice split as phase 2 pops up. It does shift up north, so it's looking less and less likely like we are going to see that Military Island finish for game 1.
Big sad.
I know.
Big sad. And maybe some more big sads coming out for Lakonostra, at least, as Kapahala. We know what this man can do. He's going to find himself a knock straight away. Danny should be able to try and get him back up, as long as the rest of the team can come and help him out of it. But you know what they need to be really careful here is just the fact that they are very split when it comes to Lakonostra at the moment, right? And more knocks can come through, but at least Kapahala is going to be found. So there's going to be a reply in this. And actually, more damage being done. Bazzy's also under pressure at the same time. So this could be a little bit of undoing here for the Eastern Stars players. They've got smoke down to provide them some cover. But already, just the positions, the 2-2 split started to work out here. So maybe not as bad as it could have been for Lakonostra now. And Eastern Stars, they're no joke of a team, right? These guys can deliver on any given day. Alicio trying to throw the nade up. Can he get it to connect? It's gone quite deep.
Careful.
Ooh. Ooh.
More the fact that he's going deep on his own. It was a great 2-2 split by Lakonostra, and great composure upon one of their players getting caught off guard where they didn't panic, right? They got the formation, they got the position, and they got the counter knock off. And what they've ultimately done is they've sent Eastern Stars packing down that wood hill in towards Milta area. So that's really good response from Lakonostra. Again, Alicio kind of going in on his own. Nice couple of nades, but he could easily, he doesn't know that, but he could have gotten caught off guard. So just be aware of that, Lakonostra MVP. You don't want to lose what is arguably your best player, Alicio, early on in this game. But other than that, great response from Lakonostra.
And I'm happy to see Eastern Stars disengage from that, right? Because they were fighting an uphill battle. Yes, the attack was coming on through. It was a 2-2 split where they were very pinned down from both sides from it, given what Lakonostra were doing. So being able to get away, not losing anyone, just getting the knocks through is not the end of the world for Eastern Stars. And there's still plenty for them to fight with in this game. As we come back to UDR, and we spoke about them being able to obviously disengage from NEXUS with that one. They've done it successfully. They're going to have the time now to free themselves up. Okay, they're limping a little bit. One player down. Not exactly ideal, but they can still come off, and we've seen it, right? We've seen some of these teams lose a player early on, go on to win a whole game. It's not impossible.
NEXUS repositioned also away from the coastline based on that phase 2 shift. Quick response coming out from them. It does open more of that western side of the circle for teams to come in like Umbra, GSG Europe and Unicorns of Love, who currently have a bit of a 3-1 split between the hills outside of Pachinki and into compound by the coastline. Ked standing there. Lost Bullet, a team who scraped into the finals,
Oh, yeah.
are in Pachinki. But for now, they're looking pretty safe. There's a nice line spread from the northern center of this phase to right down to that coastline, starting from Game Lord, going right down to Godsent. So it's well positioned wherever this phase 3 goes.
Now, interestingly enough, right, we can see it just on the map at the moment. Polaris have decided to go across on the eastern bridge we've got here, rather than the western one, the more contested one. It's not going to be easy for them at all. Eastern Star's looking at him, can't quite connect the shots or get any knocks in there. So, in all things, I thought this could go horribly wrong for Polaris because that was one scary side to come from. But they've done it, they've got across. But Caster, he now needs to be the one that's more cautious because he's split away from the rest of the team. It's all about just joining up and making sure you stick together, guys. Especially now that you've got Eastern Stars on your backs.
But let's be fair, Polaris aren't exactly out of the woods just yet, right? Because it's all flat beach line in front of them. And for them to get to that next compound, they're in a very exposed position. And plus, they know that Eastern Stars are behind them. So right now, unless they can, because Black Spark's a full center to that compound that is in front of Polaris, there's realistically nowhere for Polaris to go bar staying on the edge of the circle down by the rocky side, so they're realistically going to have to fight Eastern Stars while trying to pick off a kill or two.
Oh, and it could be going straight in for it now. This is what we start to see, and Kapahala finds himself on the floor again. They try to go for the instant finish off. Can't quite finish him just straight away.
Ooh.
Now the nades are coming out as well. This is going to be a hard fight for Eastern Stars now. Caster's on the mix as well. They don't really have the position to shoot from. Kapahala's already gone. Kills going their way. The nades come out, though, which will give them a chance with that not going through. It won't be an effort for them to get a kill off the back of this, but it will at least delay this full push from Polaris coming on up. But already losing 2 players is not what Eastern Stars want here, and now they truly are fighting for their lives. To go down this early on in the opening game is certainly not what they would have expected. And one thing we've seen already is Polaris. They've just continued where they've left off here.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. They're looking confident. They're playing with confidence as they're going to play in. Caster is going to push on forward. Halls is on towards that left-hand side. He has a couple of smokes as he tries to play around, and he does find a knock on the athletes. It's a knock in return, but at the end of the day, Octavian, he's left on his own. He's left on his own. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide.
A nice position when he tries to fire out the nade. I respect it. It's a good effort because he wants to just keep him at bay, try and make sure he can stand strong, but it's not going to be for too much longer. He snuck through the smoke. He's going to go in for the finish off. Oh, he can't quite connect the bullets. Pulls out the gun. Looking to get some more knocks in there, but he can't kill him at the end. Oh, a good fight on his own. It was a nice bit of effort. 3 players knocked. An Umbra. Okay, they're scooting on by. They're not going to stop into this, but that could be real scary considering Polaris' situation. Luckily, they're just rolling on by and not engaging in this.
9 million IQ rotation from Umbra. They went into the Western Bridge, through Military Island, and across the Eastern Bridge. Happy days coming on board for Umbra, and they pick up a kill on one of the... actually, sorry, they don't. One of the Polaris players went down, but Umbra looking very good upon that rotation. We did see Godsent get the better of most of the Gaijin players who are down to 2. The circle shifts over to the west, so Lost Bullet are looking very healthy inside the circle as their Unicorns of Love. GSG are overbearing Lost Bullet on towards hillside. And Destiny, they've rotated with confidence. They're now looking down the hill, and they are very healthy inside this phase 4.
One thing to mention, because you touched on Destiny, they actually rotated a lot earlier in this type of circle than what we normally see from them. Which again, just small little adaptations like this, what they want to change up. Okay, they could have obviously guessed that this circle was going to yeet all the way over towards the west, but they'll take it, they'll sit within it. And now it's about holding on to this position as Trazen picked off by Godsent on his rotation. No hope at all. And Godsent, they can just sit there and spray him down all day. Clash trying to run across. And they're still taking further damage in here. This is the dangerous, difficult rotations. And I respect the rotations coming out from Panda and Lakonostra because they're not just going straight across. They're going for a high northern rotation up and all the way around while all of this is going on. We spoke about how good Umbra's rotation was, mate. But, like, poor them. They probably looked at that and went, it really didn't really go there after all that. Like, we made a really great play. It's a solid idea, and then we just get super unlucky.
Can't account for those kind of things, though, unfortunately. At the end of the day, though, there's a cluster of teams by that eastern coastline because of that massive shift over to the west on phase 4. You got Polaris, you got Umbra, you got Godsent, as a beachline play is allowing Umbra to put the pressure on the Polaris. This is kind of what I talked about with Polaris, only they did at least get 4 kills before they're in this kind of situation. As Pro Lord, or known as someone, as it happens in this game, throws out a couple of nades.
Did he not happy with his performance? You know, long before he was a Pro Lord, so he's just someone now? Is that what he's gone for?
Maybe he was someone that you used to know.
Ah! That takes me back, man. That really takes me back. Yeah. There is just non-stop carnage going on here. Umbra are just looking for any moving target and trying to take them all down. Bardo out in the water, chilling on his own. I would not want to be in his spot at all. Oh, careful now, Naruto.
Yeah.
Don't blow your teammate up on the bike, you know. Less than ideal if that was to happen. Poor caster, he can't catch a break either. There's little cover. You mentioned it, being on this coastline. You're so open, you're so exposed, and all the shots are coming out towards them.
Now as Blue Zone's closing in, Itachi has at least found a bit of an anchor point, although he gets knocked down as it happens. Clash are becoming the gatekeepers, to be fair, despite them getting put under pressure by UDR killers earlier on. They're down to 3. Vito's knocked down. UDR looking to solidify their spot inside this game 1. Still 15 teams, 53 players as they're heading into phase number 5 again. Lost Bullet looking very healthy on the circle. Destiny, not only have they rotated quite nicely, but they've kept together somewhat as a full squad, right? They're not 1-1-1-1 spread. They're not 2-2 spread. They are very much together as a full squad.
Oh, Panda finding themselves stuck between multiple teams. Game Lord looking to take the shots on towards them. They have smoke covering some of the players. This new circle again. We're going to get it, aren't we? We're going to be fighting around the coastline for a long old time out here. And all these teams that went for that northern rotation, well, they're stuck now. You're definitely going to have to be fighting. And that is what Panda's doing, and they're sticking on to their ground for now. But it's not just Game Lord they have to deal with here. There's going to be multiple teams on their way through. Lakonostra still also up the top there. And Game Lord, at least for now, right, they're controlling the situation, but they are also going to have to move at the same time. They are also going to have to make a decision on when they want to go. As Polaris, it started off well for them. They walked away with 4 kills, and then it was the undoing of them. They found themselves open, exposed, and bullied by the rest of the teams around them.
And we're getting to this stage where there's less compounds, less cover and play. You're relying on the utility, maybe a little bit of a dip here, a little bit of a dip there. Talked about the beach side. It eliminates so much cover that you have in play. Unicorns of Love, they lost Agon. GSG Europe, he's going to take them out as Lakonostra MVP. Rotating around, Daddy's looking to take the shots onto Game Lord upon their rotation. This is just a cluster of mess as teams and players are wiping each other out one by one.
Yeah, this is madness. It's not actually like one team fight going on. This is just everyone firing at whoever's in front of them, blow everything up. Smash, bang, wallop, boom, everything is going crazy. Panda have now gone out of it. A big team to be eliminated early on. This game is not making much sense. Guys should have also fallen at the same time. Destiny heavily under pressure as the grenades come out towards them. Game Lord and UDR, at least they get to chill for a little bit of time here. It's not too bad for them. They've moved their way in. But this is absolute chaos. No team's just walking away with a ton of kills at this point, right? Everyone's just picking up a piece here and there as more nades start flying on through. And Godsent, they are not holding back. They're just wanting to eliminate Destiny now. This is absolute beautiful pressure being applied.
They can't cross the road really to confirm that squad out, so they're trying to use the utility to their favor. They have that little bit of a dip that I talked about, but Lost Bullet, Lush sends himself forward, not realizing the footsteps are going to be heard. He might be thinking it's the footsteps of his teammate. Zara finds him in towards the shack and gets a knock and kill off. Keeps himself alive with Beast for Destiny.
I don't think Ailish realized how close he'd got at that point. That was mad confusion. And still, Destiny are somehow surviving the barrage of grenades that keep on coming out towards them. Beast is finally knocked down and will be taken out of it. Destiny with just one player left alive. Mazzaro stuck in the shack on his own, and all he's got coming towards him is more players, more grenades, and a lot more pain. It does come through. Destiny are out of here, but they did pick up some kills. These placement points, you cannot call who's going to be able to grab them at this.
Look at the circle shift. Down
it's on the
south,
coast again.
it's a coastline finish, baby. Let's go. And Clash are sitting damn pretty. All the teams up north, though, Banks, they have it all to do. All to do. You're talking Umbra, you're talking Unicorns of Love, Lost Bullet, Godsent, Lakonostra MVP. They need to find a way in. And I'm not saying they need to find it quick, but they need to just find it.
Hey, Clash have just been chilling, taking shots. They struggled on the first rotation with Godsent getting a player wiped instantly. It was Trazen that went down. And now they're sat there thinking, well, wait a sec, we've got 3 players. We've not really had to move. We've sat on this coastline for a long time and kept everyone away from us. They're actually in a really good spot, and they can take full control of this circle if they want to, while all the other teams are still fighting, not even inside of it just yet.
Vito looking good, finds one of the players of Unicorns of Love. Fresh is knocked down, but they are closer to the edge of the circle than Godsent. Lost Bullet. They're going to be lost trying to find their spot in this circle, but I don't think they're going to make it. They're going to full send it in towards the coastline, but Clever has to get out of the vehicle before it blows up. And the one player you got to keep an eye on is Rana from Nexus. He's in the vehicle, in the water, out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah, they're not focusing on him for now, but Lakonostra have come through, and they're going to try and upset Clash in this one. The fight continues, the fight goes on. Lakonostra end up going down, but some damage was done, and now there is a time to strike for some of these other teams if they can take the jump onto Clash here, because they're going to have to heal up, they're going to have to get the revives through. Maybe they get the 3 players up, it's going to be huge, but UDR are now closer. Lost aren't too far away as well. And I'm glad you mentioned Rana, because if he gets away with this, I'm going to be so surprised. Chilling, waiting it out, you know, sat there just hoping no one's going to bother him. And it's all going to come down to everyone else finding out on when he might want to jump up,
nice nades.
Get involved into it. Unicorns of Love now coming into the mix as well. The nades are doing some damage. They're not quite going deep enough to put Clever down. His teammates knocked in front of him. 3 kills here for Unicorns of Love, but they've already lost 2 players. Savage X isn't done yet, though, as he wants to deal more damage as well. And Godsent, well, they were fighting for a hell of a long time. Not sure how many kills they ended up with. We're going to have a look now. Godsent ended up with 5. It's not too bad for him.
6 teams left, 14 players alive. Unicorns Love as a duo have done pretty good on the western edge of the circle. Just one last player of Lost Bullet in front of them. You have UDR and Clasher on the eastern side. MZ finds that one. Clasher were able to get the 2 revives up, but Game Lord, the French side, they're still up as a full squad.
That is impressive on its own. They were fighting from the compounds. They were taking a lot of shots at teams keeping them away. You can notice they haven't got as many kills, though, without this, right? Clash have been the ones fighting alongside Nexus for a long time. Rana now on his own, just biding his time with it all. Unicorns of Love hoping they can just slip their way in. But Game Lord are going to be right behind them and trying to take this fight. The thing I like that Clash are doing here is that they're still keeping their eyes and wits about them. They have got 3 players up. And they're just going to take all these pop shots. There should be plenty of utility and everything they can pick up around them, though, considering how close these fights have been, how crazy it all got. Oh, Victor. Oh, my. If he can sneak around undetected, this is going to be huge. Because, look, there's so much pressure being applied to UDR. They're not going to be actually completely focused on looking for him at this point.
Oh my god! One nade from Hakoni just got the full squad wipe onto UDR killers. Victor has done... Sorry, Clash has done what Victor wanted to do.
Yes.
And UDR, they are out of here. We are down to 4 teams.
Victor sat there saying, wait a second, that was going to be mine. I was getting close enough. Come on, guys, give me a bit more time. As Clash, well, they're not done yet. The knock's going to come onto Fresh as well. Savage X all alone in this one. He's got the smoke to cover him up. They finish off his teammate, and now he's just going to try and stand there, but they're going to spray through the grass, try and take him down. And this could turn into Game Lord going up against Clash with Rana still out there chilling in the water. No one's looking for him. He's like, oh, I've got plenty of utility. I got good meds as well, you know. Let's pop the energy drink. Why not? Victor now on the ground, though, but it's a straightaway reply. Lino comes in to make sure they stand up with the numbers. Kalamossi wants to make sure the eliminations are coming through. They're up at 13 points right now for Clash, dominating the lobby so far. No, Savage X. Oh, I don't know if he's trying to do that just to eliminate himself or he just didn't want them to kill him. But, you know, sometimes you've got to go down like that and make sure they don't get the points you want. Still, though, 14 points for Unicorns to level the first game is going to be pretty healthy. And Rana, oh, baby. They're going to know. They're now going to have the idea.
But see, do they know where that smoke has come from? They got to know where it's come from because they've covered the north, but they haven't really checked the south. So, you know what? Law of standard maths, if it's not in one direction, it's in the other. That's where they're throwing the utility.
I do love that from Clash though. Like, oh, just sit behind the crate, you know, we'll wait, we'll be careful. We don't know what Rana might try and do here. To be fair, stealing away second place like this isn't so bad.
Nope.
If Rana could pull off the win, that would be absolutely insane. We have seen some crazy things go forward. I want to see Rana like pull off some John Wick moment, you know. Go in the smoke, pop out, kill one of them, jump back. Oh, first few shots will get a knock, but he won't get anything else. Once his position was out there, he finds himself going down. And that is a 29-point game to open up here for Clash. On the opening game, a big win coming through, and that team was fighting from the very beginning. Remember, they lost a player straight away. It was looking terrible. Godsent got the knock onto Trays and straight away killed him on the first rotation. But then after that, it was all Clash things because they were ready. The position did benefit them, right? They got to sit and the circle went out towards them, but they didn't just stay in their spot and not fight. They made their presence known, and they were ready to take down all those teams that had to rotate on in.
They didn't panic. Simple as that. They lost a player early on, but they adapted. They became stronger, if anything, and they just didn't panic. Maxman said they're an emotional team, and they kind of need to have a good start in the finals. No better way with a chicken dinner and a 29-point total game. You couldn't ask for a better start. Of course, there's something to be said for those crazy circle shifts, and I can't wait to hear how the analysts break it down. But it did, you know, force, I wouldn't say force mistakes, but teams like Panda got caught out on what was realistically very solid rotations. Teams like Destiny were put under a lot more pressure because of that massive circle shift down south, and it was definitely a little bit of a skewed start because of the circles.
Yeah, that was it, right? Because we even said it when that first circle popped and we saw the rotation, teams opting to go all the way on a northern rotation, not just try and bundle in from the eastern side where most of the teams are coming from. It was like, cool, this makes sense. Everything they were doing was logical, but sometimes your own logic cannot work out when these circles become that crazy. We said we want a military island. Well, we got a coastline finish. We got absolute madness to kick things off with here. And I just felt sorry for this bit of Destiny because it was just like, once they got into that shack, there was no getting out of there. There was like one team, two team, three team, and everyone had the grenades ready. Everyone wanted to put an end to them. And yeah, that wasn't going to work out from long term.
And, you know, it got to the point in the game, and it can be a little bit standard that's like this anyway, but it got to the point where you just had to fight for scraps. You had to fight for just that one kill because you knew that your position in the circle or your position outside the circle was going to be incredibly hard to play with, incredibly difficult to control. So even just stealing one kill away is better than nothing. And we did see a few teams kind of do stuff like that. Godsent were active on the kill feed early on, getting a couple of kills onto Gaijin, rotating, playing around, getting a kill onto one of the Destiny players, getting a kill here, kill there. And that's okay, because even though they didn't get the best placement results, they got 5 in total. It made it count in total. Unicorns love were benefited by the hive of teams that were playing kind of on the north and in towards a desperation of the south on those circle shifts. So they were able to, you know, clear a bit of space in front of them and eliminate lost bullets in the end with the help of Clash. But that game one, what a way to start it, with NEXUS Rana stealing away second with that water play. Hey, opportunistic, I love it.
You got to make the most of it, right? And honestly, when it came to that game, I didn't expect the team to get so many points with it. I thought because of the madness, it was going to be very split. Lots of teams just getting some kills and then the placement points come through. But Clash, they showed us that they could get it done, and they showed us they were willing to fight non-stop with 3 players alive. An impressive start here, but we've still got 5 more games to go. We're heading to a quick break, and when we come back, you'll be with the analyst desk.
game one. What the fuck is that? That's so crazy.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League of Western Europe. It is the finals, and we have our first match of the day all done. But before we get into analyzing everything, I once again want to give a shout out here for the very first time in the finals to OnePlus, our sponsor. Mobile gaming has never looked better than with the OnePlus 9 series, the OnePlus 9 and 9 Pro. With the 120 Hz refresh rate, you get the smoothest experience possible. Add that with the OnePlus 9 Pro's new HyperTouch technology that syncs 6 times faster to reduce display response times, and you get the most responsive gaming controls ever. Hashtag never said. I love how Polaris just stares at the phone in awe and in glory of it as it spins around. And Maxman, who's he's
not even here.
Into the ethos whenever he's not on camera. But let's take a look at the results of this last match. And Max, your curse might have turned into a blessing. Look at Clash.
I told you.
14 kills, 29 points, man.
I told you I turned it off on the finals, man. It's not here anymore. Feels good. And I find it so funny, too, because I was talking to a few players, and I said I talked to him a bit before, and he's like, we're going to start slow on day one. I'm like, bro, what do you what do you mean you're starting slow? You got 29 points on game one. You guys are looking amazing. It's good. And we said it right, the emotional team, and Piran brought it up during that cast, too, and they're going to feel really happy after that game. So I'm expecting really some good performances throughout the rest of today. But one surprise here, and Polaris, this is the most interesting team that I think we're hyped to see in the second position, because we haven't seen too much of them in the Super Weekends themselves, is NEXUS. They got themselves 7 kills, 19 points total coming their way. I think that's amazing. Sure, it's a very unusual kind of finish, but that's exactly NEXUS need, knowing that they were maybe not looking as one of the favorites coming into this.
Yeah, hard shift's the video game for this first one. Everyone had to play that game, and it was difficult for a lot of them. It's difficult for me to take away too much from maybe some of the teams that were in the north, say, for example, during Circle 4, 5, etc. But for NEXUS, they were on the east side, being able to kind of wrap down a little bit towards that kind of beach area. Rana being able to salvage that situation towards the end. Very nicely done by them.
We take a look at our second page, our other 8 teams, and I'm crying a little bit on the inside because I talked about Panda and Eastern Stars being 2 out of my top 3 teams, and maybe I have the curse now, Max. 1 point for Panda, 0 for Eastern Stars. But Team Umbra, again, I just want to touch on them. The fact they got 4 points, a decent start, as well as Polaris with 4 points.
I feel bad for Umbra a little bit, because they actually had a decent fight. I think it was against a few players of Polaris that actually had to try and go. I think it was Bardot. He had to go in the ocean and try and survive that position. Didn't quite work out for him. But Umbra actually tried to avoid the entire fight to go onto the northeastern side. That was a big rotation. I think it took maybe 1 minute to actually set up for them to work out. And then, as you said, the hard shift was the name of the game this time, and they went actually down south. They're like, bro, all of that for like nothing? How?
So Clash, 2,000, almost 100 damage with 14 kills, and NEXUS, I was like looking, I was like, okay, Game Lord, wait, what? Godsent, wait, what? I was like, where's NEXUS? NEXUS at the very end, 7 kills, 933 damage. They must have been cleaning up kills.
Damn.
Hey, bro, submarine strat, okay? It works.
Yeah, I mean, that got them the distance towards the end. But yeah, that's very efficient, either, as I say, knocks into kills or just steals here, there, and everywhere. And this terrain in general does, again, a lot of these teams having hard times being able to rotate down into these hard shift circles. Man, I feel worse for Black Sparks and all of this. They made a great rotation down on that beach area towards that cliff face. But then the circle hard shifts away from them over towards the east side. They only got themselves, I think, like 3 points or something. Unfortunate after a great rotate.
It was a hard one, because you talked about the cliff, and I just want to jump on that real quick, because they won the cliff position. A team arrived actually on their west, and just a few grenades, and you can't escape from that position. So they were in a position I think was strong, as you said, a good rotation, but they couldn't play it too much. Sorry, Jason, go for it. I apologize. I'm sorry, Jason. I'm analyst. I analyze stuff. I'm doing the thing, you know.
Just see the player stats for Clash.
Perfect. Thank you, Jason. Good segue. We're taking over now, and let's see how they've been able to do. Calamus actually putting up big numbers. 700 damage coming his way, but the kills across the board. Getting 13 kills in a circle like this, I think something that really afforded them this really well, Max, was the fact that, yes, the hard shifts favored them to a certain degree, but having the car fort, having that little bit of extra cover there to be able to work with is so important. And I thought UDR Killers was going to be be able to make something more of it since their cars were still active and alive, not blown up, but it wasn't to be for UDR Killers.
Sorry, Max. I'm going to jump in here on you.
Wow.
Wow.
Because you remember when we were
sad now.
looking at the top players from the top 6 teams we were talking about before, you mentioned, Azur's not going to be able to play the first 3 matches. Calamos is going to be the one to come in. He's a good player, but he's not as good as Azur. But we see him leading the team when it comes to damage. So I think he deserves a little bit of credit here for having a massive step up.
Bro, you're reading my mind. I was about to talk about that, actually. You took it away from me. But I agree. I think that that's really interesting because we talked about Azur being a big reason why Clash had some really strong success from time to time back into the Super Weekends. But Calamos, he was jumping in for him. And we know that for half of these games, Azur's not going to play. And I wanted to see Calamos and prove to me that he can be that proper step-in player. In time, it was exactly what I was looking for him to do, and he did it right on game 1, and he was leading the pack in big ways too. He had Haikuni with that great nade onto UDR Killers, awesome too. I think this is Clash, the few players that we didn't talk about too much actually rising up to the occasion. So yeah, as you said, Calamos, it's fantastic to finally see him stepping in that way.
Small moment as well there towards the end. Obviously, in a 3-on-1 situation, you're almost always going to win that out. However, they did a good job of being able to find multiple angles, not keep themselves clustered up just in case, a nade comes in or even a molly into one of those smokes if they're trying to push to it. Good separation there by Clash. I got to give them big props in this game.
Oh, we also need to give props to another team here, as Max pointed out, our number 2 team of NEXUS. We've talked about this team so many times. We're going to take a look at their stats here in the last match. We always talk about how Dexter is the big player for the team. And we always kind of wonder who's going to be the other person to step up. We talked about Rana, we talked about Aimbot, we talked about Sushi, but Rana here really being that stalwart player they need here to have a solid first match.
Yes, into the Rano is definitely the player that you got to look at this one. I think it was the main reason why they were able to actually win that fight versus Blackspark. So Dexter, at the end of the day, he was the player that we were continuously talking about back into the Super Weekend and the League plays. But Rana, he actually got himself most of the kills in that fight versus Blackspark, and then he went straight into that submarine kind of play. I think it was an interesting idea to approach it with that kind of utility and trying to smoke out the visibility away from Clash. Didn't quite work out, but the main thing was NEXUS, and I'm going to point this down once again. I talked about this many times back in the Super Weekends and the League plays, and I'm going to mention it in the finals. They need to try and remain as a 4-man crew late game. Even a 3-man is good, but they tend to lose players for very little reason along the way, and I think that really hurts their chances of getting a win, even though this was still a very unusual kind of finish. I think if they can get to late game as a 4-man, they could close off games potentially.
Yeah, and in this game, Aimbot, doing his name justice with the 0 damage, 0 kill, 0 knockout. I'm kidding. He's better than that. Don't worry about it. We're good. We're good.
I was gonna say some bots, ripped my head off quite a few times.
Okay.
Maybe I'm the bot actually. Anyways, we did have a crazy crash happen, if I'm not mistaken, Max. It's about actually a couple of teams we were talking about at the start of the day. We had Polaris and Eastern Stars. What exactly went down here, and what do you want to show us?
So this was actually one of the very first fights we had happen in this game. It was very early over to the eastern side of the bridge, going from the military island over to the mainland. And this is actually a fight between both Polaris and Eastern Stars. And I think there's many reasons why this fight is very interesting, but the main reason why I think that this fight is a good showcase of what Polaris can do given the right situation is because they understand the value of very strong position. And you can see Polaris, maybe they're not in the compound. They're going to have a hard time fighting. Well, they have this absolutely amazing ridgeline position that they're playing from. You've got casters on a very good off position. Itachi, Bardot, and also Holes are going to be a little bit closer together. And I think this is very interesting because if you go outside anywhere from this gas station, you're going to be knocked down. Especially here, you see both Kapahala, Bazi, they're taken down. Not much they can really do because they can't fight up against an entire squad. Just having that third-person perspective come in their way right behind that ridge. So Kapahala, Bazi instantly down. Octavian knew that was a risk and he tried to move away. Decent nades from Eastern Stars, I do have to mention. But the main issue, and you're going to see it perfectly from this angle, and this is why I love this position from Polaris and how they decided to play it, as you get a little bit closer to this angle. There you go. Now you're going to be actually able to spot it. You can see these walls protecting the entirety of this gas station. You've got these sections underneath the walls, and you can actually shoot players' feet, and that is something that Eastern Stars understood really well. They went straight inside the building itself, knowing that if they go outside, they're going to get shot by the likes of Caster, get shot by Bardot, even potentially Holes. but they have to go back into the building, which makes it very, very easy for Polaris to use smokes to block out visibility for Eastern Stars, or even just nade it down, and they are very predictable in how they're going to be positioned. So this is a way that Polaris were able to actually get the upper hand onto Eastern Stars for a big portion of that fight. Then they decide to push it. Octavian almost was able to clutch it out in the finishing moment, so big respect to him. But at the end, it was still a fight that went in favor of Polaris, and they were able to then res themselves back up as a 4-man crew. So this is a compound that is not the easiest to push, but if you know the terrain and how to play around it correctly, Polaris took that fight correctly, and they were able to take down Eastern Stars, one of the favorites, which I think that Polaris played that one fantastically well.
I'm just sad that Umbra didn't capitalize on this, as you see them at
Exactly,
the final
yeah.
moment, kind of coming in on the outskirts. I mean, you're hearing these fights go down. You're seeing the knocks in the kill feed, I suppose. Like, why not just kind of give it a little extra oomph? Because that's free at that point. But anyway, by the by.
Yeah, I think that's where maybe play a little bit safer. Who knows? Obviously,
Maybe, yeah.
we're not within the comms of them. But one thing I do know is what's coming up next year in our schedule. It's going to be Miramar. Let me just double check. No, I said I was sure, so I'm going to be sure. Yeah. So it's Miramar. I knew what I was doing. And then Sanhok third. And I'm going to be going through it one more time before we do end off the day. But Miramar coming up next. Yeah, I'm a little bit sad to not see Umbra do that. But I am excited, though, by the fact that we've had NEXUS step up. We've had a couple of teams do extremely well. Panda having a little bit of a slow start. Again, getting caught, I think, on a rotation there as they were very late to get in towards some of the zones. But we don't have just our same top teams dominating. And this is what I kind of love, that whole reset that happens coming to the finals, gives every team a chance to catch up now, and every team a chance to potentially take home a top 3 placing.
Yeah, I think it's great. I mean, we talked about the golden 6 teams that we were potentially expecting to be really high starting off into these finals. You're looking at your clashes that potentially started really strong, but your NEXUS not really expected. So coming back into this one, you just mentioned Panda. We're good now on Miramar. It is their best map by far. At one point, they secured every single game on Miramar in a single day. So when it comes back to it, I think that this could be their very strong performance, but there's other teams. I'm looking at Eastern Stars also. They can perform on Miramar pretty well. So I still think it's so early in the finals. I think it's still anybody's game, but I think Panda might have a way better result this time around.
I mean, I made light of it earlier, saying that it was hard shifts the video game, but quite honestly, this game prior was brutal when it came to hard shifts.
Yeah.
I can't take too much away from maybe poor performances here and there, because some teams just got really caught in a very, very bad position.
It was a crushing shift, I think we could say, you know, almost Perry hasting it into another shift after that. Let's actually let you two head to a quick break, because it's time to bring in our commentators. Their second match is ready to get underway. So, gentlemen, I'll check in with you in just a few when I join you in the green room. But let's bring in Banks and Imperium once again here. Gentlemen, we've had our first match done. We've had Clash take home a chicken dinner already. Now the question comes, who's going to be the second team to rise up and get themselves a chicken dinner? Or will it be Clash potentially yet again? Why don't you two take us away here into Miramar?
Ooh, good question. Thank you very much, Jason. There's one thing, right, when it comes to this Imperium, is we continue to maybe curse the lobby in a different way to what Max does. He says the curse doesn't work anymore. Well, we started off the first game and ours seems to continue. So, you know, maybe on Miramar, maybe I get the island finish, you know, maybe we'll get there one day. But probably I want to just see a normal game, because James is definitely right in what he was saying. This kind of circles, these shifts that were happening, the madness that happened in that first game, you have to take it with a pinch of salt. Yes, Clash won it out. They played better when it came to that end of it all, but it was so just confusing and crazy for everyone that you got to just say, okay, let's hold it up a bit. This might be more of a telling sign. And you know what we're going to be doing? It's always, you look at Panda, you look at Eastern Stars, maybe look at Godsent when it comes to Miramar and seeing what they can deliver. Those are going to be my 3 key teams to look at. But what about you, mate?
I'm looking at Panda, I'm looking at Destiny, and I'm looking at Unicorns of Love. Those are my 3 teams I'm looking at.
I'm with it.
Panda, just because of what they were able to do in the Miramar games across the super weekends of the PMPL, they definitely stood out. That despite we had some concerns of their rotations and their pathing lines some games, they still were able to eke out some pretty big performances. Destiny, you just can't count them out. And Unicorns Love, outside of Sanhok, Miramar is their strongest map overall. So I'm interested to see what they're going to be able to do. Looking at this playing path, yes, it's a little bit painful on the east. But for the most part, because of the spread of teams and what is available, I don't think it's going to be any real issue for all of these teams. NEXUS are going to have Los Leones, I'd imagine, all to themselves, unless the second team is going to drop with them. Black Sparks seem to be heading towards Port-au-Prince, so their normal drop spot. Lakonostra and El Azahar. Important thing to note, though, Banks, with Lakonostra MVP, and I have to say, is that El Azahar, they're probably the first team to start looting. So in theory, they should be one of the first teams to kind of start rotating based on this phase on circle, which has complemented the playing path.
Well, circle doesn't include mass amounts of water. I'm not going to get my island finish. It's not terrible, but it's very down in the south. And you know what this means for good old Panda when it comes to this? Normally they're out towards Valdemar. This is normally where they try and head early off to Chumacera. And this is what I want to look at when it comes to these guys, especially because we keep mentioning it with Panda is very capable team, very skilled players, but do they change anything up? Because every single game on Miramar, everything we saw from them, they were always making the same style of play, same kind of rotations. And it is something, if anyone's doing their research, they'll be looking at and saying, okay, yeah, cool, we can expect them to come this way around.
Definitely, this is a very good circle for Panda indeed. I think I know what Clash's secret is.
Yeah.
Their secret is playing as a three-man team, because they've just lost MZ. They've just lost MZ.
No.
Yep, look at this. This is the replay.
Oh, no.
The rollover from Costly. So there you go. Clash are going to get another chicken dinner with a 14-kill game. No, probably not, because it's a lot harder in Miramar to pull that out when you're down to 3 players. But Clash, the way they adapted in game 1 off the back of losing someone early, I am confident that they're still going to be able to eke out a pretty solid performance and result in this Miramar game. Plus, they're close to the edge of the circle anyway.
Yeah, you never want to see that happen, right? Especially the way it does on this part. But, you know, Clash, they're going to be very happy with their overall performance they had in this first game. Yes, they can go through into this one, maybe still pick up some kills as well. But they might just have to adjust what they do within this game, considering what they have to deal with now and what they have to play with. Now, when it came to Nexus, yes, you were right. They've got Los Leones all to themselves. They'll get to chill here for some time, get a good set of loot, and they're pretty much set the circle already, you know, so they can lock it down. I'd like to see them move out of it once they've looted up, try and take some a better position for themselves overall, because you don't want to just kind of end up being stuck there on the second rotation that comes on through, you know. Don't want to find yourself kind of in a position where more teams start to surround you and it's tougher to get out of it in the end. That's one thing they definitely need to keep an eye on for sure. But I think overall, in terms of how south the circle went, it's not actually going to be terrible for these teams. You know how Miramar works? It's not as massive, so it can be better for some of these teams and how they play it out.
Yeah, this kind of circle, outside of having to trickle of water down in the south and play, there's a lot of high ground for these teams to play with, right? There's a lot of high ground to get information from. And I said it in game 1, I'm going to say it in game 2. Information is power. When you're able to get information in the early parts of a game, you're able to use that to change up a rotation, to take advantage of a team that doesn't have that information. So this kind of circle, I think, is very healthy for all teams to play with. The only fear is that you've got that kind of circle of Los Leones in play if Phase 2 shifts up north and centers around that city. You don't really want to be there, you know, outside of if it's guaranteed to end of that area. So there is that kind of big bubble where teams are going to be rotating around it, and that can be at times easier to predict and also easier to get taken advantage of from that. For Godsent, they're still in Picado. They're going to start moving fairly early. A good start to the day for them, despite kind of going out early. Still, you know, I think it was 4 or 5 kills they got in that game 1. Can't argue with that when it comes to at least, you know, getting kills on the board to help with their confidence coming into the rest of the games of the day. They'll be looking, of course, to add to that with strong placements in this Miramar game.
Yes, certainly so. And another thing to look at when it comes to our boys on Godsent is also which lineup they use, you know, how often they're changing things around, because that's one we gave them a lot of credit on, is that they were very able to adapt and change things up within the team and who they want to play with. But I'm wondering, now they're in the finals, do they just stick with like the core 4 and they stick to their guns on it all? Because we know when the game started to look less ideal for them, right? It wasn't as high performance as we expected from them early on. That's where they did start to really mix it up, and not like some of the other teams where it was just changing rotations. They were mixing the players up a hell of a lot. We were getting a few different lineup variations.
Yeah. Like, it's gonna differ from team to team based on the situation and how they're feeling. For the most part, I believe that you should look to stick to core 4 for this kind of format because it's 18 games, 6 games a day. It can take sometimes a player a game or two to warm up. You don't want it to be that way, but we're human, right?
Yes.
We're not machines. It can take us a bit of time to get into the groove. And when you know you've 6 games to do it within the day with the rest of your team and with the same 3 players, it's much easier to eke out the strongest amount of results within that day. But then again, I'm also down for if it's just not working for the team in that moment, switch a player up and you can see the results rise back in a strong way. So it just differs from team to team and how they're feeling. The most important thing is that the decision they make, they do it with confidence.
Yes.
If there's uncertainty there, that's when it goes downhill.
Oh, completely right. Like, the thing is, I agree with you. Stick with the core 4 players you have because obviously the synergy is going to be better. The improvement it should be as a team, as a unit. But if you do need to swap a player out, you need to have made that decision and just stick with it because you don't want it to be like, oh, we had a good game. Okay, we keep playing with these 4. Oh, actually, we should play with this, you know, we should do this for this game. Like, that's when it becomes not just confusing for the players, but it becomes confusing for, like, even understanding who's going to be doing what, you know, just a little difference, a little change. You go, actually, no, you're supposed to play here. We're supposed to go this way. It's like, wait a second, guys. You got to make sure you have full confidence in everything that's being done. And that's why I always come back to that point about the in-game leader, right? When he is there, when he's calling the shots, no matter what he's saying, even if you don't believe in it, you best go for it because it has to be full faith in your leader and in your team as a unit.
Game Lord, very much a different team to what we saw towards the end of the PMPL League stage. You're rotating stronger earlier and they're sticking together much more as a team, and it's something that I noted had been a bit of a weakness during the initial PMPL where they were maybe losing a player or two too early in the game, not joining up together, maybe not rotating early enough. Much different today. They're outside of Los Leones, which is a great spot to hang out in because it gives great exit points. They're able to grab a lot of information. They've gotten essentially kind of ahead of Unicorns of Love that dropped in Chumasera. They're ahead of Godsent. Now, how they deal with that potential pressure coming into Phase 2 is something we'll see, but for the most part, I'm pretty impressed with how Game Lord have come in today's game so far.
And do you know what I'm impressed with still? Panda.
Yeah.
They have done exactly the same again. The rotation is exactly the same as it always is. And you know, that's the other point of this, is although I can say it's predictable, they are a team that obviously stick to their guns and they know what they want to do as a team. Like, it's well thought out, you'd say, because they always have this plan in action. Okay, circle shifts, not too bad at all, you know. Cuts off most of the water out of it. Still down in the south, we still got all that covered in there. But come back onto that Panda point, you got to give them a lot of, I say a lot of praise in the sense that they are very understanding of what's going to be played within whatever circles are shifting. Obviously, when it gets crazy, like we saw in the Erangel, that's a bit harder for them to deal with. But they have a game plan. They know what they want to do. And they're going to just execute it, right? And the fact that even if other teams are going to try and say, okay, we know you're going to be here, Panda are a good enough team that's not really, it's like, okay, cool, we'll take this fight. Come at us, give us some more kills.
If you noticed, the second Phase 2 popped up in the center, they joined up as a full squad because they know that it's a bit of a false sense of security, this Phase 2, because it's centered quite nicely, but they know that coming into Phase 3, it could be a massive shift into one direction, and they need to control their area. The best way they're going to do that as a full squad together.
And it might benefit him massively here as killers have run on up to him. Pocus, well, he did a Savage X, but he didn't actually mean to do it this time around. He does not want to see that being happening. He's burning, he's running, the nades are coming out towards him, and he's just about barely alive. Will he survive? I pray for him, I hope for him, but he finds himself getting knocked. Panda full charging up. Pocus was more further ahead, but some nice shots being landed there by Ulysses. Great return fire. We'll make sure that his teammate doesn't get wiped out here. GK first. He needs to be careful that he doesn't get sideswiped at this. They need to keep their eyes peeled and open around all of this. The revive's going to come on through. Pocus is still on the floor for UDR. And Panda, they're just going to be rolling, patrolling all the way around this hill. Maybe a sneak attack can come in. Lid is further away, though. He's more at the back. That's the downside here for him.
he's not in a position where he's really able to flank and put pressure on UDR. So right now, it's realistically just a 3-man team for Panda. Lin, I think, has recognized that, and he's gotten into the vehicle, and he's looking to join up closer to the rest of his team. So I do get that adaptability, but if you know you're not able to really do much on that flank, you really have to change that up. K2 finds Pocus that should give a little bit of space for not only Lin, but the whole of Panda to put more pressure onto UDR killers, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, this is beautiful. You get the knock in, you gain some more ground, you just full send it straight in. They're popping out the vehicle and Ulysses, he calls for backup because the pressure is all on him. Nice shots being hit, tags coming on through, but it's not good enough to find him the knocks in there. Panda, they need to fight strong and tough now against all of them. This is going really well. Sebi putting him on the ground. He's going in for the elimination as well. Can't quite make it work just yet as GK first. He's trying to spray it out, using the Uzi at some distance with it. Wants to tag him, manages to get him through the car as well. Beautiful stuff at the end, but is it going to be enough? Pocus gets finished off, and Panda, they're picking up as many kills as possible as Nano, well, he is far away and disengaged from this fight, but can he come in to save the day? It's going to be incredibly tough for this man.
Too late, too little, too late. You get the hell out of there, Nano. I will... No, that was a big F because he moved away and he repositioned at one point. That was great, but unlike Lin, he was way too slow to join up with the rest of his team. Way too slow to adapt. And he's probably the biggest reason why UDR have ended up losing that fight, because let's be fair, UDR were trading against Panda. They were trading on those knocks, whereas that extra player for Panda was the difference maker.
Yeah, there was a huge amount of confidence there from UDR, taking that fight, doing very well, and it really did look like they were going to win it, almost off just what Sebi was able to do. Sebi's still just bleeding out down there as Nano. He's hanging around, he's staying for this fight, but I don't know how much you want to commit to this now, because it's been so much time that Panda have revived everyone apart from GK first, and they can now happily go up against you. With only Lin going down out of that entire engagement for Panda as well, it's not terrible, and that's much better. Nano, he gets on his vehicle, he decides he's going to get the hell out of there, and that is the best decision he could make.
Especially because while all of that was happening, phase 3 shifted up and it did go over to the western side. So Nano is in a position where he can kind of, you know, cover a center kind of shack of the circle and just try and survive and stay hunkered down. However, that has forced a bit more pressure for the teams on the east outside of Los Leones. You see Destiny are starting to make a few moves onto the Game Lord players with this spread. Are they going to take the fight? It doesn't look like it. It seems like they're disengaging, but they're going to be walking right into the path lines of Godsent.
Yeah, this is the thing. Wherever you start to go now, you've got to make sure you got your wits about you. Make sure you're well aware, because you could be going in blind to a potential 1 or 2 teams right in front of you. I like what Umbra have done here, though. They've gone up for this really far northern rotation and coming back on in. Destiny finding the lost players. Ooh, Ayla tries to jump out the car in time, but it won't matter as the bullets fly on over him and take him down. Master is able to escape alongside Clever up there, but Destiny, they seem very happy to want to try and take this fight, but this is good. Beast sees out the Godsent players, so now he knows that they're getting involved. They heard the shots and they want to take this fight, and we know what Godsent like to do here on Miramar, is get so aggressive and take the fight to these teams. Nades are pinned and ready, but are they going to come through in time? Beast still there, still trying to fall back onto it. Nade gone through, some more shots being landed as Whiskey wants to hold Godsent off for as long as possible. But they've also got to keep their eyes peeled to see what will be happening with Lost Bullet. And if they try to come back into this fight, Destiny are quite split up now in this, and especially with Beast being on the floor, this is not great for him.
Godsent, don't get too deep. Don't get too deep into that fight. You have the compound in front of you that you can at least disengage onto. Nice nades come through. Vito confirms a kill. He gets a knock as well. That's just Vito working wonders for Godsent as they are getting the better of Destiny, who are now down to 2 players in this game.
This was so well timed from Godsent. I absolutely love it. They heard the shots going on forward. They saw that, okay, they're going to take some shots out towards these other team. Well, now is our time to strike, and they did it perfectly. And now Destiny, just 2 players up in it. If I'm them, I'd try to get out of this situation, but it may be harder than what I'm just saying because they've got a way to go. The circle's now shifted on up. towards the northwestern side. Panda still find themselves well in it. They understand exactly how this is going to pan out. As Mazzaro, he takes some good shots. Can't quite find the knock just yet. The push is coming on forward. He's playing a bit of whack-and-roll up and down here, but does need to ensure that they can try and get one of them down. It's not going to work out for him. He's now all on his own. And Destiny, they could be finding themselves as the potential first team being eliminated here on Miramar.
Great teamwork by Godsent, right? Knowing that he was always going to peek and shoot from up the hill. But if you have 2 or 3 players shooting in return, that's only going to go your way. Great play by Godsent. They do have to move into the circle, so they have to think about that one. However, Lost Bullet are in their way. Vito finds a knock on the dummy. My God. A player that could end up as MVP in the finals is Vito. Integral to Godsent's push in the first 2 games of the PMPL finals.
I am going to just turn this around a little bit onto Lost Bullet there, that like, you tried to jump onto Godsent after they dealt with Destiny, not while it was going on. You know, like, you just did the opposite of what we were praising Godsent for and find yourself getting knocked and losing play. You know, it's not exactly ideal, not the best decision with it, but it doesn't seem like Godsent are going to stick around for too long, and they may just get out of this one. As we come into Eastern Stars taking on Polaris, and, well, these guys, they fought it off in the first game, but it worked out very well for Polaris. Eastern Stars want some revenge right now.
They've got 2 knocks. They're getting the revive. They're at the point where they're quite heavily spread apart from each other. I don't disagree with that, but if you know you've gotten 2 knocks, why not just commit to the fight and then reposition to the circle? However, what they are doing is they're moving back around. They've allowed the revives to get pulled on through. The blue zone is going to at least be somewhat in the favor of Eastern Stars as they'll take less damage. And now Octavian's going to get the knock off. Nice shots onto the buggy. Knocks down Caster, gets a kill off. Good play from Eastern Stars.
Polaris, they can't escape. They find themselves being picked apart as they try to dash their way in. Holes, plenty of bullets coming out towards him. He's playing a very risky game out here. Finds himself a hole in the floor to hide in, but Eastern Stars know exactly where to look.
By the way, I don't know if you noticed, but we lost Clash. Winners of game 1 went out first or second in, first in game 2. So that volatility that Clash has shown in PMPL EU during the league stage is continuing in the finals. They've kind of negated that strong first game result because of that game. Or they're still up, but one of their players is knocked down. Eastern Stars opting to play for the position in the circle. That compound that's very strong on that southeastern side, because you can see they still have a bit of space on the south. They have information on the north. It's very good control from Eastern Stars.
What a interesting start here. Godsent bringing that full confidence, the Godsent we love to see, right? The Godsent that will take the fights when they see it. Don't back away. We started to question them a bit at the beginning. We very started up the PMPL. They didn't look like the same team we know and love. But now for the finals, now when they've got here, it looks like they want to try and bring their A game into it. And one thing, right, I know with Clash going out as the first team on game 2, it's not ideal for them, but I would say when it comes to PUBG Mobile, it's one of those difficult games where, okay, you might be able to take the individual skill and how comfortable you feel through game to game, but like carrying the momentum off a win into the second game, it's so difficult, right? You're changing maps, you know, you never know what's going to happen. I would say, like, in compared to other esports, like, it's quite a hard game to take momentum through on. That's why I praise it whenever we do see teams get like 2 or 3 chicken dinners back to back, but it doesn't happen all too often.
Yeah, and that's why I'm always the first to say it's about consistency across any format of a tournament. As teams try and fight to make their way into the circle of fate. Lakonostra MVP make a fight onto GSG Europe, but it was only one player on his own wheel. That leaves Daddy and Alicio less standing. Daddy's going to push forward. He goes across the road blind, but I like that. He's now going to look for the revive. It's going to work in their favor, but they're yet to make it into the circle. They still have a bit of space across. And up in the north, where the circle has opted to shift towards, Unicorns of Love are looking pretty. Gaijin are still alive, but they're surrounded by both Unicorns of Love and Godsent.
Yeah, that's not going to be easy at all with those heavy hitters around them. As Eastern Stars, they still hold a good spot here. They already were looking and going on the hunt for more teams out there. as Panda, already up at 3 kills, find themselves getting a knock into one of the Black Spark players. Continue to spray on through the smokes as well. Game Lord have gone down. Next team to fall. Only 11 remain. And already, Miramar, it's got so close. It's got so crazy. Nexus's position could be huge if the circle does go towards them. They've got nice spots they can poke out and fight from.
They're going to have to deal with Eastern Stars first. If they can get rid of the team behind them, that will allow them to focus a little bit more up on towards the northern side. Dexter finds Octavian. That's a good start, but it's their only casualty, so they still have those 3 players up. And that's why I loved about Eastern Stars' control in the previous circle, right? They were able to get ahead of Game Lord, and that's a big part of the reason why Game Lord got wiped out. Panda is still controlling the southwestern side. They have Umbra a little bit up north, but this next circle shit is going to be integral because you got a road in play. Will the teams on the west have to cross the road? Essentially, yes, they will. Yes, they will.
Ooh. That was close. That was lucky. Black Sparks are gone, though. Panda just pushed on up, and I don't think they expected the players to be there, but it did not matter because the reactions were key and fast coming out of the Panda players. And Panda really looking to try and make up for how their first game went and try and find some success here on Miramar. Now Unicorns of Love are going to be getting engaged in a fight, and Gaijin, a team we criticized oh so heavily throughout the league play and the Super Weekends. Can they do something huge here and take down the Unicorns of Love? Already finding a knock onto a couple of players now. They're doing some big damage. Lord stepping up. Ked's going to look to try and come in and save the day. And he is going to start. He spots out Lord, but Lord, he pulls out the Uzi. He runs on round. Ked is able to get the knock in. Can he come in to save the day? More shots being hit. Ked is doing it all. Ked is picking up the kills. He's picking up the pieces. And he's putting the hurt onto Gaijin Seraphim. As only Coasty is still standing, more shots come out towards him, and he is being overwhelmed and run on down. Savage X will be knocked down, but Ked, 3 kills, beautiful plays, smart decision-making, and he saves the Unicorns of Love, but they now still need to get inside this circle.
Yeah, it stopped them from moving in, and indeed Ked was the savior of that team fight. Godsent, they have the north of the circle in play. That is knocked down to his knees. Panda, they may not be in the circle, but they're hoovering up the kills around them on their journey in. The crossroads they have to make as Umbra are going to be in their way. PRZ looking for the shack in play. That's going to allow them to put a little bit more pressure on Panda. While Umbra, they have Talon on the top of the hill overlooking Panda.
Sadly, the Unicorns of Love couldn't find their way in. It was going to be tough either way, as Eastern Stars are trying to gain that ground. Pushing on up through this, though, is not going to be easy. Dammy's also just shooting him in the back. At the same time, he's found 2 of them. Capahala now all alone. Oh, this is not looking good. Nexus, they had the great spot to fight from. They deal the damage, they finish him off, and Dammy's going to walk away with 2 kills out of nowhere, destroying Eastern Stars' chances in this, and his solo players crept through, and everyone was unaware of his position.
And look at Umbra right now. They're so confident they're even playing on towards the side of the road. GK first is the last player standing. Elicio, who's a solo for Lakonostra MVP, does find a knock onto one of the Nexus players, but his position might be a little bit exposed. Godsent, they are in prime position to take this game to a Miramar. They're prime position to grab this chicken dinner.
We'll have to wait and see if they can grab it on out as Panda. They've been fighting a long time. They've been trying to clean up everyone, but it's not going to work out this time around. A good amount of kills for sure. Top 6 in the lobby is...
Oh my God, Elicio
comes through. They were not ready. Another sneak attack. These solo players are dealing damage, and that's now up at 9 kills for his team. Oh, and he does serious damage to Talon. If he can get this, this would be insane. Elicio running on through. If he can play this right, all it takes is 1 more shot. There's no chance. And look, they're just dancing with each other. They're toying with the sound.
21
they're
bullets.
playing it so well. And all he needs to do is just land a couple of shots and he'll be able to take down Talon and Umbra. The revive, it was almost there. More shots coming out, and Talon, he's just hoping he can survive. He's trying to buy it as much time as possible. SLR. Oh, this is not ideal. More shots coming out, but Elicio, he can't play like this for too long. He needs to make a decision. He needs to go for it. Time is not on his side.
He has no more bullets. He has no more bullets in the M4. He's had to switch over to the SLR. Close range. He's stopping that revive from being pulled off. All the while, he's making noise. Nexus are going to be aware of that. Talon's trying to go for the revive, but he's being stopped. Eliseo is aware. Eliseo is aware.
Oh, and he just keeps stopping him. He's such a nuisance. This is terrifying and annoying for Umbra. Eliseo, you just got to go for it, my friend. Time to shine and make it happen. Talon runs on out, and the kills are going to be delivered. Lakonostra, they take down Umbra. 1 player left alive, and they're still up at 11 kills. Highest kill count in the lobby that's still alive. Equalizing on Panda's numbers, who dropped out just earlier. And you mentioned Godsent and their position. It's them and Nexus now going head-to-head on this. And look at the position from Vito. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful.
Last player lost bullet. Actually, no, I was going to say he's still alive, but he's been taken out. Lakonostra go down. We're left with our final 2 teams. It's a 4v3. Dexter, he has the flank angle position. He has a little bit of a dip in play, but he needs to push a bit more forward, right? He needs to stop Godsent from gaining control on that one side. If he doesn't do that, it's a sitting duck situation for Nexus.
Godsent just needs to play the numbers advantage and land the key shots. That's exactly what they're starting off with here. Damage being done, and Godsent, we mentioned what they can do on Miramar. Well, they came through and delivered in a big way going into game 2. And that is the confidence boost they certainly will love to have at the beginning here when we come into the finals.
10 kills, chicken dinner, well controlled across all circles from Godsent. The shifts weren't as volatile. They were able to really move around in the right way. Benefited by the fact that Unicorns of Love were kind of distracted by Gaijin, so that gave them a little bit more space to play in. But even the little things like taking down one of the Nexus players before they really pushed in on that position coming into the very late stages of the game was really integral to Godsent claiming that chicken dinner. From Nexus' side, let's be fair, the most consistent team in the lobby across the first 2 games, right?
Yes.
2 second place results. However, the final moments of that game, Dexter should have pushed forward. He should have been a little bit of a thorn in the side because he didn't make noise. Godsent were able to focus on the 2 other players from Nexus in towards that shack, and Dexter could do nothing because it was too late.
It was a lot of teams in this, right, that were ready to fight, willing to fight, and getting a bunch of kills throughout the game. But what was their undoing was how these kind of pushes came in at the end to get in, right? They end up fighting so much that they were too far back on the circle trying to push on in, and there were just more teams in a better position at that stage. I think Godsent played it perfectly, right? They probably heard and saw the shots that were going on from Unicorns of Love, and that was their perfect time to move on forward throughout all of it. But Lakonostra as well, they came through with a lot of kills. Even at the end, you're running out of bullets, you still managed to take down Umbra. Just these extra little points you can grab, and the way they're doing it is going to be huge when it comes to the later stages of the finals here, because games like this, right, can be a big difference in just a couple of points depending on if you can make it or not.
Yeah, it's all going to come down to those few points between 3rd and 4th. I've no doubt about that one, especially from what we've seen across the PMPL League stage. Yeah, Lost Bullet, it may not be the prettiest of ways to get 3rd, but it's a 3rd place nonetheless.
You'll take it.
Remember, they came in late on, I think it was phase 2 rotation, where one of their players got caught out by Destiny. And it really wasn't an ideal spot for them to be, and it wasn't an ideal rotation. But at the end of the day, they then stayed out of trouble. Godsent pushing onto Destiny, took them out. Godsent weren't really looking for Lost Bullet at that stage of the game. They were focused on their position then into the next circle, and it did allow Lost Bullet to get 3rd. Again, not the prettiest, but when you're talking about those points, when it comes back to what you said about just eking out what you can in these games, it was good from Lost Bullet.
It certainly was, right? And the only thing I would criticise in that game of what Lost Bullet did is that time they tried to push on up on Godsent was a little bit too late, and luckily Godsent just didn't want to fight him, you know? They disengaged, so I'm wondering if Lost Bullet would have even got that far had they actually had to take the fight against Godsent properly. But it's details like that where Godsent, they showed us how smart they can play as a team and as a unit with it. I actually thought, though, when Ked had pulled that off on the North for Unicorns of Love, I felt like that was going to be the chance for them to come back into it, you know, and have a time for them to push in a big way. But sadly, they were just too far away and they got picked off too easily. They'd obviously been so damaged up that it just wasn't great for them.
And for Unicorns of Love, let's be fair, that was not a good fight from them. It wasn't. They're a really strong team, and every player can stand out, but it shouldn't be relied upon for that one player to get that clutch moment. To be fair, especially against Gaijin.
Yes.
It was a poor fight, despite them winning it.
That is an awkward one for sure. It's one they'll be able to look over, but it's also one the analyst desk will be looking over in just a few moments to have a look at all the Miramar madness that went on in Game 2. We'll see you in just a few.
Welcome back, everyone, as we finish off our second match of 6 today. Yes, you heard me right. There's 6 matches in total today. If you didn't join us earlier on, that's what's going to be happening every single day of the finals. But we're only 1/3 of the way through because 2 out of 6 is 1/3. Max, I taught you something a little bit there. We did have Godsent take a victory here in a fantastic fashion as well. But again, Polaris, Max's mind is just... Nexus, another top tier, or a great finish out of them.
Yeah, very, very nice to see. They had a decent spot in the circle. Happy to kind of see them kind of holding down these positions. And again, I think that what they've kind of taken from league play into now this final is that their spread in that formation when they get a good position is very, very good as well. You've seen kind of them almost employing the box formation here whilst they're kind of greeting on some
a little
teams.
song.
That's
Box
I mean,
formation.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. I'm doing Froz a good old solid there, and yeah, Nexus is employing that well.
Yeah. Also, I would say that they're not playing edge that much, and I think that them actually trying to go central a lot more just enables that playstyle a lot more coming into these games. So that shift from playing edge to actually playing a little bit more central, I think has been helping them a lot. Like another great game, 19 points coming their way once more. Nexus on absolute high, and I want to see more. I want to see more Nexus. Keep it going.
Is Nexus first place in the finals at the moment?
Maybe.
Can I spoil you or not? I could. Maybe.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Sure.
Yes, they are.
Wow. I mean, again, like, I know people who are maybe tuning in are like, oh, why are they being so harsh on Nexus, or why is it so surprising they're, you know, getting these kind of finishes? Because this team didn't get a single chicken dinner in the entire event. They didn't really show any big performances when it came throughout the entire event either, even in the Super Weekend. So it's great to see that maybe they themselves were saving something coming into the finals. Right. And I want to see if they can continue this momentum, because Romania, this is a fantastic team to bring forward, as we talked about Easter Stars as well, to have this, you know, team to represent the region.
Yeah, I mean, at the very beginning of the tournament, I thought that maybe, you know, this for Romania men to be able to kind of push them on into now NEXUS Gaming was able to make something happen. The one potential downfall is, though, is that you say they haven't got chicken dinner yet. And in these 2 games, they're still yet to. That could potentially be their downfall down the line in terms of being able to round games out against some of the teams that might put up multiple chicken dinners through the tournament, and thus get that kind of higher, you know, peaks and troughs overall compared to just a normal average. But we'll see.
Yeah. Well, here's our second page. I did want to mention Lakonostra MVP with, I think it was 21 points. You get a big step up out of this team, who we saw didn't play in the 3rd week of Super Weekend. But Max, I'm sorry. Clash.
I misclicked. I turned it back on. Okay.
Game 2. Stop toggling that curse, man.
That's all. Hey, on and off every single time. We'll see what's going to happen next game on Sanhok. But yeah, Clash was an unfortunate one that they dropped, and MZ instantly died at the hands of Gaijin, I believe it was, very, very early on, right after the drop. And I want to mention, no, other than these teams that are on the bottom side, I think something very interesting to mention for these 2 last games. These playing paths have been horrendous. They have not been fun. They've been forcing teams very close to each other very early on into the game, and especially when you have that happen on Miramar, where teams like to be very, very spread, that kind of creates a situation where some teams that don't typically die very early, such as Polaris, QLASH, even Destiny from time to time, get clustered around very quickly. So I would like to see a better playing path come into the next few games because this has not been too easy to play around.
I like how you're not asking for a team to step up. You're asking for the playing path to step up and do better.
Please be nice.
Alicio, all right. Yeah, we got to talk about it real quick, Max. I know you wanted to talk about him specifically in a little play he had up against Team Umbra.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. So that was actually a play where Umbra actually snatched away the shed away from, I believe it was Nano, the last player of UDR at the time. And Alicio was actually stopping Talon from getting the res on one of his teammates. And he just did so by, I think at the start you'd done it with a Skull and M4. He had an AR that he was playing for, and he was trying to get some jump shots to make sure Talon was not going to get the res. And last second he was out of ammo, and he started doing jump shots with an SLR through the window. So if you guys played a little bit of PUBG Mobile, you might know that SLR jump shots, they're not that precise, okay? They're not that easy to land. But just the fact he was playing that mental game to make sure Talon was not going to get that res was exactly what he needed. And then he went for the push last second. It was close, but got the kill and eliminated the rest of Umbra. I think that was a good showcase of Alicio not being too overzealous, and it worked out just fine at the end. So big step up from him.
Oh, man. Okay. You know, Polaris, I talked about Nexus. They had about 900 damage, and I think it was about 7 kills in match 1. And here they step up and get almost 1,900 damage with 7 kills. So they can kind of do it all here, which is phenomenal.
Yeah, the big double up. I'm okay with that in terms of the damage coming out from them. As said, they had a really good formation to be able to hold off teams coming in. Godsent is another team, though, as well, that I think in terms of how they were able to play out this game and how we've seen them progress from league play to Super Week to then now finals. Really good numbers put up by them as well, which I'm sure we may be able to take a little look at.
Well, maybe we're going to do it right now, actually, because we were talking about, you know, how consistent Godsent were being over the course of our Super Weekends, especially when it came to week 2 and 3, where they got 165 points each weekend. But let's take a look at their stats so far here compared to their stats over the course of those 2 Super Weekends. Now, obviously, it is just 2 matches, so it's not going to be as determining as it would be if they played, you know, out 5, 10 matches, etc. But it is a good indicator, at least at the moment, that Godsent are matching and beating the pace from the 2 Super Weekends.
Currently, they're in second position so far, right behind Nexus, despite Nexus, you know, got himself 2 second positions back-to-back. But Godsent, this is the team that we wanted to see at the very start of this PMPL. A little bit of a slow start on week 1, especially, I would say, but then they kicked it back into gear, you know, they put the, as I would say, the medal to the pedal. And things are looking just a lot better now because they actually...
man.
Hey, you know, we're going to get some good branding. We're going to get some merch out there soon for the PMPL, man. It's going to look great. Hey, we're going to be together. It's going to be fantastic. But now they're actually just playing central. They're playing aggressive. This is the Godsent I was expecting to see, and they just do not disappoint in any way, shape, or form. This is the Godsent that I want to see play every single time because they are aggressive. They're a superhero team when it comes down to European kind of PUBG Mobile esports action, and I think that they are now just leaning into that fully, especially in the finals where you need to be confident, and they are looking super confident, especially in that last game.
Yeah, I think there's any questions out there wondering, can they kind of maintain the performance and the pace they set for themselves in week 2 and 3? I think we potentially have our answers so far, but also a team that we've already been talking about quite a bit today that might be setting a new pace for themselves, NEXUS. Again, we're going to have to talk about them, and maybe we'll talk about them all day long if they keep performing like this, which I'd be very happy to do, considering this team, again, just to reiterate what I mentioned before, has not been able to kind of show them as being in the potential to pushing top 3 or to potential pushing like even our top 8 because they were generally always on our second page of our overall standings. But we've had Dexter this time, as we saw in our top players. He had a good step up again. He had some decent damage done where previously it was Rana in match 1. And I'm wondering, can they continue this direction?
I guess I'll call them a mini Panda for the tournament so far. I mean, they haven't quite put up Panda numbers just yet. It's baby Panda. But Dexter, of course, in terms of like how he was compared to some of the other players, I would say he's like a GK first compared to the other players at the beginning for a Panda. Nexus here, Dexter was definitely that person, but it really does feel like in these first 2 games, there's been a pretty big step up, not only from the positional play, but how they're greeting other players to the zone that they are then controlling, which is then resulting in the numbers that we're seeing here, Max.
It especially talks about their position and how they like to spread a little bit wider coming into the late game. That is the reason why you see that average time just jump up drastically. Even though there was a little bit of a weird one into game number 1, but it worked out great in that last game on Miramar. And I think that how they spread and how they seem a lot more confident is great. I even had an entire segment dedicated to potentially some of the Romanian teams for the pre-show. Didn't have time to get into it too quickly, but when you look on all these world stage tournaments, you're looking back on the PMGC, the league stage, the PMWLs. When you look at European teams specifically, you see CIS teams, team from Turkey too, is Class DA. And other than that, really, the European teams haven't really been able to shine too much on the international stage. And I think that if there's one country that has the chance of creating so much talent for these big events that are about to come at the end of this year, I think Romania is one of the big countries for that. You look at your Eastern Stars and now how NEXUS Gaming has been able to improve. I think Romania is going to be the next kind of big selling country when it comes down to creating big talent for the European scene. So I want to see more from Romania, and they've been able to do so today. So I'm really hyped to see Romania rise up like this.
Yeah, and I'm hyped to see if they can continue to do this as we head into our third match. We'll take a look at the schedule yet again to remind you guys of what's to come up next. And of course, it's going to be on to the humid and moist map of... Max, you there?
Why?
Max? Okay. Just checking. Just checking you're still there.
You were waiting for the
Sanhok.
reaction, yeah.
I was waiting for it. And then we have Erangel, Miramar, Sanhok once again. Boys, I haven't asked you for predictions just yet, but I want to ask you for predictions now that we have two matches done. I'm curious, who you guys think is going to take this match and potentially why?
I know who you're going to go for.
Easy. I know you want me to say Destiny, but there's a second that I'm going to say. Yeah, exactly. So the thing is that either a Destiny or a Panda here need to step up right now. This is a great map for them to be able to do it on. Destiny especially, we know that they've been able to control the way that they have been on Sanhok, so let's see it happen here.
Okay. I was going to do like a 3-2-1 say the team, but no, I'm going to go with Destiny. I think they're going to be the one. Like they showed you just so consistent on that map. I think it was like, what was it, 6 wins, I think, on Sanhok alone throughout the entirety of this past 3 weeks. So I'm going to go with Destiny. I think it's the obvious choice here.
Well, I mean, Destiny haven't been performing too well today, I will say that. So I'm not sure if it's the right choice, but you know what? I respect the reasoning behind it, Max. If I were to think of who I potentially could see taking this one, I'm kind of leaning towards Godsent a little bit for some reason. I'm not sure why, and I'm not sure we'll see a double chicken dinner within a day of play here, at least in the first day of the finals. So, knowing that, I kind of want to lean towards Gaijin Seraphim. I don't know why. Just a part of me. Part of me deep down is thinking that they can maybe do it. Now, I know it's maybe a little bit of a long shot, but if I'm right, you guys are going to be like, what? Crazy. We're seeing a little bit of highlights here out of NEXUS. Maybe we can talk about them. Actually, no, let's talk about maybe... I don't know. I'm going to leave it up to you guys, because the thing is, we've only had 2 matches played, right? And we've had some wonky zones. I'm not going to use the word Max used. What would you guys like to talk about in terms of teams? What are you seeing that's like, you know, highs or lows here?
That is an important thing to take away from these 2 first games, right? The playing paths have not been great for these teams to be able to access where they want to go straight away. And then from that point on, we've seen circles be hard to deal with, and then also hard shifts come into play. So for teams that maybe, like if you take Panda, for example, on this Miramar, that where you're used to seeing them being able to pop off in general, they end up in that fight with the UDR killers. That slows them down on rotation. Even though they win out the fight and have 3 alive, that still slows down your potential to eventually get to those circles later on. And for a team like Panda, we know that they're capable, very, very capable indeed. So I still think these teams will show up like Panda, like Destiny. It's just that these first 2 games have been a bit rough.
Yeah, I mean, when you come back to Sanhok again, you talked about the playing path. It's Sanhok. It's a very small map. It's a 4x4. Yeah. The playing path very rarely will be that influential in how teams are going to be able to drop. Of course, it just allows you to get to your drop location a little bit faster, so I think we'll be fine. But as we're talking about a few teams, I want to mention one team that I think potentially also could have a very fair shot. You know, we talked about the Godsent, we talked about the Destinies. I think that Black Spark could do really well, because we talked about the trifecta being so strong. If the circle, of course, leans towards that trifecta area, they play and rotate really well from that position. So I would say Black Spark, given the right circumstance, they could pull off a really strong game here.
Well, on that note of the right circumstance, we did actually see them put up on social media today, and actually had a couple players reach out to send it to us directly, talking about how they're not able to play with their in-game leader today. Another player, unfortunately, I believe it was his cousin, passed away, and he also has to work as well. And another player can't attend because he has exams. So they're having a little bit of a struggle when it comes to their solid roster of being able to put forth here into the finals. So I think there's a lot of extra pressure on their shoulders, but you know, if they can put up some decent results, it's got to be a lot of momentum of like, guys, yeah, we can do this. We can pull this off. We can still, you know, make top 3, because the start of the day hasn't been too kind.
And we have seen teams, Jason, of course, be very successful with their substitute players, and I think that's one thing that is a really cool aspect here in PUBG Mobile. The fact that, you know, we've seen like Black Sparks, for example, have Banger kind of step in and being able to put up the numbers when needs be. We've seen other subs on other teams be able to kind of do exactly the same. So having a deeper roster than just 4-man, especially for these things, given maybe unforeseen circumstances, is very important indeed.
Yeah, let's actually take a look at our top 10 fraggers so far. I believe within only our finals. I'm imagining we're going to see a couple of players up there we never would have expected. Well, there you go. Rana and Dexter actually 7 and 6, but at least, you know, he had all 6 of those kills from the last match, if I'm not mistaken, Max. So not a bad start for him.
Yeah, it's great because it talks about Dexter always being that step-in player and then like the mini GK first almost, but Rana's going to be be up there. Yes. What have you seen?
Not here though. Right? We have
no GK first.
No GK first. We have no Fresh. We have no Kapahala, no Athis. Like, we're missing a lot of like the big names that we saw week in and week out in league play.
Yeah,
I think they'll come
Eastern
back.
Stars, I'm not surprised. I do agree, though. I think the Eastern Stars will come back, but Eastern Stars, I've been a little bit surprised by how they've been rotating really late. They haven't been trying to go too central. And Destiny, I mean, Destiny, we haven't seen anything coming up from them. And Ked, the main reason why you've seen him on this top page, Fragger, is because of that amazing 1v3 he had actually up against the push from Gaijin Seraphim back on that last game on Miramar from the northern side. I think that is, if he didn't have that good of a fight, it could have actually just been no Unicorns of Love players up here whatsoever. But Kalimos, back to him. Great to see him step in actually when Azza is not actually going to be playing for the first 3 matches of every single day of these finals. So I want to see Kalimos try and get a little bit more because he hasn't really showed up last game at all. He just showed up in that first game. So I want to see QLASH rise up a little bit more potentially, even though, as we know, Sanhok is not their best map. So I'm not expecting too big of a change on game 3.
You know, Mr. Klarsman,
That's me.
what that is you. One thing we haven't talked about at all, I think, over the course of this entire day here, I think we should maybe touch on really quickly, is going to be Lost Bullet. This team didn't qualify for the 3rd Super Weekend. They almost didn't qualify. If Scrim Farm didn't get disqualified, I feel like they actually would have been knocked out of top 16. I'm expecting some big things out of them because they've had 4 days off that every team has had, but they also had the Super Weekend off. And if I can do my math correctly, that's 7 days plus the 1 day in between the Super Weekend League play. That's 8 days total, 8, that they've been able to refine their play and look at what went right, what went wrong for their team, and then come into the finals, hopefully a better team. We see Danny there already up to, you know, a decent amount of kills, I think around 4 or 5. But this team, I feel like, has everything they needed, like the rest days and everything to get ready for the finals. And I'm wondering if they are going to be one of those teams to cause problems for everyone else.
For sure. I mean, the fact that Dami was able to salvage some points in this previous game is very, very nice indeed for them. And given the first game on Erangel, they took up residency in the compound west of farm, north of that farm road that kind of we're used to seeing people take up as a strong position. But unfortunately, the circle didn't play out that well for them. Now, if the circle plays out any other direction than it's shifting down that kind of southeast way that it did, they make up a lot more points in that Erangel game. So, as you say, it's nice to see them have this little step up here, considering that they didn't get to play that last Super Weekend. And we're probably sweating bullets, as you mentioned this week.
Hey, you said, Jason, they almost did not qualify. It feels like back in Pirate of the Caribbean's like, oh, your team almost didn't qualify. But we did qualify. We did make it in. And I think this is very interesting because now they're currently in 5th position in the overall ranking. So they have been able to actually frag out in pretty decent ways. So I think that Lost Bullet could be a big surprise. I still think it's early to say because it was still very early on in the tournament into these finals. So I want to see a little bit more. But it's a good start. It's a very strong start from them.
Okay, well, it's been a strong start from us as well here on the desk. I want to let you two go because it's time to bring in our commentators as our 3rd match is ready to go over on Sanhok. So I'll see you two in a little bit of time. Don't miss me too much. And let's bring in Banks and Imperium, who I've missed greatly, as they're going to be joining us back in here in the virtual world. And Imperium, he's looking happy. Banks is looking swole. And it looks like you two are ready to go. What other teams that we haven't mentioned here? I'm going to throw this one over to you, Imperium. Do you think are starting to look good here? In my head, Game Lord was looking pretty decent in the last match.
Game Lord a little bit. Lakonostra though. Let's be fair, Lakonostra, they've looked pretty solid. Their rotations in game 1, I think, were really good, just kind of bamboozled by the circle shifts. In game 2, they did play fairly well, especially with Alicia clutching against Umbra. So coming into game 3, I'm going for Lakonostra MVP as a team that can shine out here.
And definitely, you know, when it comes to Sanhok, it's certainly possible. It's very up in the air. It's very crazy. It's like we'd love to see it go down, mate. But I do want to see a bit more from our boys on Destiny, you know, because we're always talking about them. We're always saying what they can try and do here. But these slower starts that they have, this is not the time that you can have a slower start, you know. We're already at the halfway mark in terms of games, and it's time for them to shine in a big way. But it's not going to be easy. Everyone's coming out. Everyone's getting more warmed up. Everyone's starting to hit that little bit heavier. And I just love when we get to this stage, because this is like the final form, the final evolution of all these teams across the PMPL. It's time for them to bring their absolute A game, and we got, okay, it is Sanhok, but we got a fair play, you know. It's very normal for us. For us, this is new.
It's true. It's a legitimate thing that Maxon brought up about the playing paths in the first two games being quite hard for the teams to deal with. This game number 3 is a lot easier, despite the Sanhok map being generally easier to get to anyway. And I know the analyst desks, you know, analyst desk highlighted Destiny, Panda, even Godsent as well. But I'm looking at Unicorns of Love, right? They're a team that perform really strongly in Sanhok. This Phase 1 circle is, for the most part, on that mainland, so it gives them a much more stability when it comes to controlling their position in this Phase 1. And despite them having a little bit of an unpleasant fight against Gaijin in the Miramar game, it is quite obvious that when they get on a roll, when they get in that aggressive, controlling nature, very little can stop them.
Yeah, and that they're hard to deal with, right? And that's the part we always got to look at when it comes to this.
Yeah.
I'm also going to be looking at Clash, right? Because you remember the game we had during the Super Weekend, where Clash were just ravaging multiple teams and going for big fights, feeling very confident. And the fact that, okay, yes, they had the Erangel game that was obviously the craziest one, that it didn't work out too well for them when it came to Miramar. They've been able to sit there, they've been able to have a good bit of time to rest, think, and you may go, oh, it's never ideal to go out early on. There is some positive you can take from it, you know, especially when you're playing out so many games. So I'm going to see what they're going to be able to pull up into this one for sure. And I'm glad you like Jason mentioned Game Lord with it, because okay, maybe they're not like there was so much as a sleeper team, but they've definitely been able to play, I'd say, a step above what we saw before from these guys, right? I would say that towards the end of PMPL, we're certainly looking better for them. We're seeing them get a bit more confident. I remember in the opening weeks, we were constantly saying to them, like, okay, you can't just sit there, like, you've actually got to try and fight a bit more. They are starting to do that now, right? They are starting to take a bit more control where possible. So let's just work out how it's all going to go down. We know how close it is to start things off with here. And Gaijin, remember, I will be very fair on this, that we heavily criticised them to even the fact that they were here, you know. But if they can turn it around when it matters most, then no one can say anything bad about them, right? You can't sit there and complain about it.
Exactly. You can turn around and go ifs and buts, were candies and nuts, and look here, look there. At the end of the day, they're in the finals. They have a chance to prove themselves, and they have these at least remaining 16 games to do it, and that deserves respect in itself. They're well positioned inside this Phase 1 on the western side of Quarry. What I like is that they've dropped as a full squad together compared to previous games, whether it's Sanhok, Miramar or Erangel, where they split drop and maybe lose a player early on. They are realizing that, hey, stability in terms of being together, looting together is the biggest strength that we can do for our early game. And they don't really need to move. It's important that they do kind of move a little bit to get a bit of information and try to create a form of control inside this Phase 1. For the most part, they don't have to move. The team that really has to move is probably Panda in my eyes, because right now, they're down on the coastline of the Southwest Island, but as we get further into Phase 1 and the Blue Zone closing in, they're going to have the likes of Lakonostra MVP close by in the mainland. They're going to potentially have Clash around that area, Gaijin in themselves, potentially even Black Sparks. The entry point across the river, should they choose to in Phase 1, could be quite difficult.
Yeah, because normally, right, with Panda, they decide to stick around for quite some time down here. They don't rotate early in on Sanhok. Then they come across normally around Camp Charlie and work their way up through it. But a couple of times they've been caught where some teams have been making their way down south and coming onto them. I remember they had the battle with Clash that one time and another battle with Destiny as well. So they've just got to be aware of everything that's going on around them. But again, it's Panda. You never really need to worry about them. We're talking about them enough times in here. We look at the Polaris right now. Like, I'm just going to bring the standings back up just so I can make sure. Right now, They are sat there with a total of 4 points. Now, okay, it's only the opening couple of games. You can give them a little leeway with it, but I'm very keen to see if they're going to be able to bring up the performance that got them back into this. You know, when there was a chance that we would say that they may have not even made it this far.
That's true, but you know, we can reference what the teams have done across the PMPL so far, but at the end of the day, this is the finals, and the pressure we've touched upon it previously. The pressure is so hard to deal with, and that could be what's stopping Polaris from pulling out the kind of results that they did in the last Super Weekend. Just the mental strain, just the pressure of it all. You know, maybe not communicating as strongly, being a little bit out of position. Plus, when they're getting into the lobby of the top 16 teams that have qualified for this final, any single mistake is more likely going to be punished. You are going to be punished. You step any way out of line, and your head's getting popped off.
Well, that's exactly what it looks like Dexter may try and do eventually. Nexus, as we mentioned, the most consistent team so far. Okay, it's only been across 2 games, but if they can deliver here once again on Sanhok, then it starts to get very interesting how this is all going to be panning out. They're 8 points ahead of Godsent, who's sat in second place for now. Everyone else is more towards being closer at that stage. But Nexus, they've come to play, and they've saved themselves to deliver on the opening day. I'm excited to see what they can do going forward.
I'm glad Kyleris brought up the point about their lack of chicken dinners and super weekends, because it is something we all strive for consistency for these teams. We all look for it. But closing out those games is really a massive part of coming out on top in a tournament. Short format, long format, doesn't matter. Being able to close out those games is important. So Nexus, that's their next challenge. They can be as consistent as they want, but when you have the likes of Godsent, QLASH, Panda, Destiny breathing down their necks in taking the chicken dinners away, getting those extra placement points along with more kill points, Nexus should definitely worry if they don't close out games in this first day at least.
Yeah, because it's a different mentality when you go into it, right? You can be fighting, you can be taking up some of the other teams when the lobby's bigger. But when it comes into that moment, if you've been dwindling on numbers or you've not been able to hold on to some utility or the meds you needed because you've been fighting so much, there's teams that have a different approach to how they go into that last engagement, right, to finish off a team. And you've got to be able to figure out exactly how you want to get it done. And also, it's the extra stress when it comes to you, like, oh, so close, we can try and get this. And
exactly.
Things can start to slip away quite quickly out of your fingers, quite literally when it comes to playing PUBG Mobile.
Eastern Stars rotated quite early, realizing that they have Polaris to the north, UDR to the south. So getting ahead of both those teams is going to bear very, very well for them coming into mid parts of the game. They're on that northeastern edge of Quarry, so they even get information more towards the center part of this phase on where Nexus and Black Sparks currently lie. Panda now starting to rotate, but they will have to deal with the potential Destiny side. What I like about Destiny not going for rotation this game is because they know that more teams now land on the eastern side because UDR killers are in the mix of this super weekend, right? So when you have 3 teams on the eastern coastline, just that kind of rotation has a much higher chance of not paying off for you. Yeah, you might catch them out. You might be able to grab a kill or 2, but I don't know. I feel like it isn't worthwhile, and that's what they feel. And I think it's going to work out for them a little bit more heavily. Umbra, they're pulling off a scrim farm rotation, and I don't know how likely that's going to work out for them.
Yeah, considering, like, their way into the circle is very easy. It's not heavily contested. Okay, they should have some information of what's in front of them as well, but we'll have to wait. We'll have to see what they're going to decide of it all. Maybe they're just trying to bide their time as much as possible. As the next circle does pop, we go out towards the west and a little bit down south, and Destiny and Panda still find themselves within it. Panda have gone for the rotation that is, again, ever predictable. It is Panda here. They will find themselves out more towards Camp Charlie.
Yeah.
But it's where they want to go next, right? Do they go across now early on and make their way through, or do they hold on to their ground? Because I was very interested to see if Destiny and Panda would clash this early on. That's like 2 big teams that I expect amazing plays from. especially going head-to-head like that and a little 1v1, well, team 1v1 in that sense, would be interesting for me. I'd enjoy it, but neither the teams would, because they're so good that definitely they'd be losing some players on either side.
Destiny are going to actually go into Painam, which I find interesting. It's a good stopgap, but I wouldn't recommend that they stay there for the most part. Lakonostra MVP are really going to have to control their position on the hill above Painan. GSG worries me because they opted to keep 3 of their players in boot camp, and I talked about that the fear of staying in boot camp, you know, past phase 1 for GSG in the past. It's only going to become harder for them because of that shift to the west. You're going to have Game Lord, Godsent, you know, Nexus potentially coming in around, and plus Lost Pulla on that boot camp hill will put them under pressure.
Now, we've mentioned both these teams for different reasons in Gaijin and Black Sparks. They'll have a battle between themselves for now. The Black Sparks players getting a couple players knocked on down. Buja needs to be careful. He's so pushed up on his own here that, like, there's not going to be any cover fire or any teammates coming to save him straight away if he does end up getting knocked. While Black Sparks have got the time here to pull off the revives, and more shots being taken there. And this time it's on some of the Lakonostra players. So Gaijin, okay, you may have lost a player already. You've got Lord knocked, but they're fighting out here. They're willing to take the shots, and they're keeping their eyes and wits about them to look around at it all going down.
At the end of the day, when you take shots, you're making noise and you're alerting the attention of teams around you. So don't get tunnel vision, Gaijin. Doing a good job of holding back Black Sparks. Even for the most part, did a good job of getting a counter knock on to Alicia of Lakonostra MVP. And now as they look to try and reposition around, Black Sparks are still going to continue to put the pressure on. Luffy's going to get knocked down. Daddy finds Bujo though, so that third party is still in play. Kossi behind that rock is going to have to be aware of that.
Yeah, this is problematic for them, right? Because not only are they just looking out at the fight in front of them, they know they're too far exposed. There's no cover, no smokes, a rock high behind. Also, Lakonostra will deliver some shots and potential kills. And they certainly have pulled off the kills today, that's for sure. And there you go, another knock comes through. Toasty out in the open, nearly gets finished off, and then he'll go down. That was a quick one. That's the point. Anytime they poke on out, look at the eyes, look at the focus here from Lakonostra. It's like, yeah, guys, go on, just keep fighting each other. We'll knock you back down and we'll put an end to it. We'll actually get the finish off in there. And poor Lord, well, he's all alone. He needs the Lord on his side. That may not even be enough when it comes to 2 teams looking out for him.
And I did say Lakonostra MVP had to be controlling on their position above Painan. It's kind of what they're doing. You know, picking up a kill here, picking up a knock there. It's important, just pushing teams back. They might have Panda breathing down their necks with the noise that they have been making. Destiny did indeed use Painan as a stopgap as they made their way into that mainland. Phase 3 is going to show up. Umbra still in the blue. Godsent have a 3-1 split between the coastline of the mainland and that northwest island. That's a shift up north. The mainland is mainly in play, and we are still looking at a potential boot camp finish. One thing that I noticed earlier on, by the way, is that Unicorns of Love did indeed take down Kamara of GSG Europe, who was outside of boot camp. Fortunately, that's GSG's own fault. You either commit to boot camp or you don't commit to it as a full team, in my eyes, with that kind of circle that we've seen so far.
Now they find themselves just lacking a player, lacking the chance to fight back in a good way. And if more teams start to come towards their position with this circle shift, they're going to need to be ready for it. Umbra, though, I am going to be very interested to know if any teams are expecting them to be coming in this late, if they can maybe sneak attack someone at any point here, because they are finally out of the blue. It has happened. They've got there. They've taken that damage up as much as possible, and they'll be looking to find their way into the circle real soon. But it'll be Game Lord they'll likely meet onto first, as Eastern Stars and Polaris looking to meet up again. What's this? All games, they've at least had one battle against each other at this point. They're like magnets to each other here trying to find the fights. But Eastern Stars will certainly need to be careful. I like this from Kapahala. Slightly more split away from the rest of the team. He's proned on down. And now they're going to all just get into position and get ready for it, because I think they've heard the footsteps of Polaris from here. As Aphis wants to try and deliver some damage with the nade. But right now, he doesn't quite have the read on where Polaris are going. Polaris have bypassed the slippery snakes of Eastern Stars before a fight could even happen.
The spread is now starting to be formed from Polaris. Itachi is holding on to that side angle, looking down the hill, using the rocks to his advantage. That's why I think Eastern Stars are still biding their time. proning and snaking their way up that hill. We do see PRZ and Game Lord starting the battle. And this is where it comes through. Game Lord had a nice spread, but it's not enough to contain the monsters within that are. Umbra coming in from the blue. They've used that to empower themselves. Despite Talon getting knocked down, they do have the better of this team fight so far. The players from Umbra that are inside the combat, in my opinion, you need to get out of there, Naruto and Pro Lord. You need to make your way up and support the rest of your team.
Yeah, I'm not a fan so far of Umbra's positioning, because it started off so well. There was something they could have pushed on. Yes, okay, you found Leno, she's gone down. You got to knock on to Victor, but that's your time to strike as a team and push further on forward. Instead, now they're taking some time to revive one of their players. Well, at the same time, it's going to allow Victor to get back up, and now you're on more of an even footing. Okay, it's not a direct 4v4, but this is still something that Game Lord can win, because they have been hitting shots today.
A chance to make it a 4v2 fight, simple as that, and that hasn't come through. The reset somewhat from Game Lord has been made possible. Umbra still respecting, though, the fact that they have been able to grab a kill for that, so I will give them that. Coming into the next circle shift, Godsent have had all 4 players sent across now, so the full squad is on the coastline of the mainland. Knowing that they can't get backstabbed from behind will give them a little bit more confidence. Circle leads down south, away from boot camp. It's going to be hard to deal with for the teams up north. Unicorns love have a nice entry point around the eastern side, but UDR crashing in on the Lakonostra MVP.
And UDR, they have been true killers, living up to their name, but Lakonostra have looked good throughout the games so far. They can battle back, that's going to be key. As Polaris and these stars sit on the kill feed, they have actually joined up and finally taken the fight. And now this is where the madness starts to hit. We're at phase 4, more teams getting closer in towards each other. The circle's gone away from boot camp and down towards the south. As multiple fights are taking place across all of Sanhok now. And the flurry of frags will soon begin. Eastern Stars, the first team to be eliminated here, and Polaris are the ones to do it. This is the clash I'm going to be looking forward to seeing.
Nice.
Hit Sebi again. Sebi's on point, man. That's twice now we've seen him pull these kind of kills off. But is it going to be enough as Danny runs on down? He's going to get the revivals, popped his first aid at the same time.
Oh, no, don't go for
this. Is a risk. Will's low, man. Will's super low.
Yeah, I know.
Danny's full health. Will is low. Thank God he's using the first aid kit now. I'm happy to see it. But Sebi, he's made some noise now. He'll be aware they're close. The numbers can work out here for Lakonostra. Alessio doesn't have the health just yet. We'll have to get the first aid kit popped off. The Sebi, he wants to deal some big damage, but he's not going to be able to do it this time around. Lakonostra, they're hitting the shots. They're delivering exactly what's needed. Straight in with a finish off, picking up more kills as well. And UDR only have Pocus remaining. He's going to get... Oh, he's not finished off yet. Low on health. Will just take down one player. Get himself a kill at least. And okay, Lakonostra, you could have dealt with that a tiny bit better. I would like to see them stick together when it was a 3v1, but...
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a bit of a meh fight for me.
It was a meh. Mistakes all around from both sides.
Yeah.
In the end, Lakonostra, although they won, didn't have to lose a player. Game Lord push in through boot camp. I get it, but I don't agree with it. GSG have caught them off guard for that. Just Victor left standing. Gaijin go down. Unicorns love have a nice spread on the northeastern side of the circle, while Destiny and Black Sparks hold on to compounds well inside this phase. Umbra still dealing with the pressure, but in from behind, they take down Lakonostra MVP. And I gotta say, there's something about Umbra's rotations in these first 3 games. They did it in Erangel, where they went from the west all the way over to the east. They've kind of done the same in this game, going from the north all the way down to the south. It's working. It's giving them a couple of kills.
Yeah.
I don't like the confidence around it.
They've changed up a bit, right? They're now going for longer rotations. They're going to go for some extra potential placement points in it rather than just picking up the kill points. We often found them throughout the league play, going into fights, not coming out on top, struggling throughout the games. This time around, they've got a different game plan. They're sticking to it, and they've shown it throughout these first opening 3 games. As this circle's gone now into the hugely beneficial position for Destiny. They are going to be sitting pretty for now.
But Godsent are to the west, along with Lost Bullets, who've had a pretty good game, Lost Bullets. Let's give them credit. They missed the final Super Weekend. They somewhat scraped into the finals because of that. Whereas coming into the finals, they're looking like a much stronger team. It seems like they've used those extra days off to work on themselves.
And that's what it's all about. They did have a couple of extra days off, and then they had to bring their absolute best to the table when it came to this. There's Destiny, Godsent, Lost Bullet, all round each other here. Godsent went to try and take the fight against Lost Bullet, but Destiny started to shoot down on him. It's a much needed smoke as well, right? That's what we were just talking about, where Destiny took the shots out towards Godsent. They want to make sure they're covered just a little bit more. But Lost Bullet, if they want, can just go into this fight against Godsent at any point. And Godsent, they're very stuck together. There's so many players close. Clever from up high, shooting down from the watchtower. That's exactly what I want to see happen here. Not if you're a Godsent fan, though, because you're being picked to pieces. But Lost, they're stepping up and they're just spraying out through this smoke, trying to find some kills. Marley pops the energy drink, wants to potentially try and save this one, but I think this is far too difficult. Lost Bullet are all over him, and then Destiny is right to the side.
Yeah, they go up high, they're in the path of Lost Bullet. They go down low, they're in the path of Destiny to have a compound and play. Game Lord go down. We did also lose Nexus at the hands of Umbra on a side note. So Umbra are picking up a couple of kills, and the leader of the lobby are out in this game early. I talked about Unicorns of Love. They still have 4 players up, 3 kills on board, looking to take down Black Sparks. They have the advantage of the blue, but Ked is on his own. He's going to get knocked down. Yes, he does.
But there will be no confirmed just yet. Ked wants to try and back away. Unicorns of Love pushing on forward to try and deal some more damage onto these other Black Sparks players that are within it. Panda still down on the southern side of the circle as well, and now they can start to fan out and push on forward. But Unicorns of Love, they know they need to deal with these Black Spark players before they make it. Want to get some extra kills up on there, but more of their players are being knocked down, and Unicorns of Love, they will finally deal with Black Sparks, but 2 players knocked is problematic for him, to say the least.
And Talon, the sneaky snake, last player standing for Umbra, might be looking to take advantage of that one. Lost Bullet have been able to move down the hill. They're going to take the fight against Destiny.
Good push down, but Destiny were ready for it. Ready and waiting, and it's very quick from Destiny. Instant eliminations, 4 kills achieved, and the dream is still on. The circle may have shifted away from him, but it's not gone that far. Marley still in the blue, just healing on up, trying to play the long game and get as many extra placement points as possible. As Aegon, oh no. He'll be finished off. Fresh is now all alone. It is 7 kills here for Unicorns of Love. That's good on its own. But Fresh, he knows the moment he steps out from behind this rock, someone's going to be looking at him. And both him and Talon, they are pinned down. The big fight on our hands now is going to be Panda taking on Godsent. But Destiny, sorry. But Destiny have 4 of their players up with it.
Oh,
Panda only have 3 with 1 currently not. Fresh getting rid of 1, wants to take some more shots. He's going to try, and he's surviving for now. No bullets coming out towards him. He's snuck further forward, and he's now in the circle. This is perfect for him.
How is Destiny allowed that to happen? They have a full squad up. I'm all for the safety of the compound, but it's not exactly strong inside the circle. The first aids are being pulled out. The heal strat's going to be played out. Fresh is going to get taken out, and now we're left with just 2.
Oh, and it's just healing a little bit longer, potentially able to go and get a knock in here if possible. This is a Destiny game all the way. Not a huge amount of kills.
Nope.
Considering they actually were able to fight, they stuck with the compound and were just shooting up on it. Not as many teams managed to run past them. And I guess we're just chilling for now, Kato, you know? Believe you can still try and pull this off. I don't know what he's hoping for here. A little bit of extra screen time. Hi, Mom.
Katu, hi to you.
There we go. Finally goes down. They'll take that all day, though. Destiny getting the win. And who was it that predicted Destiny? Was it Max?
I think it was Jason, if I'm not mistaken, that predicted Destiny. But let's be fair, right? You know, all 4 teams that were somewhat mentioned between Panda, Destiny, Godsent, and I mentioned Unicorns of Love, they all finished in the top 4. So it is kind of predictable that the result came out as it was. The compound play really benefited Destiny, should I say. And the game was theirs coming into late stages. A little bit anticlimactic, but there was a lot of action throughout that Sanhok game.
It was a lot of fun for sure, right, this opening Sanhok game, and it was showing us that some of these teams were willing to fight a little bit more. Umbra, you touched on their rotations that were coming on through, continues to be a change-up for these guys in it.
Yeah.
Still Panda able to fight forward and get some extra kills in there. Not a massive game from them still, though, not a big one being shown just yet. But for Destiny, this was one they certainly needed. Remember, they rotated first of all initially past Panda, remember? So they had to come from the island up towards the northwest. Panda's always down below them. They went beyond where Panda were and got into the better position. Obviously, a bit of luck in that on what they're deciding, but sometimes that's just the way the cookie crumbles, and Panda found themselves in the rough spot at the very end of it all.
It was for Destiny, was very much about, again, realizing that rotation wasn't really going to be worthy in that game. Adapting to the circle shift on phase 2 by using Painan as a stopgap but not staying there. You'd be surprised how many teams would actually think, okay, Painan's a good place to stay. Destiny, knowing that it's really not, but they did use it on that rotation. And it was all from there where they held on to that compound. For Lakonostra MVP, again, I'm still happy with how they're playing in the finals. I genuinely am. For a team that, again, didn't qualify for the third Super Weekend, that for all their benefits, for all their improvements, they have slipped up at times. Yes, it's still not the cleanest, but for the first 3 games of day 1 of the finals, I do think they can be very proud, and it has been probably their best 3 games in a row over the PMPL so far.
Yeah, certainly agree with that, mate. 100%. And this was well held, though, from Destiny, right? They were knowing the teams were going to go challenge them, going out and not just sitting with it. Sometimes we see teams sit within the buildings and then they get overrun and run on down because they don't actually see everything from all angles. Well, they were not going to allow that to happen. And probably if they'd not been able to hold on to that or not even keep all the players alive within that one, wouldn't have been a win that they were able to try and pull away there. But with the first 3 games being done, it's still very up in the air here. We've set the tone, but the analyst desk will be back for you in just a few moments after the break. And then there's 3 more games to come your way for the opening day of the PMPL Finals.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Finals. We're going to break down this last match as Destiny continue their reign of being supreme when it comes to Sanhok in just a few seconds, because at first, I want to give a shout out to our sponsor of OnePlus. When it comes to power, get your game on all day with a full day's charge in 15 minutes, courtesy of OnePlus's unique 65-watt warp charging and warp charge wireless 50 available on the 9 Pro only. Hashtag never settle, just like Destiny never seemed to settle for losses when it comes to Sanhok. Because again, this team, as I predicted, as Imperium said, and you can't rewind the stream, that I chose Destiny. Crazy. I did not. I chose Gaijin Seraphim. These 2 gentlemen to my left-hand side chose Destiny. And actually, Polaris, you had Panda coming in second as well. So you know what? You got that down perfect.
Yeah, I mean, it comes down to the fact that they had to have this step up. After not having 2 great games, like, this is the perfect opportunity for 2 teams that have traditionally shown that they are strong here on Sanhok to have that game. Now, for Destiny, maybe circle magnets are involved. They're somehow very good at determining where the circle is going to end up in terms of compounds, but 6 kills apiece. These are Sanhok numbers, very even across the board. Good points overall.
Yeah, I'm very, I would almost say disappointed. I think that's the word I'm going to use here for Lost Bullet. They had such a strong position. They were actually playing on the the hilltop down south of boot camp. I was like, that's great. It's central position. The information coming your way is some of the best in the entire end game lobby. And yet they were just a little late to respond, I think, to that kind of rotation when it started going down south. And then the likes of Destiny were able to keep them away. Godsent too. I think Lost Bullet, this could have been their best game today, but unfortunately it did go a little bit short. So I would like to see Lost Bullet be a little bit more proactive when they have a good position and make use of that information a little bit earlier, because I think that here they were a little bit slower to respond.
Okay. Well, Nexus gained themselves 8th place, so it's not a top 5 finish for them, or a top 2 finish they've had in their first 2 matches of the day, but it's still a decent finish overall. And again, proud to see them have that amount of kills as well, showing that they can frag out when previously we haven't really been able to see them compete, you know, up against the best that we have to offer in the region. But let's take a look, though, at our second page, our other 8 teams. I'm curious, you know, Panda, they were able to step up, get themselves the 18 points, as we mentioned, but we're seeing some consistencies, unfortunately, towards the bottom of the table. QLASH, Chicken Dinner first match, 0 points match 2, 1 point match 3. Eastern Stars, I feel like they've been almost last place every single match as well.
Well, QLASH, I'm sorry, I misclicked again. My bad, I apologize. But Eastern Stars is really weird, and we'll focus on that a little bit more, but they keep encountering the same team of Polaris every game. I don't know what's happening. I don't know if there's like a little bit of a vendetta between these two teams, but Eastern Stars are not having the best time when it comes to encountering them. So Eastern Stars, I think, is down to rotation. They keep going straight into teams, and I think that they should put a big emphasis around scouting. Seems like they're just rushing into the unknown, and that does cause their demise a lot of the time. So Eastern Stars, go back to scouting. You were so good at doing that, but they're not doing it now. And I'm like, what's changed? Why are you doing that? It's not helping at all.
Yeah, there is a bit of concern as well there, I suppose, in terms of the overall flow and how things have transitioned week to week. Because Eastern Stars, for the most part, I think if a lot of people looked at this tournament and saw them going up against Polaris, they'd probably put Eastern Stars on the winning end of those engagements. But it's really not happening right now. Be it because Polaris is either entrenched when they're coming into these fights, or they're just not beating them out gunplay-wise, which, yeah, it's sad. Unfortunate.
Well, we know it is fortunate. Fresh making his way here into our top players. We didn't see him in our top fraggers when we looked earlier on, but also Mazzaro. I mean, I know we talked a lot about him in one Super Weekend. I think it was Super Weekend 2 where he had those plays on Miramar, but then he kind of fell off the face of the earth, unfortunately, for him and his team. But now it's to see him step up yet again. It's exactly what Destiny needed, and albeit only 3 kills, but maybe it's the momentum they needed of a shift in their favor.
I wouldn't even say it's just Mazzaro. I would say it's the entirety of Destiny that kind of fell off the surface of the earth, especially in that third Super Weekend. It was really weird, and I think it's also because the entire prospect of what was happening in that third Super Weekend was so different, and I think that Destiny just didn't really have to get that strong of a performance. And it comes back to what you mentioned, Jason, a little bit on that third Super Weekend, that the teams that were on the top were maybe not trying as hard, and they were maybe relaxing a little bit more. But here you go, Mazzaro actually back on our top 4 players. Feels good to see him actually in this position. Though Fresh, and I'm going to go back to Fresh because I'm really enjoying how Fresh has been playing that game. He had Agon that actually got knocked in the final moments by Talon actually from Umbra, and he got the information and he went back into the blue to get the perfect off angle. That is a strong usage of that information granted to you by a player on your team that just got knocked and just got confirmed. And Fresh played it really well and instantly turned that kill, cleared away the eastern side to go straight towards the rock in the center circle. Sure, like 15 seconds after, he got completely wiped away by Destiny, but I like it. Fresh is reactive. He's not only good at taking fights, but also seeing opportunities to gain control of a circle itself. So I like seeing Fresh improve so much. And Ked is back too, so we're going to have the whole package this time.
Whole package. That's something I only expect Polaris to say when it comes to talking about teams.
Mine now.
You see here our total damage. Unicorns Love in first place, 1,683 damage. We do see Umbra there at the very end, though. 737 to the 6 kills, so very efficient, as Polaris would say, with their kills. So was Polar Ace, to be fair.
Not too bad, not too bad. The funny thing is about Unicorns of Love and how they play out this game, Fresh had the opportunity to even get second in this game had some things not gone the way that they did in this game, right? If Destiny's feeling chill, relaxed, doesn't flex out of that compound, doesn't flush him out of that position, and say, for example, if Panda, well, it shows the importance of having absolutely as many first aids as possible when you're going to heal through this blue strategy, especially on Sanhok, which is notorious for it, because, you know, if Destiny doesn't flex out and you don't have as many first aids as he has, then, you know, Fresh just instantly gets second place. So, yeah, it's always so important to just work with these little minor details in these games.
If I'm not mistaken, Bax, I'm not sure if you caught it. I believe there's 2 members of Panda alive who were healing out in the blue. I think I saw GK first there as well, so I'm not sure if they were both using the first aid to keep them both alive as it went on, but I would assume, you know, in those situations, one of those players gives all the first aids to someone else. They take the L, but hopefully the team takes the W at the end.
Yeah, at one point it's an actually QE4 to actually, I think he knew he was going to die, but they just sent him as a sacrificial lamb to get information on the likes of, I think it was Godsent, Lost Bullet, Destiny, how they were positioned, and they knew that they had to go uphill, and because of that compound, if they don't have any utility, which I do believe they didn't have any at the end there, because they already used everything to just cross the road in the first place, They know it was going to be a hard one, so they gave all the meds over to Katu, and Katu just tried to heal it off. And you know what? Second position for heal off, that's great. They knew that that fight was not worth taking. They were going to lose a lot more if they just tried to take that push because they did not have an advantage. And they just like, okay, we'll have one player heal off, get all the first aids on him, and take a second position. That is great. There's a lot of respect. You know you're not going to take the win, so second position, you take that every day here.
And yeah, I think that materializes from the importance of their hold in Painan. Of course, when a circle shifts the way it did, they're holding off another team on the other side of Painan. It might have been Black Sparks, if I can't quite remember exactly who it was. But making sure another team doesn't come across the river there is extremely important if you're going to be holding that side.
Clash,
so, oh, it was Clash, okay. So being able to hold that spot, move on up from that position, and you know, I guess they go for the heal strat because they know that the Destiny compound has line of sight on that spot. Yeah, very, very important.
Okay, well, speaking of Destiny, let's take a look at their map stats across, I believe, the entire event here, because we've been talking so many times about Sanhok being their strongest map. Well, they've won it 7 times now, if I'm not mistaken, and yeah, you can just see there. I mean, I think the average kills is maybe a little bit misleading. Oh, sorry, it's only from today. Never mind. I thought it was from the entire season. But we can see they're having a much better performance here on Sanhok when it comes to staying alive. I mean, the Miramar seems to be a little bit of a downfall for them, but they've been, even with, 20 minutes average survival time on Erangel, pretty quiet today, considering what we've seen in the past.
Didn't they get 6 kills? But I mean, regardless of the fact, I mean, you see the damage here and how they're able to kind of play things out. It was better than the previous 2 games.
It did.
From all of this. So, but yeah, I mean, we've still been able to see them step up on Erangel and Miramar in terms of consistency, like top 5s, podium placements, etc. It's just that Sanhok is such a dominant place for them right now. And I said it at the end of Super Weekends, people have to go back and look at what Destiny is doing here, because it can't be just a coincidence that they have this massive amount of wins on this battleground compared to the other ones, surely, right?
I would assume so. I mean, we always talk about like, consistency and maybe like reading zones properly, but every time we always see them win on Sanhok, they always seem to have like the perfect compound set up for themselves, and they're already inside of it, it seems. So I'm not sure if it's just them, thinking ahead and being smart about it, or if they maybe have a read that other teams don't have. I think it's probably the former of the two, to be honest.
Oh, yeah, I think so, yeah. I think especially they just got the mindset, which is if they're not in circle, which, very rarely happen because normally the circle tends to go their way, but quite a bit. They're pretty lucky when it comes down to it with the RNG. But if they see a strong position, even if they don't have any intel, they're just going to crash it, because they know that in Sanhok, if you delay a lot, you're going to get gate-kept a lot, right? And he's not going to go
I'm going to crash it.
Yeah, exactly. You're just going to full send it, and you can crash right into the compound and take it for yourself. So, and I like that, and I think that the information game is strong. I think that when you're looking at Sanhok, and I think that's why I love, for example, back to PMGC, why I love seeing teams such as Foreign Men plays, because they put such a big focus around scouting, and I think that not enough teams do that, and I think that Destiny do that extremely well, and they see a position, they know if it's taken or not, and they're prepared to breach. So yeah, I would like to see more teams potentially try and play and scale a little bit more, because it's not because it's Sanhok there's always fighting. You can try and be a little bit smart about how you rotate, and I think that Destiny has proven that it can work out in the European scene.
Well, Max, you did mention 2 teams earlier on today that have been seeming to just battle heads when it comes to facing each other here so far in the finals. We're going to take a look at Eastern Stars up against Polaris, because out of the 3 matches we've had, they've gone in each other's way 3 times. However, the winner, the victor, has always been Polaris here.
This is a weird one. I don't quite understand. As I said, I don't know if there's a vendetta between these 2 teams, but there's definitely something going on in the background. They always rotate and encounter each other, always straight east, straight into the circle. It might be a early circle, it might be a late game circle. It doesn't matter. They're always going to take that fight. But out of most of those, Polaris did come out on top. There's one time where Eastern Stars had a very good control. That was back on Miramar, where they had a 2-2 split, and Polaris just had to try and avoid that fight, and they went straight into Game Lord and died afterwards. But maybe you want to try and see a little bit of a switch up, because now we have 1 game on every single map. We had 1 Erangel, 1 Miramar, 1 Sanhok. They are aware that these are always going to be the teams that they're going to be encountering. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a change, not only maybe of the drop location, but also of how they rotate to try and make sure that these interactions don't happen anymore. Because when it's 3 times you die to the same team, you might be thinking that there's a change that must be had for your next game.
Yeah, if there's similar drop spots and if there's similar rotational paths, you've got to remember as well, at this kind of top level play here in PUBG Mobile, a lot of the teams understand what are the good rotation paths, what are the good locations to be entering circles and stuff like that. It's not too dissimilar from what we saw midway through our Super Weekends in the previous couple of weeks with Godsent and Game Lord, where they all of a sudden are running into each other quite a few times and kind of haphazardly causing collateral damage to one another on those rotates. So maybe we're seeing that kind of similar thing materialize here at the start of all of this. It might just be, yeah, I think that's probably what it may come down to.
Okay, well, the match is ready to go, so we're going to take a look at the schedule really quickly to get you guys an idea of what's coming up now, and of course, what's coming up for the rest of the day. And we did mention it's going to be coming up to Erangel now before we get into a repeat of Miramar and Sanhok as our last 2 matches of the day. So we did have QLASH take the first Erangel of the day. They unfortunately kind of had 0 and 1 points for the rest of the 2 matches. Maybe they can have another chicken dinner for themselves here, but it's going to be tough, and we do have a couple of teams still trying to fight for that top position. You know, we did predictions. I was right, as we heard Imperium say. My prediction with Destiny on Sanhok.
Yeah, great job.
We're not going to do predictions this time. I'm going to let you guys off pretty easily with this because we need to bring in some new commentators. So I want to let you 2 go. We got to bring in John Allen and Blank once again for the first time here in the finals to talk about their thoughts so far over the course of today. And as they come in, I want to throw that question to you first off the bat, John. How have you felt like the matches have gone today? What's kind of something that you've been focusing on here from the first 3?
The fact that I was right about NEXUS trying to steal one of the top spots in my little video piece at the start of the day. I said they were on form. It seems like they're continuing to do pretty well today, so I'm excited to see what more they have.
I don't recognize you when you're talking so slow now. It's really throwing me off. Blake, what about you?
But I'll save that for later.
Please give Eminem a run for his money. Blake, what about you, man? Because we've had like some crazy turnaround in terms of teams that are performing versus what we maybe expected. Except John, he obviously expected NEXUS to do well today.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, it's a weird one, especially with finals. I think there's only 18 matches. I think anything can happen within these short little stints of time where you've got finals, which determine a lot of things, Jason. So I'm very excited going forward.
Okay, well, gentlemen, take us into Erangel. It's our 4th match of the day, but it's not our last.
No, it certainly isn't. We are going to have plenty more still to come. We're going to be getting underway with another game of Erangel. Blank, are you thinking it's going to be a sort of a repeat performance from some of these teams? Because, I mean, to be fair, we did have some pretty hard shifts last time around.
We did have some mega hard shifts, but very nice little plane path coming across from Lipovka all the way to Hospital. I personally think we're going to start to see some of the teams that we know and love start to step up again. It depends if they took a longer break between league play, Super Weekend, as well as the finals itself. And, you know, this is maybe just warm-up period. Specifically looking at Eastern Stars, honestly, like, they're not looking as on form. And I mean, there's been situations where, yes, those hard shifts have really affected them badly, right? And they've been, like, stuck out in the cold. But I think that here, with more even plane path coming through and maybe some kind of circles, perhaps Eastern Stars can start to stand up again. We know how good of a player Kapahala is. What I am really happy to see, though, is Unicorns of Love still doing well. I think this is a team that I thoroughly believe can win this whole tournament. They've had some pretty rough situations ahead of them, but still being able to get decent scorings because of it. No Chicken Dinner as of yet, but very close to it. A lot of times that's purely because of some crazy little shift in the circle down to either the southwest side or the southeast.
Not the ideal spot. I mean, I spoke about how Unicorns of Love being a very consistent team. The other team obviously being the Eastern Stars, which you touched on. Polaris playing spoiler there, but really playing spoiler to themselves as well. I mean, they're currently on 11 points. 10 of those are from kills, Black. They've only had 1 placement point, so perhaps they're over-investing in trying to go for these fights early on. Yeah,
perhaps. I think that kind of indicates what they were trying to do in the last Super Weekend, right, John? Which is they were trying to play more confident, have a better game, control those compounds, get some kills going out for them. I am happy to see them swinging out of the gate, though, because, you know, if you're not hitting those haymakers immediately, things start to go downhill, because this is exactly what I'm talking about. NEXUS have already built themselves a lovely buffer, and if there was a Super Weekend in that kind of format, you know, that one little buffer wouldn't mean the most in the world, right? Because there's still 2 more to go. But here in the finals, having a nice little buffer towards the beginning means that the rest of your matches are now infinitely easier for yourself, and you just kind of need to stay ahead. Polaris, on the other hand, again, they come out the gate swinging. It doesn't work. Don't stop. You might be bruised, you might be bleeding a little bit, but you've got to not hit that floor and tap out.
Certainly very important to have that fortitude, the constitution to step up and stand up to the competition. Looking more to step up, though, in their current situation, instead of just biding their time and holding their ground. Maybe that could change. Maybe that could go back to what they were super strong at. But Destiny are grabbing some vehicles. They're going north to Severny. The circle split down the middle by that central river. Blankets, hell to play around that central sort of island. That spot in the middle of the river is so annoying to try and play. It's never gone well it's gone well for very, very few teams in the past.
Yeah, exactly. Destiny typically plays towards this northern side as well, and most of the circles we've seen go to this northern side have ended up working out nicely for Destiny. And personally, I think that's because they've got the most experience up here. They know exactly what they need to do when it does come their way. Most teams are already used to playing around this southern part of the island, though, because they don't have to go to the north very often. So, you know, there's two things in my mind at the moment that I'm seeing is that, you know, we get that northern shift, Destiny does well. We get that southern shift, perhaps they don't do as well, still have to make their way down, but their rotations have been fairly clean here from Severny. If it does go to that southern side, at the moment, we are just waiting for that next circle to come through. Lakonostra MVP on your screen, though, I've actually been fairly impressed with their play today, and they weren't in that super weekend, so all we can really imagine is they've been doing a lot of scrimming, a lot of homework in their own time. You know, sometimes it's good to be out on that sideline, to be able to peer into what everyone else is doing by watching the stream.
Get a little bit of research done, get the homework going. You know, it's very important to be able to know your enemy. Know your enemy as you know yourself. You win 1,000 battles, said Sun Tzu. Don't know if he was talking about PUBG Mobile, but we are.
Probably not.
Certainly applicable.
Definitely so. I mean, his whole shtick about, you know, starving the enemy out. I mean, we saw that from Alicia himself. They're definitely following Sun Tzu, you know, really pressuring Talon. The war of attrition was real there, running out of bullets on the M4 too. Oh my lord, it was a horrific time there for Talon. He was not enjoying himself. So Sun Tzu, the spirit of, is with Lakonostra MVP, especially with their tactical little rotations.
Love to see it. They're trying to keep all of those horseshoes involved, keeping them tight up to the hoof. Now we have to hoof it over a little bit further west. Pick a direction, go for those rotates, try and gain some ground, because there's quite a lot of teams on that eastern side. Need to keep your toes in line. Nexus on the south side at the moment, our current top spot in the tournament so far. They've had a great first day, but 3 games, it's easy to think that that might be just a coincidence, maybe a bit of luck. So now I feel like into this 4th game is really where they can prove to themselves and to us as well, if they are as strong as their numbers say they are right now.
You need to have that run in you as well. You got to get the steam on, right? Keep the coal burning, especially in these days of finals where there are 6 games. It's also more opportunity to have a good one towards the end of the day. And I think for Nexus, you are right. Coming into the 3rd one, you do need to keep it up, although you do have a few games ahead of you, so it's maybe not the biggest deal in the world. But on Erangel, where things are very fair, typically, you are looking to continue that kind of run towards the finals and make sure you remain in that top spot with 43 points. Godsent just trailing Unicorns of Love there, you can see on the top side at 36 points. And what is lovely to see, though, is Clash, 4th place, 30 points. It's typically a team that doesn't start the day off well, and they finish it very strongly. With a few more games towards the end of the day, perhaps these guys, you know, they get whatever energy drink they need on board, they get their boosters at home, and suddenly they're back on the ball, they're back in the game.
They figured it out. You know, we questioned
afternoon games.
We question their consistency, right, as you say. And so far, they've done pretty good. They've done pretty good, it's fair to say, with 16 placements, 14 kills, keeping it nice and tight. But their average placement fairly low, obviously, with that not so great finish earlier on, average on 8th over the last 3. But even so, you can kind of discount that, as I said, in the same vein as Nexus still need to prove it. It could have just been an unfortunate game from Clash.
Gaijin Seraphim, however, you know, that 16th spot looked mighty fine there in Super Weekend, but it's not as nice anymore here in the finals. So they're remaining at that 16th spot. Yeah, we're back on with Clash. I think that, you know, Max on the desk believed in these guys, the French boys themselves. And they've had some good games. They've had some good games. I think Aza's been really stepping up towards those end weeks as well, where he was a lot of times that final player alive, getting some cheeky knocks in those really crucial final moments of games, which is nice to see. Destiny also, though, we have to talk about this team, right, John? It's a pretty ridiculous team in the sense that I was talking backstage, right, with Polaris. It's like, come on, there's no way. There's no way that this team just wins every single Sanhok. Because if they can, there are 3 a day now. We're not in normal Super Weekend where you only had 1. There are 2 Sanhoks a day, in which case, that's double opportunity for Destiny to get some big points.
If you're pulling down, what is it? That would be, say, maybe 60 points a day, maybe a little bit less. Maybe say like 45 points a day for 2 chicken dinners. That's pretty solid. Over 3 days worth of games, that's going to see you up to, what is that, 135 points total, just off those games. And looking at some of the numbers, trying to figure out where that third place is going to be, projected that it's going to be at 170, around about that, plus or minus like 4 or 5 on either side of that. So if you're able to get that massive chunk of points in just that sort of map, that's phenomenal. That's fantastic. But that requires them to be winning every single Sanhok. And whilst sure they're strong, are they that strong?
That is the question to be asked, right? And I think that for Destiny, they've had such a ridiculous showing on Sanhok so far. Like, you almost believe it, that, you know, that map, they're going to get a consistent 15-pointer each time, especially with the way they play. And the guys on the desk talk about this very frequently, that they display huge dominance over quite a large area, especially on Sanhok. And when it's so small, if you can really cut off an entire area and make it your own, make it your territory, you're in a very good spot. But we do have other maps, and Destiny has performed elsewhere as well. I'm looking more towards the beginning of the tournament, so we need to pull those tricks out of the hat now and bring them back into the finals, because if they don't, you are going to struggle. And like you say, John, you can't really rely on just a single map for all those points.
No, it won't get you there. Obviously, that top 3 where everyone wants to be to try and qualify forwards to the next tournament. But obviously, that top spot, absolutely fantastic. So if you want to champ out at that, you got to be going for everything you can. Lakonostra MVP looking to go for the fight against our current 16th place team, Gaijin Seraphim. Over the top of the wall, Will jumps back and forth, loses the damage trade, and actually it's followed up by a push from Gaijin Seraphim. They have the ridgeline as well, and Will shouldn't last long here. The Molotov on the stairs, slow things down, and looks like Gaijin Seraphim are holding quite nicely at the moment. Kosti has fallen, Lakonostra MVP. They are still 3 players alive. I think there might even be a 4th. And there's another shot coming on through, up on the top there. Will fall, unfortunate. Not what you want to see.
Well, not a
All 4
shot,
players
really.
alive
Just
still.
ran into his own Molotov, which we've seen a lot today from many different players.
Not ideal. Alicio, though, from the sidelines, gets the angle, gets the shot, will shut down the push from Gaijin Seraphim, who are now trying to move on through. This is a pretty chaotic fight, Blank, I think it's fair to say. Nades being potentially pumped on in over. Prada out the side. Should look to put a nade in, and that's that inability to stop the cross of the field there for Bujo against Alicio might come back to bite them. All 4 players from Lakonostra MVP now hunkered down. The res coming through. Nades being cooked. Gaijin Seraphim want to go for one last hurrah. 2 players alive, 4 for Lakonostra MVP. Daddy goes down first, and they push on in. Bujo steps a little bit too far. And they're shut on down. Looks for the flush around the sidelines. Prada still looking for an opening, but there just aren't any.
Danny behind the door there, that was cheeky. I like that. You know, no one expects that hiding place. That was my favorite hiding place as a kid as well. Go behind the door. Yeah, unexpected. I think most people gave
Danny
me...
door frame.
Danny door frame, indeed. Comes around, hits you with the actual door handle itself. That thing hurts. I've done that a fair few times in the dark as well. No one likes that. And specifically, Gaijin Seraphim, they hated it. I'll give you that now. But that fight actually looked pretty good. But I think Lakonostra MVP did such an excellent job to actually regroup within that compound. And by that time, Gaijin Seraphim, I think they got a little bit too big for their boots. Jumping out of the building, jumping out of the compound, giving away their position. You know, their advantage was the fact that they were locked in. They were hunkered down. And Lakonostra MVP made the quick decision to decide, you know what? Our compound now.
They wrest control of it. And I feel like the crucial part of that fight was Alicio on the off angle for Lakonostra MVP. Stopped the flushes coming through. I think it was Will on the outside who got knocked early on. And Gaijin Seraphim had the ridgeline. It looked like they had the angles just to go straight for the flush, but Alicio was able to control that ground so effectively for Lakonostra MVP. So very happy with that fight for Lakonostra MVP. As you said, Gaijin Seraphim slipping up, and they are going to stay down in that 16th spot.
For sure. Looking back towards Destiny's position, though, very quickly. Nicely situated to the north side of the river at the moment, especially with this circle being towards Severny Way, towards Pachinki Way. You know, it's right in the middle. River still becomes a big threat. See Eastern Stars on your map there over on the eastern side. Brought up the map here just for you guys, don't worry, I got you. He has Naya Polyana. So they're in position actually to just pull around the lake. maybe go fishing for a little bit, chill it out. But they have pretty much rotational paths galore to themselves. I think your main issue is if you go to the north side, you really need to be quick on this rotation. But down to the south, they already preempted this rotation. So happy days for them. But looks like UDR Killers, obviously starting down towards Pachinki. They're in a really nice spot here, right in the center.
Right in the middle. I feel like GSG were sat in their compound on the top side of the river. You can see on the Yasnaya Bridge. I feel like they could have moved across the gas station, held that spot, and I think that might have been a little bit stronger for them. Certainly on this circle, but just in general, I feel like they might be a little bit behind the ball there. Obviously, Eastern Stars able to move a little bit faster than they are and get ahead of the game. So now they're rotating on the same pace rather than playing ahead. So they have a little bit of lost tempo there for GSG. Unicorns of Love, they're going to be playing all the way out on the other side here on the west end. Right next to Everest, next to Ruins, going very close to Black Sparks, Destiny behind them.
Yeah, we want a theatrical performance from this West End too, because Unicorns of Love did fairly well here, not able to quite snatch that chicken dinner as of yet, but rotating alongside Black Sparks, not always fun for yourself, and with Savage X so far behind them, it was pointed out Destiny, calling back that information that they're heading down past Ruins way. Eastern Stars able to rock up, but it's NEXUS who's coming under fire from UDR.
I mean, you said UDR Killers had a great spot in the middle. NEXUS want to try and take that, but they're denied. They lose a player in the process and split up just a little bit as well as teams try and move through into that ground. They'll have to figure out how to regroup in just a moment. Eastern Stars have their position. Oh, Dexter. No. Bad. Not a good idea.
Not good. Ooh, we hate that.
You hate to see it. That's a flush as well for Dexter, so not much to be done there. The second player is lost.
I mean, Dexter is quite significantly one of their best players on the team, if not the best player on the team. So losing him early really puts you in a bad position. Sushi will be close to follow as well. Lakonostra MVP still away on this eastern side, though. Very, very close to the circle. They can rotate however they want. There is Potato Hill down towards the southeast, so this becomes a nice little position for scouting. But looks like Lakonostra MVP are looking to just quickly get in, maybe play this edge side, wait for other teams to give up their positions, give up the chase, hopefully go for the southeast shift from the circle, which would favor them heavily. It's kind of that gamble game, right?
Definitely rolling the dice a little bit with their potential game future. Shots over towards Game Lord Panda, close proximity on the north side of Rozhok right now. A little bit of spray, a little bit of damage there, suppressing Game Lord, but it's traded back. And they're just spiking out at the moment. No real possibility of a flush here for either team. They're just asserting dominance over the area.
Oh yeah, of course. Dominance in any area is really nice, especially for Panda at the moment. Still fielding Lin, Kato, GK first, and I believe that's QE as well. So no Yiz on the team, and Yiz had such a fantastic step up from the first Super Weekend to the second, and then continued that performance through to the third.
There's the shift.
Just surprised with it. He's not still within this this team, honestly, because that's the four that I'd like to see from Panda. You're all right, though. We do get a shift down towards the southeast in QLASH. They're in position right in the middle. A little bit of a rough spot, though, when you get this kind of a hard shift, because people are going to be flooding towards your position so quickly. Lakonostra MVP, however, on the absolute best end of things.
I mean, you said if there's a southeast shift, they've done well, and they're going to have to roll the dice on that. Well, it worked, Blank. I mean, sometimes when you gamble, you do end up coming trumps. So, nice one for them, I suppose. They'll try and hold out those positions in the hills. You can see they've got a little small set of buildings there, a compound that they can try and hold down really far on the eastern side. And no one's really going to look to strike out this far. No one from that north, no one from that west is going to try and swing. The only players who might do so is Unicorns of Love if they want to go through Potato Hill and out the other side.
You kind of have like these auto turrets as well around apartments where teams will be certainly looking at one another. And this is what I'm talking about QLASH's position. It's just rough because people are just going to fly at you, and the people that are coming is Destiny.
Well, they've already lost Beast though, so QLASH doing all right so far. Holding it down for now. 2 players now knocked for Destiny as Beast did go down. Only Mazzaro left. Has to drop that smoke, looking for the res. Blacksbox may be looking to push in on the back of this fight as well, and Nade finishes out one more. As Noshi goes down, Miki and Mazzaro now left, but Miki Low is knocked. They will be able to get that one back up. So 2 players with Destiny right in the middle. They lost more than they bargained for. Clash holding out. So you said they had a good position. It's difficult to hold. They managed to do it.
Yeah, I think that was their win con, right? Is that they need to make sure that whoever crashed upon them would, you know, feel the harsh end of the bat. And that's exactly what happens here versus Destiny. However, the 2 remaining players from Destiny are probably the best 2 to remain here, because you've got Mickey as the point man, and then Mozero as this very fantastic backstop for the team. So they can continue as a 2 with this, probably quite confidently. Black Sparks, though, going over towards Lost Bullets. Lost Bullets not playing in the second Super Weekend, so you would hope that they've done a little bit more to improve, but fortunately, they will go down in 15th, so no points for them this game. Currently sat in 7th place.
I think they have been leapfrogged as well by a couple teams, so I think they ended up in around 9th so far. Or somewhere around that. I have to keep track, so maybe not. Trying to keep track of these scores all at once is pretty tricky. Unicorns of Love take a knock on the south side. They've been engaged with Umbra for quite a while now. And this has guided out the southern flank for Lakonostra MVP beautifully. They're still just chilling, vibing over on the eastern side for the UK squad. Panda clashing over on the western edge with UDR Killers as well in one of the smaller towns to the southwest of Rozhok. They're trying to fight across the road. Currently, Panda hold that warehouse. Unicorns of Love, they stagnate in their fight against Umbra.
I mean, this is a really rough fight as well, and not just because of how it's unfolding versus Umbra, but the situation that got them here, because they had to rotate past Black Sparks, which forced them awkwardly out to the circle. Umbra coming down from Sosnovka are able to just razz it straight onto this hillside. Unicorns of Love would love to be in the position that Umbra are currently in, but that's a beautiful nade, and quickly another one from Kedon to Prolord.
Cooked perfectly, and PRZ all the way over in the bunkers. Nades over the back as well. They get a spot out where Naruto's playing from, and that could be disastrous. They need the backup, but there's just no way they can get back in. They split up, they opened up across Potato Hill, and it's really not gone their way. Players just dropping left and right. Naruto split completely from PRZ, and Unicorns of Love, they've got the reign of the south now.
Yeah, they needed to take this position because playing from downhill is pretty rough, to be honest with you. Prolord just sneaking as well, but Ked, oh my god, the DP gives you away. I mean, the DP it gives, but it also takes, and that's fair.
Certainly one of the best weapons for suppressing fire, for continued fights against multiple opponents as well, but
barrel's quite long.
Yeah, barrel's quite long. Got a big old circle. Sometimes quite literally a target on your back. In the meantime, Lakonostra MVP took the advantage of the time they had. They've moved in to the southeastern side, but looks like Umbra are going to try and challenge that. Will get knocked back, rebuffed. Yeah. Naruto's there, and Unicorns of Love now want to play into it.
Yeah, finishing off the last players of Umbra there, it's quite nice and easy there for Lakonostra MVP. They will lose Alicio, though, for the troubles. All the other players are very far in the open. That is a lot of bullets coming their way. I think this is around apartments at the moment. There are a fair few teams here. Honestly, just trying to vie for control, evict one another. You know, I am the landlord. No. I am the landlord.
Savage X has been knocked on this hillside on the south. Lakonostra MVP looking for those reses as well. Clash still just fending off, fighting for their position in the middle. They've done pretty well so far, Blank. Everyone else has been sort of this self-supporting bridge that has not allowed them all to collapse onto this Clash position just yet.
Alright, so it's been nice, and this is what I was talking about earlier, before we did see that fight between Destiny and Clash, is the fact that apartments literally became almost like a guardsman for everyone coming down from that northwest side. So Lakonostra MVP, Unicorns of Love, Black Sparks, they're all in their own current fights between themselves, but because everyone's in these apartments, they're going to take shots at anyone that tries to cross down towards the southeast.
If the shift goes up to apartments, which is possible, Blank, I mean, you know, we've seen crazier things happen with the Erangel hard shifts, but if it goes that way, that could be pretty spicy moving into things. Obviously, those 3 stories having a lot of verticality involved.
Oh yeah, massive Ghost Chili vibes coming out from apartments. I mean, you're going to see the smokes coming out the window, that's for sure. Black Spark's doing a good job here versus Unicorns of Love, and now only Fresh remaining. And I say only Fresh, but what I really mean is that this man, that's all they need. Fresh has been absolutely pogging out of his mind, to be honest.
He's just pumping damage across the lobby. Unicorns of Love, they've got themselves a representative, a champion, if you will. The shift comes in, we're on the western end. The UDR Killers, as Destiny tried to push it behind them, and just getting crunched here. Panda on the northwest, and Clash still inside the circle. The teams will have to leave apartments.
This is Marzaro. single best player on Destiny. And I don't mean that in the sense that he is the best, but I mean he's the best when he is the single left alive. He definitely performs very well. UDR Killer's right in front of him. Does have a crate to play around with. I don't think UDR Killers know as of yet. I think they're doing their utmost to try and hold off Clash at the moment. I wonder how much more utility Clash has remaining. Lakonostra MVP, 11 kills apparently down.
Yeah, they did really well on that Western Edge. I mean, they took the remnants of the kills from Team Umbra, and then they guarded out Unicorns of Love. Only Fresh remains there. They've been doing pretty well. They've been chilling and vibing. And remember, they had that fight with Gaijin Seraphim right at the start, where they were able to get all of those kills on board as well. So a really good run so far.
Yeah, they're hot on the trot at the moment, which is great news. UDR Killers have no idea that Mozero's here. He's about to pull a fast one on them, potentially. Blindfold over the eyes, but it's GK first to go down. And he's right out in the open. He kind of deserves it.
Nutty there. Being a player and then shooting them. Who could have thought? Panda down the bottom of the hill, going to have a real tricky time. Destiny did get eliminated in the meantime. Lakonostra now trying to engage on this fight, but the players in the apartment still yet to leave. Blank, there's 3 teams in this one building. Game Lord, Godsent, GSG on the top floor as well. Looking for those eviction notices to be served on up in the form of nades across the hallway. That's not the sort of neighbor you want, Blank, but it's the sort of neighbor you're going to find here in the PMPL for Western Europe. AZ playing a little bit further back, controlling those windows. A knock over towards Game Lord, but it's traded. They're back and forth. Victor up close. Marley takes a lot of damage, but the nade finds it beautifully cooked there. In through the window, potentially playing spoiler. Depends how long it's been cooked. Nade damage could come through, but Godsent able to stand up just for now. Game Lord having the worst end of this fight. A lovely cook on the nade on that one as well. Puts another Godsent member down on knee.
I mean, there's not a lot of players left here for Game Lord. I say that, but Narvalo has just been sending nade after nade after nade into this room. And Godsent, goodness me, can't get away from the shrapnel. Narvalo.
I was going to say the winners of that fight, GSG, really. They stayed out of it, and they're going to be able to survive a little bit longer. See how far those 3 players can go. Lakonostra MVP in the meantime. They have 3 players, as Will did go down. Fresh finally eliminated.
I mean, again, though, a high placing from Unicorns of Love, keeping up that average, which is beautiful so far. Lakonostra MVP, we said they took the risk has paid off. You remember, though, I mean, you were talking about GSG, they won out on this one, but eventually they are going to have to pop out the window. Yeah, Lakonostra MVP is having a beautiful game. That smoke is unfortunately not what they want. Throw the one out the other side. When they jump, though, it's going to be rough.
That's nuts. It is going to be rough. I'm just super preoccupied by the UK squad actually doing well, which is great to see from Lakonostra MVP. If you look at consistency over the course of the tournament, Lakonostra MVP, incredibly consistent, but only around that sort of 6-7 point mark. And that's not what you want to be in a top 3. There's the jump out. There's the first one. Ooh, drops a nade on in, bobbles it through, has to displace them. Hang on a minute. There's one sent out the window as well. Team Lord retreat into the blue. No, there's another nade. Was that a team nade? Oh, I think the cook was just there. It is. Blank, that's disastrous coming on through. That is enveloped by the blue as well. Oh, that's so sad. GSG going to be eliminated as Lakonostra MVP find that shot and rack up yet another point.
I mean, this could give opportunity for Narvalo to actually get out here because they will be very preoccupied with what's going on down there after they've got the kill. Hakoni goes down to Pokers, who's moving it forward. Off on the off angle. Now Clash is down to very little players, but Lakonostra MVP, they're looking to sweep this lobby at the moment, put them underneath the rug and pick up the big bag of points, run away with it.
With 3 players in the lobby, there's 6 potential points on the cards for them.
Huge
Game Lord are going to try and heal that. That will make it 5, which will put them at 21 if they're able to find them. There's 1 found as Clash goes down. 17 kills now, Blank. They are racking them up. 4 on the opposing side for UDR Killers. I would see them to way up 21. Hang on a minute. What's going on here then? A knock over onto the backstab, and that's going to be taken by the play zone. Lakonostra MVP have to slow down a little bit, but there's 2 teams remain, 3 versus 4, and with a player knock for Lakonostra, that's a potential push for UDR Killers, but they are biding their time.
Yeah, I think that perhaps UDR Killers could have gone for a little bit more there, but Pocus, this guy is so good on UDR Killers, always finds some really good opportunities to make stuff happen. And now, versus the last members of Lakonostra MVP, maybe not so good.
A nice retribution spray there, but Daddy's last up to bat, and the Lakonostra MVP killing spree will be ended there by the UDR Killers, who take a chicken dinner They are trying to ride strong, but I think Lakonostra MVP actually overtook them on points just from those kills alone. That was one hell of a slaughter from the southeast side.
Yeah, easily overtook them on those points, John. I mean, Lakonostra MVP, I mentioned the position that they took. It was fantastic if they got the shift down there. They could have moved through. Everyone on that northwest side was just struggling because they were all just clumped together. They're getting shot at if they tried to even move down towards the southeast. So Lakonostra MVP were protected. I think Clash was slightly more in the firing line. And really all Lakonostra MVP had to do was play it slow, take the kills where they could, and then get those points on the board. Unfortunately, Narvalo is such a detriment to so many teams. Godsent and then into Lakonostra MVP as well as. That guy played out of his mind on Game Lord.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, fair enough. That team nade from GSG, a little bit unfortunate there. Miscommunication, pushing in on top of the timer. It wasn't the greatest, but maybe that would have gone different from the south side. And maybe the spoiler wouldn't quite have been there. We will never know, unfortunately, as Lakonostra MVP have their reign of terror cut short.
I mean, it's quite amusing because honestly, I think for Godsent, they're thinking to themselves, right, that potentially there isn't any more nades left, but Narvalo just keeps throwing them. And this guy's the master of explosives. I don't know where he's keeping them, like a bandolier of grenades on his back, just no meds. So it's pretty interesting. And look at this. They really had a rough time getting to the circle, as you can see. Cool vehicles, not the greatest of escapes.
Certainly trying to keep things cool towards the end. Make it all the way to third for their trouble. Blank, that's not the worst result in the world. I would say that's pretty good. So good turn up for them. Averages being kept up by teams like Unicorns of Love. Nexus going down a little bit early. So that's an opening, and I think Unicorns of Love might have been able to push for that top spot.
I mean, Lakonostra MVP right now getting a big win on the cards is actually pretty good for these teams towards the top because for Unicorns of Love specifically, they can keep their average up, like you say, and it's almost an unknown team currently so far in the finals, just stepping up hugely in this game. But it means that now they're on the catch-up, but there aren't any other teams, for instance, like Nexus, who's getting those big points buffers ahead of them. So Unicorns of Love still in the race. Clash definitely still in the race as well. They had a really good game here. I was very happy with the position they took, and the ability to hold off Destiny was, chef's kiss.
I mean, you say that it's great that Lakonostra MVP were able to get the win, but I think they were sat on actually 29 points before this game, and I think they just got 29 points, which I think actually sees them into that top spot, Blank. And you're right, you know, maybe they aren't a team that you would...
UDR Killers get themselves their first chicken dinner of the finals, but potentially not their last, with still 2 matches come up today, and of course 12 to go over the course of the rest of the finals thereafter. And we have to start to talk about this team as they've been able to not only step up, but also Lakonostra have been able to rise up here and get themselves another good result. We'll go straight into the match results as Polaris and Maxman will start to break this one down. Lakonostra, I think there was a good chance there as we were watching that, Polaris, to see them break our highest points earned in a single match over the course of this entire event. They were so close. I think they had 17 kills at the very end.
I might have had a little bit of an extra oomph towards the end there if they didn't have that slight spoiler appear from apartments, but 29 points, 17 kills going their way. I have to reiterate what John said before. It's weird to see the UK boys doing well in a video game, but here we are. I like it a lot.
Oh, wow, you're going against it. I mean, hey, to be honest, that's fine. I'm going after my French people from time to time. That's fine. We can do it. But
I'll go after my American homies in this event. Oh, wait.
Here we go. That's what we're all about. What I find interesting with Lakonostra is that they had 11 kills very, very early on in that game. They took the fight versus Gaijin in Alamo, down south of the fields of Yasnaya Poliana, and they kept fighting, and they were still alive as a 4-man crew, meaning that they took those fights extremely well and then able to get the res on their falling teammates, which is normally really hard to do, to take that many fights, get 11 kills, and still be up as a 4-man. And then they just cleared the entire eastern side of the very late game circle. I think it was around phase 5. And they came in from the southern side, from Potato Hill, and they had such a wide spread. From that spread, when you're going downhill, you get all of that extremely valuable information, especially with that third-person perspective. So they knew how to approach those fights. They knew how to push the side of Clash with the last play that was MZ in those finishing moments. They used the information really well to convert it into kills. This is the Lakonostra I want to see, because typically they're a team that starts a little bit slow, but here, they're just right into the action on day one, and you love to see that coming on through. Then on to the other teams that I think have an interesting game, potentially. Game Lord, good to see them actually get himself a good performance. 14 points come into their name. It was a weird kind of apartment clash, and Narvalo did kind of play spoilers for Lakonostra at the end, but we're going to be seeing a little bit of French representation at the top side with Clash, so I'm feeling good. I'm feeling satisfied today.
Polaris.
Yes.
Eastern Stars. I'm a little bit sad.
Gotta bring it up again.
I got to.
Yeah, we need to see a little bit more from them for sure. I didn't quite catch exactly where they may have got pinched or where they may have got killed off in this game, but we know that they're better and more capable than this. There were quite a few pinches in this game, admittedly. I mean, as you say, like Max, even though Clash got themselves 14 points up on the board, going up against a Lakonostra coming from your east, I think UDR Killers might have been on their west as well. Like, I thought Clash was in a good position, but sometimes you can get like middle positions a little bit too early, and then that pinch comes in and finishes you off. So,
well, we can see our other 8 teams, and unfortunately NEXUS, as we started to build them up, doing well, they unfortunately take a turn for the worst here, at least in this match. They still have other matches to play today. Panda as well, only 2 points. This is not the Panda that we saw over the course of the entire season. However, we know, having a little bit of problems fielding the 4 that they want to field, but they are also one of the teams that we saw as having players, like having that depth of substitutes they could bring in to still be able to perform at a high level. We're seeing a lot of the teams that we expected to do well, that we talked about, the Golden 6 teams, struggle today.
And it's Golden today. It's a little bit weird to see them actually on the downward spiral throughout at least today, hoping that things could potentially even out and iron out for the next 2 days of these finals. But Polaris, I mean, 0 kills. They didn't find Eastern Stars this game. That's unfortunate. It feels bad, Polaris. You need to find their new drop location and try and contest it. Otherwise, you're going to keep going back with 0 or 1 points. Feels bad, man.
I will say, in a long league format like this, if you're a good team, just straight off out of the gates, like Destiny, like Panda and things like that, a long form tournament like this gives the other teams that may be a little bit lower on the card down an opportunity to be able to kind of learn from you, adapt to you, etc., and things like that. And I think as time has gone on in this tournament, all these other teams have leveled up. We've seen them level up. We've seen them get more consistent, and that's maybe why we're seeing this catch up to some of those top 6 teams that we were highlighting at the beginning of the day.
Well, Max, you're talking about French representation. The team's not French, but Pocus is.
Exactly. This guy's been clutching it since middle of 2020, I think, for the spring split PMCO when he was with old team Elevate, and he is still really high when it comes down to his damage output and his kills. He's aggressive. If you give him the right situation, it's looking great. And UDR in general, I think, had a great finishing moment there because, and you brought it up, especially when we were talking about that game at the end, Polaris, about you had Narvalo coming in from Game Lord behind that finishing team of Lakonostra, and he got the knock, and instantly UDR Killers were on the move. They were just raining down grenades, trying to make sure that they could not get pressured away, and that's actually what gave them the win. So yeah, not only Pocus, but the entirety of UDR knew they had an opportunity, and they instantly seized it.
I will say Alicio here is really making a good case for MVP for the whole day, and quite honestly, coming into today, no name on Lakonostra really shone out to me as one of the people that could maybe take that MVP spot for day number 1, but they're playing fantastically here today. Brilliant.
Oh my gosh, Clash.
That is a good one for Clash, to be honest, because they had that central position very early. Though Blank did bring it up during the cast, and you mentioned it too at some point, Polaris. It is a position that is really hard to hold on to, but once you're pinched, you're pinched. And there's not much you can do. But though that damage shows that they were making sure teams early, mid, and even some portion of the late game, no teams were going to be able to snatch away that position, which is great, but unfortunately they kept losing player after player after player, and then it's just down to MZ, and he can't do too much. But though Lakonostra, we thought for a portion of that game we might actually have the kill bar actually go ahead of the damage bar. Not this time around, but hey, we're getting close. One day it'll happen. I'll have it one day.
Yeah, in a rare circumstance, Jason.
Hey, anything could happen. We still have 2 days left to play anyways. Lakonostra, as we're talking about them, And again, you know, Polaris, you mentioned before, a team that if you look at their roster, you wouldn't expect any of them to challenge the MVP here of the finals, which of course you get $1,000 if you are the MVP at the end of it. But we wanted to take a look at maybe their consistency today. I mean, even John said it during the cast, they're actually one of the most consistent teams over the course of the event, though the points they earned weren't as high as the likes of the rest. And we can see our stats from today in an average compared to their super weekends, and they're not the only team to have a step up like this, to have a proper resurgence of the team at such a pivotal point of the event.
No, definitely, and there were glimmers of hope early on in the tournament to say that, to support the case that Lakonostra MVP could make waves. When I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking about some of the space that they were able to create in northern areas of Erangel, but not quite round out games, right? And those kind of moves, those kinds of moments lend themselves nicely to eventually being able to control space and then being able to control like potential kills down the line here. So if that is all coming together and kind of yielding these kinds of results like we're seeing here today, then more power to them. I think that's, you know, great progression from week to week.
Yeah, I think they always had a hard time potentially trying to close off game, even though here, once again, they're not able to close off that game. But I think that they understood, especially that their rotations were good. They would always get into the circle. They would not do a splash too much, but now they're starting to actually make some waves in the lobby, and I'm liking to see that coming on through. Though, as I'm seeing the 4 players here, why is only Daddy got himself a jersey? Like, they all deserve one, man. They played great that game. Send him all a jersey. Come on, we need to see you guys on brand.
Well, you know what? If they do extremely well in this event and get themselves some decent prize money, they can spend that money on making sure to have jerseys fair around the team.
And Imperium can get it.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they can send us one as well. And not Imperium, because Imperium has a jersey from every team out there. It's not really fair at all. Guys, I need my jerseys. Actually, I do have one for Airwolf Limax. They actually reached out and like sent me one back during PMGC. Yeah. I need to put it on one day. Maybe in an event later on in the year if they can get themselves into those events. PMGC. But anyways, yeah, no, great to see Lakonostra step up. Again, we saw Will do it a couple times over the course of league play. We saw Alicio be so dominating over the course of today. And I'm curious if they can maintain that. Again, we saw Nexus kind of maybe fall off a little bit here. We're seeing Lakonostra now with 2 really good matches under their belt. But I believe, though, before we do head into our next match, we're going to take a look at an interview with a player from Godsent. It's going to be Reznov, and we'll be back here with our 5th match, not 4th, of the day. So going into PMPL, looking at your team, where do you think your strengths lie within the team and the weaknesses? I know you've already pointed out the experience that your players have when it comes to like PMGC, but as a team as a whole, what's their strengths and weaknesses?
So I think we have some of the best fraggers in the entire competition on our team. So I think in terms of fragging power, we've got a lot of skill there, and I think in terms of pure fragging, we're above most of the other teams, or at least half of the other teams. And so yeah, the experience again comes in, as you've said. So we have RIGL Reeves. He's got a lot of experience. He knows all the best spots on the map, and I think map knowledge for him is like you can't compare it to anyone else in Europe, I think.
Okay, well, looking at your opponents you're going to have here in PMPL, who do you think are going to be the toughest to compete against?
So we've been playing a lot of leagues. There's been a lot of like non-major tournaments going on recently, and I think our biggest competition is going to be either Unicorns of Love or Qatar Forces.
Now this is an interesting question. Say you're in comms with all of the teams you're playing against right before a match starts. What are you going to say to your opponents?
Well, obviously it's going to be a little banterous taunting, but I think we'll just tell them to keep up with our drop spots, allow us loot, and allow us play our own game, because we don't really enjoy people messing with us in the early game, because it just slows everything down and it doesn't help in either of the teams.
So with AZ on the team and being one of like the starting members within the team, has he brought in kind of any like play style he's had from previous teams, obviously coming from a different region?
Yeah, so as he's more of like the guy that we just send in to get the kills. He's for Reeves and Marley, they handle the IGLing, like the positioning and everything, so we send in Azzy to go get our entry knock and do our fragging for us.
Well, I want to give you a chance to give a shout out to fans out there before we do end off the interview.
Yeah, so I just want to say thanks to everyone who's been supporting us, and obviously for the haters, we'll see you in PMPL as well. Yeah, thanks to everyone who supports us in Godsent, and we hope we can make you proud.
All right, well, it is time to get our 5th match of the way fifth match of the day underway, if I get my words correctly, as we take a look at the schedule yet again, get an idea. Carlos, you want to just take over hosting for me, and I'll go switch to analyst. We do have Miramar coming up next, and we're going to round out the day at Sanhok yet again. So we've had a couple of different winners. We've had pretty much different winners the entire day through. You see Clash, Godsent, Destiny, UDR, Killers, and it's coming down to now our fifth match, and I don't really know who to predict anymore. I honestly feel like, and again, what's kind of cool about the finals is that we've had so many teams that were in the middle of the pack towards the bottom of the pack. Keep in mind, Lakonostra were definitely towards the bottom of the pack since they didn't play in the third super weekend. Now towards the top of the table. It's crazy to see. I mean, I understand it's just 4 games done, 4 matches being played, but at this pace, we could see, you know, all of our predictions that we've been making throughout this entire event completely go out the window.
I think
Go for it.
it's fine.
Thank you for agreeing with me. Gentlemen, I'm going to let you guys go for now. I'm going to bring in our commentators once again while you guys think of an answer for it next time. Thank you so much, and obviously see how things are going to go after the end of the 5th match. We're going to bring in John, Allen, and Blank, and maybe they can give me their thoughts, besides just a yep on what I just said.
Yep.
All right, cool. Take it away, gentlemen.
Yep.
Get me out of here, please.
Get him out.
Hey, you want to be mean to the desk? You want to cut him off? We're gonna get you back, Jason. We gotta stand by our homies over on the analyst desk. But we're gonna be getting on to Miramar. Blank, are you excited?
Fairly excited, yeah. I mean, it looks very warm in my room. I promise you, it is. Right? I've got the Miramar heat coming through the window. That's why I look a little bit orange. That's all it is. Don't worry about it. But yeah, I'm excited to get into Miramar. Should be fun. A little bit more rotational based, but you know what? That actually favors Lakonostra MVP. Let's hope they keep up this performance. We want to cheer a UK team, John. There's 3 of us on the broadcast. We have the power. We have the technology. We don't have the technology, but we have the power.
I don't know why you've completely ignored Banks being English as well, or British as well. So there's 4 of us.
He's been everywhere, though. He's like, you know, he's a traveler of many different cultures.
He goes around very many different countries, but we all do. I mean, we go to a lot of events. Well, we did. We're certainly hoping to in the future as well. But it's
all right. Don't make me cry.
You know, it'll be all right. There's 4 of us. We're here to support. We're here to support that we can have one. You can have one player for each of us to support. Bagsy, Alicio. So you know, each of us can have one. Who are you picking?
Shotgun Daddy. I've shotgunned him now.
Is that a sentence, or are you calling?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm calling it. Yeah. That's my new nickname.
Fantastic. Okay, I love it. I'm here for it.
Yeah. Heading into Miramar now with this, obviously a bit of a northwest path down towards the southeast in Puerto Paraíso. So we actually have the rehost coming through, which is always nice. We love the rehost. It means it comes back to us, and you get to only look at us, which is the main thing that you want to think about right now, because look at us, we're looking fresh, we're looking fine, we've got our shirts on, we're ready to go. You know, it's time for a little bit of a chat, John. Now, looking at these teams so far, and your moving averages, your numbers, your stats, John, all the things that you've brought into the conversation. If you had to look at your stats, look at what's happened today, what's your prediction at first place at the end of the day?
First place at the end of the day, I'm going to say Unicorns of Love is the safest bet here.
Okay.
I think that they have shown, as I spoke about before, the same sort of consistency as like Eastern Stars had. Obviously, they've not done so great today. They haven't had the best of times so far. Unicorns of Love, though, they've been really, really strong, pretty consistent overall. At the moment, they're on, I think, an 11.5 average, 46 points in the game. So yeah, hopefully they're going to be able to take it. I think we've got a little bit of a package for you guys to watch and enjoy whilst we get this lobby remade. So we'll see you guys in just a second.
It's time to head into Would You Rather so we can learn a little bit more about the players and offer them 2 choices and find out which one they're going to take. Would you rather use the Uzi or the UMP?
Ahora mismo UMP.
Creo que ahora mismo usaría la UCI, aunque la UMP ha mejorado bastante sus estadísticas.
Would you rather play Miramar only for 1 year straight or not play Miramar again?
Only Miramar.
Miramar for a year straight.
Miramar only.
Would you rather play Erangel for 1 year straight or Miramar for 1 year straight?
Erangel.
Miramar.
Would you rather headshot someone from 500 meters away or drive over them in a US?
Drive over them in US.
Drive over them with the US.
Drive over them.
Would you rather play for kills or for placements?
Marto. Ahora mismo con el nuevo reglamento, puestos.
Ahora mismo por placement, porque te da más ventaja a la hora de los empates.
Would you rather own the Murado in real life or the Roni?
Mirado. All day long.
Murado for sure.
Mirado, of course.
Would you rather get $100,000 today or $1 million in 5 years?
Mitad fácil. $100,000 podría ser $1 millón en 5 años. $100,000.
Diría que $1 millón de dólares después de 5 años.
Would you rather never use salt again or never use sugar?
Never use salt again.
So,
never use sugar again.
Would you rather shave your head or grow your hair out to waist length?
يكون لي شعر طويل قصري. Como Shakira.
Me prefería raparme el pelo.
Would you rather eat an unpeeled lemon or an unpeeled kiwi?
Unpeeled kiwi.
Unpeeled lemon because I'm allergic to kiwis.
I'd go with kiwi.
Hello and welcome back to the proceedings. We've got the lobby remade, ready to go. Hopefully we'll be able to get the drop this time around. But Blank, we were speaking a little bit about our top 3 teams. I mean, you highlighted the 3 that you'd mentioned during the one drop in the pre-show. I think you'd said Unicorns of Love, Godsent, and who was it, Panda as your third pick for the top 3. Okay, how are you feeling about those?
I'm feeling pretty good about them, actually. I'm feeling pretty confident. Feeling confident Unicorns of Love into Godsent to Panda. That seems like the best place to go. Honestly, Panda, though, is probably the most awkward one for me. Honestly, I'm really a little bit unsure on that third place. But Unicorns of Love, just from the way they're playing out of that last Super Weekend, as well as Godsent, feels like they're both on track. I think Godsent a little bit more is solidified in my mind as like a second placer. I think there's definitely a moment in the world where we could see them in first place, but they have been much more consistent much earlier than Unicorns of Love. Unicorns of Love have been ramping up slowly, and I was just kind of curious whether they'll be able to keep that up. And I just tossed that in there because, you know what, fresh. He's fresh to death. He's ready to go. I mean, that guy brings death to the table as well with the amount of damage he's putting out.
Certainly does. I mean, Godsent definitely, you know, they had that massive surge towards the end, starting out a little bit weaker than maybe where Unicorns of Love were at the start of the tournament. But you know, that was ages ago, Blake. That was so long ago, I've pretty much forgotten about it. Nobody even cares. I don't know why we're even talking about it, to be honest. It was only towards the end that we actually care about. Now, of course, it's all part of their story. But I think that I would agree with you. I think Unicorns of Love and Godsent definite my top 2 right now. Obviously not in the top 2 spots at the moment. And that's actually echoed in their current average placements over the last 4 games. Both of them averaging 5th place, which is the highest in the lobby out of any teams so far. So they're doing pretty well. They're getting towards those late circles, but it's Unicorns of Love who are taking the lion's share of the kills on that front. About 6 more. In fact, exactly 6 more kills.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for the very exact. I mean, you could have said 5.5 and it would have said not quite exact, but you gave us the exact number. That's what I like about you, John. You give us the facts. The thing is, though, for me, just thinking about this.
You like about me?
Well, I don't know about that. There's like maybe 1 or 2 things more. But for Unicorns of Love, for me, this is a team that I think can go all the way. Personally, from just watching the finals, if I was just looking at the finals, there seems to be a team that regardless of where they are, they still haven't been massively favored on a lot of these drops, a lot of these circles. Regardless, they're still hitting those top spots. Like, I don't think there's been a Unicorns of Love circle yet. I don't think there's been a Unicorns of Love favored game yet. But here we are. They're still trucking, still making those points happen, and that is one of the most important things for you.
Very important to do so at the moment. Black Sparks very close to Lost Bullet there, and Lost Bullet not having the best time of things. Fortunately, they did get knocked, though, and Black Sparks, they get the worst end of the stick overall. 2 players have gone down for them so far. That's Really not how you want that one to go. The nade is there, but not going to be able to find too much. Gets knocked from across the way, and up Lost Bullet go. Black Sparks, they haven't had the best start to proceedings. It looked like that will continue. The Lost Bullet's a little bit further up the tables, but still, it's a good start to the game for them. If they're able to finish it off, and they will.
They will finish that one off, so nice and easy. Black Sparks, unfortunately, we mentioned it earlier today that they've not had the best time coming into this finals with a few little issues here and there for them. But Lakonostra MVP just rolling up on Umbra at the moment. Umbra, I think, hit them a little bit, but Umbra's already lost one player. Prolord is down. Lakonostra MVP immediately make a smart decision just to roll it back, try and get us some more information before fully committing to this fight.
Pretty heads up, I have to say. I think that it sort of plays into the story we've been telling about Lakonostra MVP so far today. Just how sort of heads up and fairly intelligent they've been on a lot of these rotations, and good in the fights. Good making those micro decisions as well as those rotational plays.
Currently down towards Graveyard, so clearing out this area will be nice because it's a difficult place to actually rotate through. But getting rid of one other member here, especially with how disparate the map actually is, if you get rid of a member right early in the game, you can almost be certain that there's probably not another team in this area, and we can have a very chilled out route ahead of us. And even so, just taking pot shots over towards Umbra, knowing that you've cleared out a few of their players, you have a general idea of the direction which they're running. Now you can, from that, decide what kind of rotation you want to go for next. And I think this for Lakonostra MVP, who is a team that relied very heavily on rotations, is a big positive in their favor.
Big positive.
Big fat positive. Oh,
that's a big fat pluser for them.
Yeah, we're just in sync right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's all good.
Doing great. With the UK gang, we got to stick together. We have that vibe. We have that insight.
Yeah, we don't quite hold hands though. All right, that's too much.
Oh, we wouldn't do that. Don't be ridiculous.
Don't be ridiculous. Give me my tea and stand 2 feet apart from me, please.
Respectfully.
Respectfully as well, yeah.
Respectfully distance from one another. You've got to have an orderly queue, otherwise society crumbles.
True. That's what society all relies on, those queues. Right now, though, Nexus is relying on another good game to keep them towards the top of the standings, because the last one did not go very well for them. Ended a little bit sadly as soon as Dexter took himself out, his own personal assassin. And then game kind of went downhill for Nexus. I'd like to see them have another decent game, but we've seen on Miramar many, many times. I'm remembering the Mozero win from Miramar, where they were in a really nice compound, were just unable to levy that advantage that they had with just beautiful sightlands out everywhere. Lakonostra MVP was slowly able to kill them as they feebly attempted to smoke their way out. Here in the finals, though, Nexus looking just a little bit beefier.
Just a little bit. They have the tallies to keep things up. Currently sat on a 10.75 average blank on their games so far, which should be good, in theory, to see them towards that top 3 spot. But it's a question of continuing to do so and trying to make sure that you are keeping that sort of thing going. It's all about consistent play at that average.
Exactly. If you can keep that, especially in the finals, I think it's most important in the finals not to be trying to... you can have the standout days, but they're not going to matter as much as what would be a beautiful, consistent average coming through, because that's always going to trump a team who is very inconsistent and spiky, because you will just slowly climb those rankings. And remember, this is not a 15 matcher, this is an 18 matcher. We've got an extra game every single day. So there's a little bit more, actual ability to flex that ranking around. But Lakonostra MVP coming against Godsent and actually doing well versus these guys too. Okay.
Alicio there with the micro Uzi holding down the lines. Will go over the top as well. Looks for the spray down. A nice switch up, but unfortunately will fall. And Lakonostra get one of their players flush, looking to go down as well. It's just Danny now standing for the squad, and suddenly things turn topsy-turvy. Godsent throw a spanner in the works. And this is a little bit more, unfortunately, in line with what we're used to from Lakonostra.
Fight starts out. Whoa! Christ alive. I mean, Will is dead, sadly. But AZ, what a nade that was. Perfectly balanced as well, perfectly timed. Like you say, Godsent just turned that one on its head. It looked so bad from the beginning with Lakonostra having nice little bit of a ridge side to play around, but immediately sent packing. And, you know, that's much more in line with what we expect from Godsent. And like I said, much more in line with what we expect from your boys on Lakonostra MVP.
A little bit more so, certainly. Which is unfortunate. I mean, they had their time in the sun. Much like the English weather, though, the clouds do suddenly come across and spoil your day. Try and find a brolly, get out for the next.
Exactly. Polaris, though. Just chill. Are you talking about brollies here on Miramar?
That is true. It's parasols.
Parasols.
Go with that.
Much better. Yeah, I'll take a parasol. I like the shade. I do like the shade. I'll tell you that now, especially as a poor... I mean, I say I'm ginger. I've got white hair right now, but, you know, that's what I'm trying to hide from you all at home, is I do burn. Right, there is no tomorrow. But here, finally, we can take a quick look at the map feed. You can see Destiny over towards water treatment, but there's a lot of fighting that went on earlier. Already down to 54 alive, 14 teams, so we can already see that the aggressive nature of this lobby has been upped by quite a bit, actually, especially coming into the finals. Kamara making his way up to the top of the mountain for GSG. Lovely scouting point right in the side. Crater Fields.
Very nice indeed. Great vantage point, as you say. They should be able to spot Clash moving, potentially. I don't think Polaris are going to get too close to them. They'll probably be able to spot them, but the next circle comes on through. It's fairly all right. It's centered...
Fairly all right, yes.
I mean, it's not dramatic. It's not super bold, but it is certainly somewhere that the teams will have to go. I mean, that's about as much as I can say about it, really.
Yeah,
but it's the Unicorns of Love who are still in Los Leones, still yet to come on through. And I feel like they've been playing Edge quite a few times today, Blank. That seems to be their wont today.
I think that it's not by choice. I'll put it that way. There are a lot of times where they're forced into some awkward scenarios just with the way the circle shift. They were playing very far towards the southern side, and this circle has moved up quite north, so they are having to follow it up here. Umbra is ahead of them, but remember, this is a team with 2 players. I would advise against taking fights at this point in time. But this is probably one of my favorite places for the circle to finish on Miramar. There are so many fun points to play around this map. You've got Picardo, there's hills, there's massive vantage points where GSG is playing, and there's a lot of way to deny sightlines. I think that's my personal big favorite about this, is because you can almost isolate fights for yourself and take less of these third parties. Okay.
Ooh, that off angle from Mihi. I mean, we know he loves to be on him. Has backup as well from a teammate. Pretty close by, that's Mazzaro. Beast and Noshi, though, holding face against Godsent on the push. Able to find one against Marley, and they can retreat up. They can go for those heals. Hits the deck and waits for the shots to come through. The nade just inches from the ears there on Noshi. Vito gets taken down, and Godsent getting rebuffed at every turn. Beast on the outside, finds Reeves as well. Beautiful on the hold. AZ now running for the hills. They don't want any more of this pizza pie. Blank Godsent, they get turned around.
I feel like that fight could have gone very differently, because I do think there was a bit of a rubber band effect going through for Godsent, where one player was pulling one way and the other was playing another, and then eventually either snaps back together or breaks. And in this situation, it broke because we did see Reeves slowly pulling up, and then we saw the madman himself, Marley, just fly past him. And I think in that situation, you both need to be on the same page, because you've got a dude who's rolling up nice and slow to the compound to try and go for a sneaky play, and you've got another man who is just shouting war cries as he slams the bumper into the side of the house. So, unfortunately, Godsent don't make that one happen after what was a fairly stellar performance up against Lakonostra MVP.
I could tell that as you described that was such a vivid image in your mind of what was...
It really was. Yeah, when I saw that, I was like, I can see this. I can see this playing out in movie format, yeah. I know the script, everything.
It's starring Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson and Kevin Hart.
Jack Black,
Kevin Hart's the guy in the car. Oh, Jack Black? That's fair enough. Yeah, I mean...
Reeves as Jack Black, and then you got Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson as Marley.
Yeah. And Kevin Hart's just driving into the side of the building, screaming his head off.
Yeah, exactly.
Love it. We should. We'll contact their agents. We'll get it sorted. We'll get it started.
We'll
Yeah, exactly.
Jack Black could definitely be down. Tell you that now. Guy's very cool.
Sure. He is pretty chill.
He's pretty chill.
All of my personal interactions with the man.
Oh, yeah. I've at least DM'd him once on Twitter. And you guys can get involved on Twitter as well. Over at PUBG Mobile Esports. Drop us a DM. Drop us a tweet. Tell us who your favourite team is here in the Western Europe League. You know, we're happy to hear it.
Maybe who your dream celebrity team is as well.
That also.
You know, we've chosen what? Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Jack Black, Kevin Hart.
It's a Jumanji team, I think.
It is fine. We'll get Karen Gillan in there as well.
Yeah, nice.
And that's our pick for our dream team celebrity showdown team. I mean, I have no idea if that could ever be a thing. Probably isn't. I'm probably dreaming.
I hope it is though.
I'd like to meet Jack Black. That'd be cool.
Is this just a Jack
Black
fan?
Anyway, should we talk about how Godsent with their lone player is razzing straight through the middle of San Martin? Because at the moment, there's a lot of bullets being sent that way, and that's what you're going to get. Fair enough. Absolutely rightly so that you go down if you're going to try and pull something like that off.
I will say though, looking at this circle, this is a Unicorns of Love circle. It's a really, really nice place to play around just on the side of Picardo now. There's almost no way anyone heads down towards their southern side. It'd be very, very ill-advised for Panda to actually head down here just because it's very hard to make your way up the hillside on that point. I think the only vehicle that can actually make up Picardo Hills is the buggy itself here in PUBG Mobile. So you're struggling if you have anything but. At the moment, though, Unicorns of Love can kind of take pot shots down towards everyone. Interesting positions galore. Nexus have a nice little compound towards the roadside. Destiny's out towards Hacienda, trying to make their way in. But again, we have these nasty roads come through the northern side, which cuts off a lot of teams towards the north. Specifically, you got Polaris, GSG, Eastern Stars.
Eastern Stars have had, as we know, a very tough time of things. 11 points total so far. Really not going their way. We've seen a lot more from them in a lot of situations. We'll see if they're able to pull it back together today here on Miramar. They don't have too many games to do so. As we said, a shorter series than we've seen before, 18 games. Not a long time to rack up those points. UDR Killers taking shots over towards Clash on the western edge. Very close to Panda as well, and Panda strike out towards Clash. And it seems like Clash are bearing the brunt of this engagement. Shots over towards Panda, however, take a lot of damage their way. 2 players dead. Only Aza left, standing for Clash atop the hill. And with UDR Killers down, Panda a little bit further, gets in the buggy, and tries to get away, but Game Lord are right there. I think this might just be the end of it. Shots coming on through. A's are really in a sticky spot. And with a tire popped out, oh, this is so disastrous. This is so bad for them. Drops one very low, but able to get the knock as well. Will be finished off by the teammate. Game Lord able to take the final kill over towards Clash. Unicorns of Love looking good to try and stretch out a lead here at the top of the tables. Nexus Gaming, though, they're still in it. They're pretty close by too.
Yeah, again, I do love this position from Unicorns of Love. I need to wait for this next circle to see where it goes. If it's a hard shift towards the north, it's a little bit nasty, especially that circle still in play. Now, Panda, checking these guys out very quickly because we've got to look at their roster now. I think this is their main four, and this is who we want to see them field, which is Years, Lin, GK First, and Kato. I'm not sure the reasoning behind them not being able to field it earlier in the day. I'm sure there is a reasoning for it, especially in the finals. You want to stick with the main four and get that synergy online and remain as a solid unit.
Polaris really want this kill. Get it a first person.
Where is he?
Just trying to spot out any toes, any barrels, anything.
Is he in the dumpster? Is he in the truck itself? He's there.
There. Spots a glove, and that's going to be the end of it. UDR Killers move up against Game Lord, looking for the shots. They do a lot of damage over towards Robs, but get sat back down by the Tommy gun. Around the sidelines, though, they're holding off plenty of other teams. Gaijin Seraphim have oversight on some of these positions. Not going to be able to hit the shot with the K9. Game Lord are holding off pretty effectively on the western edge against UDR Killers right now.
Nano is making his way in now, though. Ulysses throws some smokes over the top. We've seen this team utilize smokes in a very smart manner before, but now they're up against in a 3v4, I believe it is. A little bit rough for them. With Gaijin Seraphim, though, pinching the guys from Game Lord could be slightly easier. Right now, UDR Killers need to think about what happens next. After this fight concludes, where do they go?
What is their next step? That's what it's all about. Thinking far enough ahead to try and secure these points. It's all well and good winning a fight, but if you're stuck out in the sticks for it,
Got to win the next one.
You don't make those plus EV plays, Blank. That's what it's all about. Averages, I keep banging on about them, but they are so important. And you need to be making those plays where you are, on average, making more points than you might lose by just not going for a fight. Wiped, Game Lord, and now UDR killers have to make those moves.
They do. Again, I'm going to say it twice. It's not about winning this fight. It's about winning the next one that happens afterwards. You know, so you always got to have your mind being set on, especially on Miramar, where there's constantly going to be teams on these high grounds looking down towards you. Gaijin Seraphim, however, are backing up a little bit. This is a team that hasn't done amazingly during this finals. Pretty much a repeat performance from their final Super Weekend where they just eked it in to get into the finals itself. We need to see a little bit more from them. I remember a nice little interview we did with Lord explaining that, you know, the team, they want to be a little bit more aggressive. They want to be a finals team. And all respect to them. We just need to see it now.
Need that showing. To fade back in. Try and have more of an impact onto the lobby. Yet to see it, however. Trying to wait that one out. But GSG at the moment, again, I feel like GSG is a team that is always there, but never sort of shines, never sort of stands out dramatically against the backdrop of a lot of these other teams.
Yeah, and it's been what I've been saying throughout this entire time is that they're a team that's present. I don't think they're a particularly bad team. They just don't have these big flashy plays. They don't have like crazy moments, right? I think that's the main thing is they don't have that Quentin Tarantino, Michael Bay factor in this game. And that's what a lot of other teams do have. Unicorns of Love have got it with Fresh. I mean, he performed basically a Michael Bay movie in one of the Miramars where he's flying over onto the top of a building in a buggy, which was very fun. Looking at Destiny with the way they play out these Sanhoks, all very, very fun stuff. Nexus, however, we have to tune in with them just a little bit. 10 teams remain, 36 players still in the lobby, but Nexus with a nice little spot here on Miramar, though we've seen this before. And I mentioned it earlier with the Mozero win. They're good at holding a compound, but just for how long? Regardless, it doesn't matter too much, especially with 44 points in 4th place. 15, 16 points, that's good. But we have to get towards those top 5 place first.
At the moment, Nexus sat in a very good spot for this game on their compound on the roadside, but how long will that last them? Lost bullets across the road, looking to potentially try and challenge here. Eastern Stars still with a chance. They're on the wrong side of the road probably for it. Panda moving up to try and guard out Gaijin Seraphim, pushing in towards the circle. You can see on the minimap on the right-hand side that they aren't going to be in the circle themselves, and they might have to push a little bit further. Maybe they just want to deal with this thorn in their side. This Gaijin Seraphim team at their back.
Panda at the moment, I think it is wise, though, especially with like the limited amount of land mass that's coming up very shortly. I think with Panda, they want to get rid of players. GK first, though, pops his head up for a little bit too long, but opens himself up to some more fire from Lin. Oh my goodness, Bujo. What a nice little shot over the top side. Quick spin around, flick on the trigger. Good stuff.
Bujo bullies Lin back from the ridgeline. And now shots being taken over towards Katal as well. Pretty tricky spot now for Panda. Gaijin Seraphim doing a lot of work there. And they sent Prada forward, so they actually have a spot. Eastern Stars make it into their divot, very close to the Polar Ace squad. Nades over the top, trying to sequester themselves, and Caster goes a little bit too high, a little bit too far. Holds goes down as well, and Eastern Stars, this is what we wanted to see from them. They take a position, they use it, they are able to dismount Polar Ace. The question is, how much further can they go? It is, as you say, Blank, the next fight that they need to be thinking about now.
Eastern Stars finished Super Weekend on a nice cheeky win on Miramar for themselves. Honestly, that's very Kapahala of Kapahala. Mid-fight, reloads whilst looking dead in the eye of the enemy and says, wait a minute, I'm still putting bullets in the actual gun itself, but these are for you, don't you worry. Finishes the fight off very clean. Unicorns of Love, though, here we see them right on the southeast edge. You can see that on your screen. We are, I'm sure, definitely going to move away from this road. Come on, please, definitely move away from this road. It's not going to be a nice place to have any of these players play, and I just want a fair game here in the finals. Don't make it hard for them. Just make it hard with the opponents they have to face.
Oh, okay, well, that's going to make it a little bit simpler for Nexus, who want to hold out Unicorns of Love above all else right now in terms of their position on the tables overall. The EDR Killers, they're trading off with the Eastern Stars, and actually there's 3 players down for the Eastern Stars across the way. They sat a couple of UDR players down, but they're going to be slow, and that's going to mean that they have to take the time to get these reses on to be able to get in towards this next circle.
Exactly, John. Getting the reses through is rough for them because they're still going to cross this road. Do they have the smokes to do it? But in my eyes, there's one really important little interaction between two teams at the moment. That's Unicorns of Love and Destiny. Unicorns of Love typically have to rotate through Destiny here to get a good position on the eastern side of the circle. It would have been one of the most favored positions for them. But they have to go through Destiny to make it happen. So, you know, whoever wins that fight has a really good shot in my mind. But Nexus actually take out one player from Destiny already. That might be the go signal for Unicorns of Love.
This is just so hard for all of these teams trying to make this dash. Gaijin Seraphim eliminated. UDR Killers, they may be a little bit slow at making their move, trying to guard out the Eastern Stars more than they're trying to get into the zone. And that's going to afford the Eastern Stars the opportunity to cross. Lost Bullets with their Soul Ranger wasn't able to control it either. Unicorns of Love trying to push on through. It is GSG who get eliminated as well. Now Panda tried to take up the mantle of that position, push through the Unicorns of Love, who are ahead of the game in terms of making it towards the circle, but they are still not in. In the meantime, Destiny still pushing towards Nexus, and Nexus are holding fast. Sushi has gone down, but Destiny taking the brunt of the damage. Noshi going completely down and out wiped there on the eastern edge. Unicorns of Love trying desperately to guard out Panda, and UDR Killers at their back, going to make this all the harder for Panda.
I do find this play very interesting for Unicorns of Love because they just swing on a dime and just instead try and clear out the southwest side. Lin, though, is in position, Molotov in hand, right onto the buggy, but just goes a little bit short. Ked takes a fair bit of damage in the process.
Traded back, Ked knocked in the end. Lin looks for that heal, looks for that first aid, but nades over the top, doing a lot of work there.
Running into it, mate.
Oh no! He fades back towards the teammate, and that could be disastrous. Katao looks to try and shut them down now. Unicorns of Love lose 2 pretty swiftly there, but 3 players alive for Panda, and they're still not into the circle. Ulysses out in the blue, looking for the heal. Eastern Stars have made that dash. Another confirm comes through as Fresh picks up a point for Unicorns of Love.
Oh, 7 kills is nice. Fresh still's going, still spinning like a ballerina over towards all these players from Panda at the moment. Throws another nade just for safety. Kato, though, still stood up, and Fresh just going to razz it out there. I don't think Kato was expecting this.
Oh, it steps up, looks for the spray, hits the deck. Lovely movement there.
Goodness me.
From Fresh. This guy is a unit. What a dynamic player from Fresh.
That is insane that he was able to do that. Gets in front. And poor Kato did not see it coming. Beast gets mollied, naded twice. Goodness me, his body's in pieces.
Ozero on the off angle looking for shots over towards Nexus. Dexter spots it out, takes him down off the hillside. Destiny get wiped out yet again. Dexter's down, and they should get this res. Lost Bullets, Eastern Stars, Unicorns of Love, and UDR Killers all blank with 1 player remaining against Nexus with 4. It's a game of snakes. And right now, Nexus are the ladder.
Time, John. See if these snakes have a little bit of venom in their bite. That's the real question. For Nexus, though, Circle moves away from them. They've struggled to leave compounds, damn me! What are you doing, mate?
Oh no. Disastrous. 2 players now remain. And they are playing a bit of hide and seek here to try and survive. Octavian, I don't think that's going to do too well for you. No way you can get away from that. Playzone gets the point, though. Nexus, looking good to win here. Fresh V4. You know what? I'm not counting him out. Not counting him out just yet. If he's able to get 2 knocks, he's still into it. But I don't think that's going to happen. They do spot him out in the end. The Unicorns of Love to make it all the way to second, which isn't the ideal situation for Nexus, but they get that chicken dinner. They get a whole chunk of kills as well, and they are looking good to dice it out with the big boys.
They really are. Nexus, you asked for them to continue that performance, to make sure those averages stayed up. There's your answer. Keep it going. And honestly, we've been asking this question on the desk, on the cast throughout this entire tournament. Nexus, can you close out games? Can you make it happen in that end game? And there you have it. They do make it happen. And I mean, for sure, it was versus 4 solos. So cheeky little points coming your way anyway. But regardless, Nexus, good spot. Circle comes towards them, sure, but they do a good job to fend off a lot of teams in that area, especially fending off Destiny. I think that was their biggest challenge and the biggest hurdle they had to get over, and they make that leap look easy.
I think that the great thing about them was having that position, but when you saw, if you looked at how they actually got into that position, there was very little scouting. They sort of just crashed into the compound and hoped.
Oh, the Gaijin Seraphim
there. They did a bit of a Gaijin Seraphim there. Luckily, it was open, and then the circle did keep shrinking towards them, so fantastic to be able to hold that down. But I feel like maybe towards the start, if they want to, as we talk about, keep those averages up, maybe send in a little bit of a scout, you know, have one person drive by, swing around and hold a hillside whilst everyone else comes in. That sort of play might be a little bit better. You don't even have to adapt that much in terms of the pacing of things going on. So maybe some things to improve, but right now, they're sitting pretty.
Regardless of everything, like you say, Nexus towards the top, good stuff for them. And I mean, we got to be happy about it. They got a bunch of kills that game as well, all 4 alive at the end, beautiful stuff. Unicorns of Love, though, keeping up that performance. And look, we have to attribute a lot of that to Fresh.
Oh, yeah.
This guy is unbelievable. The moves this guy makes, I have never seen before. They're out of a different dimension sometimes, to be quite frank with you. I don't know where they got this guy, but, you know, keep him on the team. He's good. He's very good.
I mean, he might be fresh, but he's putting everyone else on ice, making them frozen. It's fantastic.
Oh, absolutely.
Fantastic performance. I think you highlighted it really well when he went for that Raz in the buggy, went forwards, and you said, oh, well, the guy from Panda wasn't expecting it. I think that's really, very accurate. And it felt like he was thinking ahead as well, because he knows, if I do this, I'm going to panic them. He's going to stand up and shoot. I then need to drop out, hit the floor. He's going to need to reload, and then he's in a really bad spot after trying to reposition, and you can just stand up and shoot him. I feel like that was a 3 steps ahead kind of situation from Fresh, and to be able to do that in the moment, incredible.
Guys playing 4D chess 100%. I think the biggest thing there for me is honestly just this idea that for him, in that situation, he's thinking about what he wants to do, which would be to smoke out, try and alleviate himself from that position, leave, and that's what he assumes that, you know, Kato's going to do as well. So instead, like you say, do the unexpected, do the opposite, and quickly it could have gone badly. Kato is not a bad player in any means of the word, but when you can get that position, understand the exact position you need to be in, damn, it works out very, very nicely. Talk about a few other teams within that lobby. Godsent, great performance towards the beginning, really fell off towards the end. And I feel like that's that confidence there is in a few players from the team, specifically like Marley, and then maybe not in the others. When crashing those compounds, you've got to be together. It's one of the major importance, and you do not want to get off track with your other teammates this early in the tournament.
Certainly not. It's the worst time to do it. I mean, maybe forgivable in that 3rd day when tensions are really, really high. Maybe there's a little bit of miscommunication, but you really need to be set. You're laying your foundations right here, like Unicorns of Love and like NEXUS Gaming as well. I mean, they're doing incredibly well to keep things tight, to keep it together. Unicorns of Love keep up their placement average as well. They are now the highest placing team on average across the whole tournament right now, with the 4th place average at 37 placement points, and they're doing really very well on those kill tallies as well with 26. So that it's not like they're letting those points slip away from them and sort of just prioritizing placements. They're doing well across the board.
Yeah, absolutely they are, and I think that it is fantastic overall for them to keep up those points, and we want to see that going forward. All in all, that was a really good Miramar. Very, very fun. And like I said, it was one of my favorite endings. Had a lot of interesting positions to play from. And I think some teams are definitely taking it to the next step, to the next level at this point in time. But yeah, John, there's not much more to say about that game, honestly. I think that for next game, for Sanhok, we can start talking about that a little bit more now. Destiny, again, another team that we expect to do very, very well, and we hope to do very well, because it's where they need to get the majority of their points on. These other couple of games haven't been phenomenal coming through from them, but Unicorns of Love, this has also been another team that steps up on Sanhok, but that was back when Scrum Farm was giving them all the space in the world over towards Paradise Resort.
There's 3 teams that I'm surprised are on this back page of the overall standings at the end of that game. That's Destiny, Eastern Stars, and Polaris, right? You'd think after 5 games, their prowess in general should be starting to shine through, but it just isn't. Not just yet. And there still is time, but it is waning. It is short-lived. And they're not used to that maybe in those super pressured situations from Super Weekend, where over the course of those 3 weeks, you get 45 games to play. It's been not the greatest of runs from those 3 squads, but it's been great from Unicorns of Love, one of those golden 6 that we talked about at the start of the day. We're going to head back over to the analyst desk to tell you a little bit more about how that's all going to go, how it's all going to pan out, maybe give us their predictions predictions for this last game so far today. We'll see you over on the desk.
Welcome back, everyone, to the PMPL Western Europe, as we've now finished off our 5th match of the day. And you know what that means? No, it's not end of showtime. We actually do have a 6th match to come because it is the finals and it is 6 matches a day for 3 days straight. But we've had Nexus take home a chicken dinner, their first, I would say, throughout the entire event, if I'm not mistaken, and a well-deserved time for it to happen as well, considering what are at stake. They've had a phenomenal day so far. We'll go straight into the match ranking and we can take a look at this as we have Polaris and Maxman to break it all down for you. But Nexus, they have to be so thrilled about that.
Absolutely. Now this is pod racing, I'll tell you that much. The Nexus looking fantastic. 24 points on their side. They are looking brilliant across today. We're looking at, you know, some of the players. We're seeing the likes of Dexter as well, still, you know, doing a lot for the team alongside Rana, I believe it was. But just, you know, they're holding down the fort. And once again, when they've got a compound, they're sticking with it. I like it.
Yeah. Though one team that we got to talk about, and that we mentioned a few times we would like to see big things from them, hasn't happened just yet until now, actually, on this last game on Miramar, is Lost Bullet. They drop inside of Samar team, which typically that is where Scrim Farm used to be. They're not here, so that's going to be an opening opportunity for teams to take that position. It was contested very, very early on by Black Spark, and actually one of the players from Lost Bullet that I think has done a lot to help Lost Bullet get these points, and especially these kills, is Dami. I'm hoping we're going to have having him actually part of the top players, because he's been playing fantastically throughout today for Lost Bullet. And I want to see a lot more from, I would say, the rest of the team. A little bit different to like what we see, for example, for Panda, where it was just TK first. Now it's just Dami. I want to see the entire team of Lost Bullet try and rise up to the occasion. But yeah, it's a good start. 17 points total on this 5th game is a good start on their first day.
And that ramp up is continuing as well for some of those golden teams that we were mentioning before. Eastern Stars, 15 points. I mean, we already saw UDR Killers doing brilliantly before. They weren't necessarily a part of that group, but Panda and Destiny, likewise, they need to start getting their averages up, right? And when you see 11 points coming in, even 8 points coming in, is pretty decent, all things considered, especially for the caliber of the lobby here, Jason.
Yeah, and we're going to take a look now at the second page and see maybe how some other teams did. Maybe some more of our Golden 6 teams we were talking about before. Polaris, only 2 points. Lakonostra. So this seems to be the curse out of a lot of teams out there. You have a good match, and the match thereafter, you seem to not get too many points. Clash, case in point, game 1, take home a chicken dinner. Game 2, they score 1 point, I believe it was. So they only get 2 for Lakonostra here. Umbra only on to 1, and Black Sparks, unfortunately, really struggling at the moment without their full set roster.
Yeah.
It's tough times, but you know, it's only one day. We're not done just yet.
You make a good point, Jason. You know, game 1, Clash, the Kylaris Blessing. Game 2, Max. Game 3, Max. Game 4, Max. It's really kind of, and game 5, Max as well. Really brutal to deal with. Hey, Max.
I can't. Yeah, maybe. I can't come back there. I can't win. I can never win on this desk. But I don't know. Clash is feeling a little bit weird, and we talked about how this is a team. Normally, if they start off a really good foot, which, you know, taking yourself a win, that is starting really strongly. Yeah, it's really weird to see them have a very poor performance after that. So I don't know where Clash currently stands, but the mental game is dwindling away a little bit. That's a lot of ho-hos, right?
That's, I think, the most damage we've seen.
That's insane. Yeah, Dami you gotta. I mean, Max already gave him the tip of the hat earlier, but you gotta give this man big credit for what he's able to do on Lost Bullets so far. The fact that he's able to. I mean, I already saw him midway through this game getting those 4 kills on the board, but that's more damage than a lot of teams are doing in an entire game across 4 people. You know, in an entire match. So very impressive there. Wow.
Whew. Well, Polaris, he was also the last left alive for his team for quite a long time, and he was still picking up knocks and kills in there. So it's really impressive to be able to, you know, kind of play by yourself like we saw with Mazzaro before. We do see GK first there. We do see Dexter there as well. GK first not getting the top spot so far today, but obviously we still have more matches to come anyways. But we do see Nexus, 9 kills, 22,500 damage, if that makes any sense. They're in a #1 position. Probably doesn't. But Panda are starting to warm up into the finals, I'd say.
A little bit. I mean, they had a few players at the end there, Carty, that tried his best to try and secure himself a fight, but unfortunately, it was Fresh. And if taking a what you want most of the time, Fresh is going to be able to win that one. But I agree. I think that Panda are slowly warming up to these finals, and they're getting a lot more comfortable position. I still think that they rotate really well early game. Mid game is good, but I think that they're still a little bit too slow once you get towards phase 5, 6, 7, and onwards. And I think that they need to really try and be a little bit quicker in this kind of moments. I think that that's what causes them to get gate kept, lose a lot of players along the way, and then be down to 1 or 2. And unfortunately, they have to go back to what they did on Sanhok, which is, we know we're not going to take the win. Let's see how far we can push it, and then you eventually die while making it in top 3 sometimes. But I think that, as I said, Panda, late game, a little bit too slow in my eyes still.
Sure, but they still were able to put up 2,004 after the 90 damage there, Jason. So if that makes any sense to you, I think, yeah, it's pretty good.
That was a little bit more confused, I feel like, than what I said, but you know what? It's pretty much the same thing. You know, we've been talking a lot about Nexus today. We talked about Nexus a lot when it came to the entire event, but generally it was on more towards a negative note, and I feel like we have to make up for that today by talking about the positives of them. We're going to take a closer look yet again. We did this earlier on in the day, but we're going to look at it yet again of Nexus stats today compared to their Super Weekend stats, because we talked about, you know, after a match or two, we can understand, you know, having some big numbers in there, it's not going to be as accurate as you would with more matches under their belts. But as we see here, like, they're still performing pretty consistent here. 13.4 average points per game. I mean, they're at the moment, I think, the #1 team, if I'm not mistaken, in the entire event. They could actually be taking one of those 3 slots into the PMPL EMEA Championship.
67 points right now, currently in the first position, right above the likes of Unicorns of Love, Lakonostra MVP, even UDR Killers. And we talked about Romania potentially being this new big country from which the new talent from the European region is going to be coming from, and it really seemed like it. I thought it was going to be Eastern Stars, but it seemed like right now Nexus are definitely in the driver's seat, and it's looking amazing. Though, and you said it, Jason, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to go against what you said. You said no negative aspect. I still have one small negative aspect, because I think Nexus can do even better. I want to see more from Aimbot. I want to see more also from Sushi, because right now, if you check out the overall kills, you have 11 kills for Rana, 11 kills for Dexter, and only 3 and 2 kills respectively for Aimbot and Sushi. I want to see them rise up a little bit more, hopefully in these next games.
On that note, Max, we're going to take a closer look at Rana, actually, and take a look at his stats in today compared to his stats over the course of Super Weekend in the average form to really show how we've had players step up. As you said, we're saying, right, you want to see everyone step up on the team. Dexter was always the one to be that rock for the team. But now Rana, he's starting to do it here. I mean, look at the step up he's been able to have. I mean, kills alone for me is like one of the biggest things you could see.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you know, you look at some rosters and you have your Pandas, as I was calling Nexus here, mini Panda. You have your GK first, and then you have the team that want to kind of step up around that. It's a similar situation here, I think. I think a lot of these guys are looking at Dexter and thinking to themselves, damn, that is an insane performance. I gotta level up my game. I gotta work a little bit extra to get up to that pace as well. You know, to not really let my side down, to not let my team down, given that we're in this kind of circumstance. I think what's going to be the big test now is that if they can kind of deal with this potential pressure that's going to be on them. It's not easy to stay at #1 when you're in this kind of lobby, so we will see.
I mean, you have every team gunning for you when you're at the top. You know, you got a bullseye on your back, but at least Rana's been able to step up. I think, as you're saying, Max, you know, Sushi and Aimbot, you want to see have a little bit more of a performance here, but that also is a big threat to everyone else. Imagine that Sushi and Aimbot can do that, can play at the same level of Rana and Dexter right now in terms of the kills they're putting out, the damage they're putting out. This could be the new full package team, as Polaris would say.
Could be. I mean, Aimbot especially, he's the one. If you were looking at both Sushi and also Aimbot, I think Aimbot, especially in the last few Super Weekends, has been able to do really good when it comes down to fragging out. So if I want to see one maybe step up first, it would be him. But Sushi is a little bit up and down, so I think that she can get some good results from time to time. But she is the one that I think needs to really step up the most for the team so far, because it's not been looking pretty for those two players. But they can make it happen. I mean, when you are performing this well on the first day and you're going to come into day 2 and day 3, man, your morale must be so good and so positive. So I'm hoping it's not going to be hurting them to feel like, oh, we're getting carried. No, not at all. They're still assisting the team in some way, maybe indirectly, not really shown up in numbers, but they're still assisting. But in the fights, at least, I would like to see them step up a little bit. And I'm sure they can make it happen. They've shown it today. Everything can go their way if they play around it properly.
Well, we have to remember it's a marathon, not a sprint. We still have 13 matches in total left to go through our finals. We'll take a look at our last match today. And as said earlier on today, it will be Sanhok as our final match. Remember, we keep in this order, I believe, throughout the entirety of the finals. So we have to have all teams being able to participate at the appropriate level, hopefully. I mean, thinking towards, that really made no sense, but I was trying to get towards Destiny on Sanhok because we talked about how often they win when it comes to this match. And as you said before, Claris, with it being 33.3, of course, repeating percentage of our pool here gives them a lot more chances to pick up some points. But you two, you're gonna have to get out of here for now because it's time to bring our commentators back in. I'm sorry, the last match is ready to go and we all want to see the matches, even though I do enjoy seeing your guys' beautiful faces. So you two, head back to the green room. We'll bring John Allen and Blake back in again here for the last time today. And gentlemen, Nexus, they've been able to kind of break the curse here with that chicken dinner. I'm wondering if they can continue yet again here in our final match of the day.
Yep. To be fair though, look, I'm gonna be straight with you. I'm gonna be straight with you. Nexus never struck me as a team that was gonna be striking out here and striking me as a very good team here in the finals. Honestly, that's just me saying how I feel. But to be honest with you, the performance they've been putting up here right now, John, has been phenomenal. Really, really good stuff from them, and it doesn't feel like a fluke. And I think that is the main takeaway from today: is it doesn't feel like a fluke.
And that's the thing. I mean, you know, I will keep saying it because they're doing well and I made a good prediction, but they were the highest ranked team in terms of that finishing moving average of any team outside of the top 6 in the entire lobby. So, you know, they absolutely were on form. They had that sort of momentum going in, and it looks like they've been able to carry that forwards over the days off that they've had, been putting in that research, that time, that practice. As they said before over on the desk, Rana and Dexter, phenomenal step-ups for this squad right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's what Dexter needed the most, is someone else, really. Just needed someone else to help him do his thing, because that guy is a monster of a gamer, and it's really nice seeing that he has now a fellow gamer on the team to make it happen with him. But we're getting here onto Sanhok already, straight into the game. Went down from the southwest up southeast up to the northwest here, up towards Camp Alpha. So it's going to make the drop spot here for your boys on Destiny very easy, very, very easy indeed.
Pretty chilled out. I mean, in general, Sanhok's always very chilled out in terms of drop locations. Very easy to get wherever you want to go. And just find that loot spot, find wherever you want to be. It's not too tricky. Everyone dropping out.
I think the main thing when it comes to drop spots and how easy it is to get to where you want to be is the fact that the circle pops so quickly. So if you are in a very good position to get to where you want, for instance, Destiny right now, get to immediately drop on top of their position over on this northwest island, this circle now pops, they can immediately decide themselves, we need to loot quick, and then we can head down towards the southwest, or even try and pull around Tapmok. So it is really, really nice in that situation that you get to get looted up quickly and start to get making decisions quicker. I think that's one of the main takeaways from the drop spots here on Sanhok.
Yeah, I think as well, I mean, Destiny, they tend to go for boat rotations or botations in these situations. So might see them head out to the coast and try and go all the way down to the south side of Sami, where currently 2 of the players from Panda are. They're pretty split at the moment, but I imagine they'll coalesce pretty soon. So maybe we'll see that sort of play as well coming through from Destiny. Are you looking at any teams and thinking they're going to have a really particularly tough time so far, Blank, or do you think it's going to be pretty chilled out on these rotations?
I think Umbra for sure right now, because they're playing the scrim farm game here on Sanhok quite frequently, where they're out towards the blue on the northeastern side. We don't typically see a finish over towards here, so you can stick out in the blue for a long time. However, now looking at the circle, it's a lot less free to get back in. You've got Polaris, who have always tried to hold over towards Camp Bravo. But now you've got Nexus up here with Unicorns of Love, Game Lord just littering the side of that island towards the bridge. So it's going to be pretty difficult for Umbra to find an opening to get into this one. Other than that, though, most other teams pretty happy with their positioning, fairly decent. Lakonostra MVP back again in Painan. And the only team that's currently close to them to challenge is Black Sparks, and they've opted not to drop on top of Painan because they're a bit worried about Lakonostra MVP. And you should be worried of Black Sparks as well. Your points are very, very low.
Yeah, not in the greatest of spots in the tournament. But speaking of teams that aren't, let's talk about teams who are, because Nexus and Unicorns of Love, our top 2 teams right now, are very close to one another. We saw earlier that Unicorns of Love are in Paradise Resort at the moment, and Nexus dropped out to the east side of that, so they are pretty close. Potential for there to be a little bit of competition, and maybe a chance for one of them to outstretch the other and try and move in to that first spot, or take it away, try and extend that lead, or try and close that gap. We'll have to wait and see what those 2 teams end up going for. The central area of the map to the north of this gap between Bootcamp and Quarry is actually fairly empty right now, Blank, so maybe a little bit of easy time ahead.
Yeah, I would say so. I think Barn's open, obviously down towards Quarry, you're right, it's open as well. I think coming around the right side would be a little bit rough for them, especially with UDR Killers, Eastern Stars. They're 2 teams that are probably not to be trifled with in a close quarters fight, but already Black Sparks have found 1 player from Gaijin Seraphim.
I found a little bit more than that. Gaijin Seraphim probably a little bit closer. Wow, okay, that was so close. That could have been disastrous for Banger. Another nade and another Molotov, but no damage found.
Yeah, front of that rock has taken a beating, that's for sure.
Oh, that is one dead rock.
Yeah.
Got the scorch marks on the front of it. The explosives, the Molotovs. Getting it soot covered, but Gaijin Seraphim finally move in with their off angles, and they will find a lot of damage, but not be able to get the knock onto Banger. And the heal comes through almost straight away, so Black Spark's going to be fine. That position is now informed upon. The Gaijin Seraphim have a pretty decent ridgeline here. I kind of like their spot, and I don't see them trying to leave it anytime soon.
No, you can effectively play around here as well and not die. It's just a case of like expanding on your presence here on the map and just making sure no one gets a little bit too close. Your main issue comes in the fact that the more you take fights here, the louder you are and the quicker teams are going to converge upon you. There's only one team that I think is going to do well this game. It's probably Clash. I have a lot of hope here for Clash. Currently started 5th place, 45 points, because they typically end the day well. I don't know if it's because they're excited to get done and get into the research portion, the analyst portion of the game. They're like, that's our favorite part. We love to do the homework. So let's get this game done with. Let's just kill everyone in the lobby and get out of here. But I don't know. Possibly it's just they take a little bit while to warm up, really.
Gotta get going sometime, though. Could be pretty tricky. Lakonostra MVP holding down Painan. No one has challenged them for Painan in terms of drop spot. No one has sort of throughout the course of this whole thing, they've been relatively unchallenged here completely, and it's only teams that come and try and rotate through there later that have caused problems for them in this spot. And I mean, we normally see at least 2 teams trying to drop for Painan, certainly towards the start end of the tournament, but we just didn't see that this time around.
No, yeah, Lakonostra MVP has been given pretty much a free pass, free hall pass down towards Painan, free pie pass in this case, because it's an easy spot to play from. It's very central, gives you a lot of opportunity to rotate. It's right on the river. I think Lakonostra MVP gets away with a lot more than they typically should do just because of this drop spot.
Eastern Stars on the side of the Quarry. Close to UDR Killers who are over towards Kampong, potentially trying to move on in a little bit later on. They have to figure out how they want to cross this Quarry, most likely. The circle's going to take them to the other side, which means they have to either swing around the north end or go a little bit further and loop around the south side. There's always that potential to go right across that middle reservation, but I don't see that as a good option for most situations. It feels like a last-ditch attempt in most spots.
Yeah, it really does hit, John. I can't actually see the blue on my screen. It's a little bit perplexing. Finally here, there we go. Right on the right edge of the map at the moment, but
it's taken a while.
We're going to get it's just taking its real long time here. So very interesting for me. Usually expected to see it by now, but I guess I was a little bit too quick on the ball. Umbra,
a lot of their position getting into the circle has been opened up now, so I don't think they'll have as much difficulty. Destiny, however, did move down to Southwest Island. They're coming up towards Panda's position on the bikes. Godsent just rolling it in. They're still all the way on the northwest, trying to loot up as much as possible before they probably will head over on that bridge.
They check the compounds for loot, maybe for players. All rotating in the same vehicle. Blank, you know how I feel about this. It's a bad idea. They've had enough time to find more vehicles if they wanted them. They could be in multiple, but they aren't. And I hate it.
That's bad. Yeah, it's not good. We hate it. We hate to see it.
Bad idea.
They are going fairly slow though, so they're trying not to make a lot of noise. And I imagine they're probably going to roll over in a position where they can start to walk it in, because you shouldn't need a vehicle much further than here.
It looks like they are going to hop out, whether or not that's for more loot or to try and hoof it in on foot further. We'll have to wait and see. Over the river in Boot Camp, you've got Game Lord right now. Holding that down. No one really challenging them there. South Hill of Boot Camp, GSG's property right now. Not too much scuffle going on, but Unicorns of Love and NEXUS still pretty close to each other right now. See them sort of just across the way. Unicorns of Love, they've got their hillside, but NEXUS have theirs too. Eastern Stars might actually move to try and be a part of that fight as well if things start popping off.
It's one of the great benefits of Sanhok, and one of the great negatives about it as well, is the fact that you can be a team about 50 meters away from another and they could hardly know unless they checked, looked all in the bushes, looked all behind the trees. But you can comfortably be next to a team and no one knows about it. Especially this early in the game as well, John, when no one's really taken any fights. It's funny because we had Miramar, our biggest map, with the most explosive start of 54 players around about by 7 minutes. And then we got Sanhok, our smallest map, 63 alive at, I believe we're heading up to towards 8 minutes now, which is a bit crazy.
Circle shrinks and moves away from that confluence of rivers. Blank, I feel like that's one of my least favorite endings, certainly to watch the players try and figure it out, because you do just have to gamble on choosing an island. But now it moves a little bit further south. There's more crossing opportunities, and they're going to be vied for right now. Destiny, Panda, looking for the shots towards the south end of Painan. As Destiny take a knock, a lot of damage found as well. Gaijin Seraphim waiting in the wings. They lost a player earlier, the only player to go down in the lobby so far. And Lakonostra MVP across the hot tin roof. Looking for those shots as well. There we go, a knock onto Mazara. I think that might have been a flush actually as well. So picking up the point for Lakonostra MVP from Painan. And look at how unchallenged they are right now. This is a brilliant circle for their position.
Again, it's very central, very easy to play from. We don't typically see those northeast shifts on the circle. I don't think we've really seen one this entire tournament, bar one, I think, where it kind of caused a little bit of problems for Scrim Farm, but then ended up being won out by Unicorns of Love, sat in Paradise Resort the whole game. But yeah, Lakonostra MVP, they have the pick of the litter down here in Painan. Very easy to hold, so many compounds around them. And the main thing about Painan is there's not a lot of places to hide around it. So you have to get close if you want to challenge Lakonostra. But by that time, you're most likely going to get shot at by other teams.
A couple of fights going on right now. Eastern Stars versus the UDR Killers, and as well across the way you've got the Black Sparks and the Unicorns of Love as well. But UDR Killers taking on the Eastern Stars. They take a knock early on. That will get flushed out as well. Unicorns of Love actually get dispatched here pretty sharpish, and they are going to keep going down. A lot of damage sent their way. Pretty difficult to move onto the Black Sparks position, but it looks like they're turning that around across the way as this fight slows down just a little bit. You can see that right in the center on that junction compound there. Black Sparks getting flushed out, and 3 players alive for each of those teams. It's going back and forth between the two. Nades flying, it's slowing down. And there we go. Finally, the Black Sparks are going to get eliminated. Unicorns of Love able to stand up. That's Ked was the last player alive in that fight. And Savage X and Fresh both knocked, so they have to go for the res. This is potential here for NEXUS to come in and spot these players, spot that fight, spot that there's plenty of boxes on the floor and try and take this down.
You certainly should have heard it, realistically. For UDR Killers right now, they've got bigger things to worry about. Specifically, Eastern Stars, who are trying to converge on their position, get all around them. The big pincer, the triple pincer. Not a common move, but it's a move all the same. Sometimes you've just got to make one, and that's all there is to it.
Oh dear. Polaris and Umbra still out in the blue. North side for Umbra, eastern side The Polaris currently in a car wait. They need to get in a car where blend into the circle. That was very funny. You can laugh now.
Aha. Distorted. Audience laughter. Backing track.
You ever think about those backing laughing tracks?
A lot, actually. More than I like to.
Because you think about when they were recorded, and you think how old those people are now. Most of them might have not be with us anymore. Kind of.
That is morbid.
It's just sinister, isn't it? What I'm saying is,
sinister.
What I'm saying is, don't play laugh tracks at me anymore, Blank. That's really, really mean.
Oh, you try to say that I'm playing dead people laughing at you.
That is what I'm saying.
That is actually quite sinister now that I think about it. We'll see how sinister this next circle is. It's quite a hard shift down towards the south side. Top of QLASH. Off the eastern side of it, but still big river here in the middle. Johnny Cash singing in the background for us. We'll see what kind of bullets can sing through this entire map from these players. See what gets done overall.
Movements across the hillside, right into Panda. Runs one down. Okay, takes GK first, actually hits the deck. And goes for the spray as well. Clever, gets two. What the hell is going on here, Blank? Able to roll straight into the thick of things and comes out smelling of roses. Up around the top, finally able to get the knock on the player, but disaster strikes for Panda in the form of a buggy and a bulldozer to back it up. Lost bullets moving on through, and now Panda start to come back through with that prowess, with that strength to pick things back together. But goodness me, that was chaotic. Nades over the top, trying to keep the players alive for the lost bullets. That could have gone a whole lot worse.
I mean, that's practically all on XT there. If he's not in this position and he walks back to his team, because he... Oh, nice.
I mean, I said they were picking up the pieces, but it looks like they're still getting shattered left and right. They need to try and drop aggro, get out of there. Cut that threat and leave.
I think XT's dead. I think that's what you can confirm. I'm not sure how ideal it is to continue on this fight and try and pick him up. Yes, it would bolster your chances of getting a chicken dinner, but how far do you want to go for that cooked meat?
Far from ideal. Panda. It felt like they were caught unawares, and I mean, that's the second time they've been thwarted by a buggy play. In some sense of it, but Lost Bullets actually lose more players than they pick up points in kills. They haven't even picked up that point yet. Godsent moving down. You can see that on the minimap towards this fight. Closer up and personal. Another knock over towards Panda. And Lost Bullets are not going down without a fight here. Plenty of bullets ringing out. No one really too close by except for Godsent. Another knock coming through. And Lost Bullets with two players are taking on the full force of Panda. This is not the Panda that we saw during League play, not the Panda that we saw during Super Weekends, Blank. This is the Panda that we saw at the end of Week 3, and they are flagging right now, trying to move on in, trying to go for the shots, but finally Godsent come in, and Panda are able to survive, but it is Godsent's turn to be up to bat and try and get these points, Blank. It's so unfortunate for Panda, but it looks like their run might be made all the more tricky.
I just don't understand this chopping and changing of the roster right now on Panda. Honestly, your best team is a 100% GK first, Kato, Linya, and Yiz. Why is Yiz not playing? That is my biggest question to this team, because it is, in my eyes, a throw. It is a throw.
Well, they are going to disengage and try and play on with Kato. XT. For now, they get to some buildings. Nexus, we saw them not take a fight earlier with Unicorns Love, not try and third party that, but what they did do is use that time and position, and that's what we spoke about last time on Miramar. It's not about the fight you take, it's about the fight you try and plan to take in the future. And that's what Nexus are doing. They're playing on the inside ring, trying to guard them out on the north side. They know Lakonostra is going to be in Painan. All of those teams over there are going to be safe, and they're feeling pretty comfy right now to try and move in towards this circle.
Aye, they are. I think that looking at these teams, in particular, Painan's still a heavy spot to be in. Lakonostra should be able to hold out. Game Lord, GSG. Unicorns of Love need to find a way in, but Destiny, once again, the kings of Sanhok themselves, the Bush Monsters. They can get it done here.
I know what's good. Nade around the side, though, from Game Lord, able to find the knock over onto Andalito. They take two in return. Far from ideal, and Andalito can get rest in this spot. Nades around the side continue to bombard. This is on the north side, and the circle will pressure both of these squads in. towards the waiting arms of Lakonostra MVP. Look at what NEXUS have done. They finally decided that someone needs to go into Painan. It might as well be us. And Unicorns of Love have the same idea, but unfortunately for them, they're too slow. And there's Fresh, Lone Ranger, yet again for Unicorns of Love remaining. We'll see how many points he can bag for the squad. Try and keep up those placement averages, Blank, but right now, there's 14 teams still alive, and it's not looking good.
There are 14 teams alive, and honestly, 46 players in such a small circle with so much river in it. It's going to be a lot of snaking, a lot of hiding, making sure you stay alive for as long as possible. Robs drops up, and Delita goes down.
Able to do a lot of work around that tree trunk. Game Lord getting the better end of this fight. No one really looking their way. Lakonostra can't have sight lines onto this just yet, but if they move any closer, they will. Game Lord strafing, trying to move across, and now finally Lakonostra can start to chime into the fight as well as the shots ring out in the hillsides. Blank, it's going to be Game Lord taking down their opponent's GSG in that fight, but how much further can they go? I don't think that they can make it further here. Lakonostra are ready and waiting. They know this fight's here. They know that the blue zone will be ticking, and the pressure is on.
You know, if I was Simon Cowell, it'd be a Lino from me. I don't think Game Lord's getting into this game. Lakonostra MVP will either be the ones to hold them out or the blue will do the rest. Unicorns of Love just fresh on board. I know I was saying just about this guy, but I never really mean it. Umbra also finally making their way in. Talon fighting versus Polaris on his own, but at least he's giving some information across.
Actually doing a lot of work against Polaris to slow them down, to inhibit their progression. Might make it tricky to move on through Eastern Stars, struggling as well on the southeast side. QLASH have got a compound and they're in the next circle, but it will be really tricky for the next shot as it shifts all the way out. Panda are thanking their lucky stars right now, Blank, because it shifted onto that duo that remained after the end of their fight.
PRZ managed to make your boys on Polaris almost DOA here as they actually make their way into the circle and go down instantly. Good stuff from him to hold them down, whilst Talon was kind of the distraction tactic, let's just put it that way. However, Circle heads off to the western side. We've got Panda over here, another team that loves to play on Sanhok, but Destiny just a little bit short of the circle. Fresh, he's got a long way to go. I almost don't expect him to make it.
Very difficult. I feel like the main crux of these next few circles is going to be the leave from Painan. It's going to be that exit. Facing off against Destiny's position, against Godsent's position, against even the two players from Panda, going to be very tricky, and NEXUS already curtailing Destiny's position to try and make their strike. They're on the most exposed corner of Painan, Blank. The fight over the top of the hillside going on between QLASH right now, though, against UDR Killers. Only Pocus alive, looks to hold it off. The nade is there. The spray is in, looks for more damage, but can't find it. 4 players alive from QLASH, but they've got to run. They've got to make it. 2 of them already are in. Destiny trying to make that strike first.
Again, though, this is such a ridiculous circle. 11 teams alive. At least one of these teams will get 0 points coming into this one. We're already at such a late stage in the game. 20 minutes, it would be so horrific to go down now and get 0 placement points overall. MZ pulls out the med kit. He's looking to make it across this open ground, but Destiny's taking casualties too. They've attracted the attention of Raisin.
Goodness me, Polaris gonna get eliminated in the meantime. Godsent trying to pressure out towards Painan as NEXUS keep on going. They're still in that corner. They haven't made that move to leave just yet as 2 teams drop, and I expect we'll see more. Fresh is still going, by the way, for Unicorns of Love, and Godsent still trying to guard out. Dexter goes down in the meantime. Destiny trying to push in, and Gaijin Seraphim at their back, really trying to harry that movement. Beast goes down low, and Destiny will fall. Lakonostra still with a player over in Painan. NEXUS with their 3 players in Painan as well. Dexter, one of their main fraggers, is going to have fallen as well for NEXUS, and Rana still standing, the last bastion of that super strong playstyle. Game Lord still have Victor. Unicorns of Love still have Fresh.
They'll go in, and why wouldn't you try to go for the heal off here? 12 players alive, 6 teams available. Already we dropped just 2 there instantly. Unicorns of Love, they rank up by 2, so did Game Lord.
Goodness me, that's quite the turn up. NEXUS going to get eliminated in the meantime, make that 3 blank. We're now into the top 5, and Unicorns of Love keeping their averages up. I mean, fantastic stuff from Fresh. We talked about what a one-man army, what a one-man point-scoring machine he should do. In this situation, if he's got enough meds, he's going to make it. Game Lord go down, 4 kills, 3rd place, blank. That is 14 points for Unicorns of Love. Phenomenal result for them.
Nice and easy. And I mean, this game could finish even quicker, but he's only got bandages left. He is absolutely done for. So now it's the fight between Panda and Godsent. Panda, desperate for points. Godsent getting the circle. These guys would love to keep up their performance today. Stay towards the top side, currently with 48 points in 7th place. Not far from that top side, though. And a win here with 15, 2 kills. That's a good amount of chunky points. 22 points on the board would be lovely. Hitting you up towards that 70th.
Oh, that circle, though, is pretty cruel to Panda. Godsent, though, aren't going to try and play around it. They're just going to try and go straight on in. Nades into the buildings. And that's a quick knock. That should seal the deal, really, Blank, if we're honest.
Yeah, that's
out.
over.
He's good, but I don't think he's quite that good. Needs to get a pick now, or it is going to be curtains. Shooting through the doorway. They know exactly where this guy is. Nades around the side. Push on through with the micro Uzi close range. Godsent close it down for the chicken dinner. Panda eliminated. They made it so far off the back of some scraggly fights. So did the Unicorns of Love. But it is 3 teams in our Golden Six that were able to come top in the final game of today.
Yeah, and there's only so far you can go, but again, I think that for Godsent, it's these big, flashy plays. For Unicorns of Love, it is remaining on that trot towards those big points at the end of the day. Really nice stuff from them. For Panda, it has been a little bit sketchy here and there, to be quite honest with you. For Nexus, it's been the biggest step up of their life. You know, sometimes when I'm feeling a little bit cheeky, I'll do 3 steps at a time. Today, Nexus, they did 5. I am incredibly astounded by not only how long their legs are, but how far they were able to go today.
We're going to head to a quick break. We'll come back with the analyst desk and take a look at how the standings are in day 1 of the finals here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the numbers.
Well, that is the first day here of our 3-day finals at the PMPL Western Europe. Now done and dusted, as we do have our teams, well, at least in terms of Godsent, locking in 2 chicken dinners. But we had a couple of teams really rise through the ranks and get themselves set up perfectly going into our second day. Before we break down, though, this last match of our first day, I'm going to once again give a shout out to our sponsor of OnePlus. The OnePlus 9 series has a next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon 888 chipset for the most graphic-intensive gameplay, alongside heat dissipation that keeps your phone cool enough to play on max settings. Hashtag never settle. And something that you're desperately going to need when it's getting hotter outside. For me, it's 27 degrees. Long sleeve shirt doesn't really melt too well. But you know what? I'll try to stay cool. I'll rip the shirt off when the day's done. So let's take a look at our match ranking now so Polaris and Maxman can break this down. And as I said before, Godsent 2 chicken dinners on the day.
They're looking good. They're looking absolutely awesome. Godsent, they're going back in their aggressive nature. They got himself a strong position. They play aggressively from it. They also had some of the best rotations early on in this game. I would clearly say they drop onto the towards Hatin, onto the northern western side of the entirety of this map, and they just started eking their way forward every single time and actually saved Panda. The reason why Panda secured second position in the first place is because Godsent went for the third party on Lost Bullet and actually were allowing them to make it out alive. So Panda can be very thankful, but you know what? They're not going to give them the win after that one. Godsent 22 coming their way. And Vito, especially when you're looking at the team, he has been doing so much. In terms of kills, I'll have to check exactly, but he is doing just fantastic for them. He's got so far... wait, I'm on the wrong page. No, where is it? There you go. He's got himself 8 kills so far in the entirety of today, and he is really consistent from a game-to-game basis. So I'm really enjoying how Vito and Godsent's been performing today.
Yeah, could only echo those sentiments. Godsent's looked really good. We theorized the potential of their rise into this final, and here we are. And I think they will continue this kind of trend with the 22 points that they got here. They had good control of that northwest side, as Max is alluding to here. But before we came to this game, I did theorize that maybe, I am not on the desk of course, that Panda needed some points. They needed some big points. It's not quite a win, but 19 is definitely enough to keep them in the running here, because I mean, of course, they've had a few problems in terms of fielding the right roster, I think, for the day, but Panda is here, and hopefully, you know, they'll be here tomorrow as well.
I love how I can think back to when we were watching the match and you said that when there was like 3 minutes left in the match and it was like Panda against like 3 different teams. Like, oh yeah, I was going to mention before we went to casters that Panda.
Well, they needed something.
No, to be fair, it was earlier than that. It's true. Take a look at our second page now. Destiny, only 3 points. Unfortunately, the Sanhok not working out too well for them here. But Lost Bullet, as Colaris mentioned, Max, I mean, they had that big fight up against Panda. It was looking fairly good for them, actually. But that third party ended up shutting them down to only get themselves 1 point on the match.
That was clearly the weirdest fight of the day. I had no idea what was going on. There was some knocks that Lost Bullet were able to get on Panda, but they're not going for the push because it was also hard because it was like on the slope and you could not push it too easily. Otherwise, GKFS on the back line would take those shots at you. The interaction was weird, and I think that it went clearly on for so long that it did not help any of these two teams because Sanhok is known as being the third-party map, and if you are taking a fight that goes on for about 1 minute to 2 minutes straight, you're going to have teams hear those gunshots and they're going to go for the third party, which then happened to be Godsent. So got to have a little bit of a snappier fight, I would say, in your next Sanhok performances.
Yeah, look at our top players. You see Vito and Marley, but I wanted to bring it back to you, Max, because you mentioned this during the match. Heikani coming in for Clash. Not bad. He's been able to step up quite a bit today.
I've been really enjoying how Haikoni's been playing. It is good because typically we'll talk about MZ, we'll talk maybe about other players, but Haikoni here has been really able to improve big time in these finals. I think that is the time when it's best to do so. Haikoni back on that first game, great grenades versus, I believe it was the likes of UDR Killers, picked him a 1v3 with just one simple grenade, and here too he's just been so oppressive in the teams against him. They had strong rotations. I really liked how Clash 2 played around it. They had a great southern rotation. They typically like to have a split around the cave area, and they saw the circle going higher to the northern side, and they were just waiting to see where's the circle going to commit. Is it going to go to the west of the river? Is it going to go over to the east? So they just waited on the southern side where no teams were going to technically contest that bridge cross, and the moment they knew where the circle was going, they crossed it, weren't going to get contested. So I think it was good, but the circle tended to go a little bit high up north, and then they had to go downhill, and you know the teams like Panda, Destiny, they're going to pick you up. So it was a good chance for them to get to the late game, but not quite enough to get the win.
Yeah, the zones went a little bit against their favor, but towards Panda's favor. Let's actually do a quick little recap of what's all happened today. If you guys missed out on any of the matches, well, you're lucky you turned in at the exact right time, as we're going to show you who won which match, and of course, the stats behind that. We do see, funny enough, or not funny enough, surprisingly enough for me, actually, UDR Killers, the ones coming out basically on top, as you can see, with the damage and the knockouts.
I'm trying to think back to that game and thinking about how they got themselves that win. It was definitely, that was the game where Lakonostra was popping off as well. I mean, both of those teams had either side of that circle pretty much on lockdown, and UDR Killers comes out on top towards the very end thanks to a little bit of a spoiler play. But the fact that Godsent got the double win off today, I think, is really big, and they're going to be riding on that high, I think, for the next day or so. They're a team that now, I mean, they've joined that complete package group up towards the top here for this tournament specifically, and you know, they are challenging right now. I think I'd be surprised at this point if Godsent in the form that they're in didn't get top 3, all things considered.
I think so. I think that they're definitely running up for that top 3. Yes. You know what?
Why don't we just get into it, actually? I think because we haven't seen the overall standings at all today, and I want to see them. I know they've been scrolling on our screens, but we haven't had the chance to actually just sit there, look at them, and talk about them. So let's throw one up here and talk about currently the leads we do have going on for these teams, and obviously what our top 3 teams would be if we ended off today here and we didn't have the extra 2 days of finals. Not extra, the other 2 days of finals, I should be saying. Godsent, did they get first place at the end of the day here with that second chicken dinner? And they're actually not. Wow. Unicorns of Love. That is surprising.
They have got consistently to the late game. Now they bring me back. Actually, Unicorns of Love have been getting a lot of top 3s, a lot of top 5s throughout today, and especially their kills. You're looking at Ked and Fresh, like they have been... I mean, it's Fresh and Ked, right? We're used to it. We saw it back in the Super Weekend. These guys, they know how to hold a gun and they know how to use it. So first position, I'm a little bit surprised because, especially as you said, Godsent with 2 wins, you think they would be number 1, but no, Unicorns, especially when it comes down to their positioning points, able to get consistently to that late game is their strength. Now, if they're able to close it off, now they're going to start building a big lead between themselves and, you know, 2nd, 3rd, 4th position, and that's going to be, I would say, their end goal, hitting day 2 and day 3 of these finals.
I mean, yeah, just to kind of look at what they've done today, it's kind of flown by me a little bit here, but they got 3rd, 8th, 3rd, 5th, 2nd, 3rd. Excuse me?
That's insane, right?
Extremely impressive. Yeah, very, very good stuff here by Unicorns of Love. So really good to see the consistency, even you don't get such a chicken dinner on the board here. That's not necessarily required, although Nexus just 1 point behind. This has been an absolutely phenomenal day for them in terms of being able to step up when it is required to the roster, the lobby that is here, which is very powerful indeed. So they've got to be proud. They've got to pat themselves on the back, but the work is not done yet for Nexus, I think.
I mean, let's be fair though, Polaris. I mean, Lakonostra, 3rd place. Like, this team was well, not really living up to what they've been able to do today in the past. So it's great to see they also had a massive day. And also, I think for me, what's really standing out is the kills to placement points differential between this team. Really showing they can frag out. They have the most kills in the entire day.
They were not a team that was known back in the league play and also the Super Weekends as being the team that normally frags out. And I think that is a big change that they had to try and go towards. They needed to get a lot more kills for themselves to try and make sure they could be in the top 3, because if they kept playing the way they were doing it in the last 3 weeks, it would have been maybe top 5 worthy, top page worthy for sure, but I don't think the top 3 was enough. They had to improve in terms of kills. They did that today. I think that maybe positioning points could improve a little bit more in consistency on that regard, but they have now got that confidence factor in terms of kills, and I think that is desperately what they were looking to achieve and bring to their own table. So yeah, good stuff. I'm enjoying how they've been able to perform throughout the entirety of today.
Well, here's our other 8 teams here on our final page. We do have the likes of, well, Eastern Stars. We have Destiny down there, Polaris down there. We were talking about, you know, a couple of these teams when it started off the day. Unfortunately, not able to really hit their stride from previous performances. But is there anything that kind of stands out here? I guess maybe, Polaris, the Destiny chicken dinner they have, 15 of their 22 placement points came from 1 match, which isn't the best of starts for a team.
No, definitely not. Obviously, you know, we saw them rise to the occasion on Sanhok. We kind of expect that from Destiny. I mean, even in this previous game as well, if the circle shifts to the east, then they've got a much, much better position to actually play from. But this is absolutely not the Destiny we should be seeing here. This is the Destiny of Week 3 Super Weekend. Very, very relaxed play style that they need to fix very, very quickly going into the next 2 days. And we know that they're capable, but right now we've not seen it here much today.
Yeah, I think another team we're going to be surprised is Eastern Stars being in 12th position at the start of today. We were looking them as one of these top 6 teams that could be normally running for that top 3 at the end of these finals. A little bit on upset, I would say, on day 1 for sure. And one I'm also a little bit surprised about, especially because we started seeing their very clear improvement over time, was GSG Europe. Then he got himself, what was that, 16 points? And really, going back to watching these games, and I'm sure I'll check that out the VODs, and I'll definitely point out a few things for day 2, is that they find a strong position and they just do not move. And then teams move in front of them, they get gate kept away from the circle, and then they die. GSG, I want to see you be a little bit more proactive, actually trying to aim for good positions, because today they've just been in idle animation almost all day. It's been really surprising to see them play like that.
I think the important and good thing for teams today as well is that no specific one team really ran away with everything. So there is a good opportunity for teams maybe through that kind of middle pack right now, maybe if you're at like even 30, 39 points or whatever, one big game, 115 kill game, boom, you're right back up there towards that top 3 spot here. So it was quite even, as you kind of expect with these kind of league formats where all the teams are slowly getting to know each other more and more and more as the lobby evens things out. And yeah, so still plenty of opportunity here to play for Jason.
And I think also on the note that we have a couple of teams in our, you know, top 5, top 6 that we haven't really seen be in this position before. Maybe today was a fluke that they're able to put down this many points. Maybe tomorrow we'll see the kind of performance they had over the last 3 weeks, so that gives you an easier opportunity to climb up. But obviously, I think we're hoping for the former of those two, and we're hoping for those teams to continue that momentum forward. But speaking of momentum, remember, we do have prize pool when it comes to where your team finishes, but we also have an extra award going to the top MVP of the entirety of the finals, who will get themselves 1,000 extra bucks. Let's take a look at our top MVPs at the end of day 1. And honestly, I couldn't tell you who it's going to be. I'm thinking maybe Alicio potentially could be in there. Maybe a Godsent member could be in there.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to be Alicio. Okay. Not bad.
Pretty good. Hey, you got it on the nose.
Yeah,
Good job,
the
Jason.
back-to-back game
Elysia for Lakonostra. Yeah, but they were one of the top fragging teams with 41 kills total throughout the course of these 6 games. It's an absolutely nutty number to have over the course of 6 games alone. And Elysia is a big portion as to why that actually came to fruition for them. So I think it's highly deserved, though, to see if that can transition into day 2 and also day 3. That's going to be the question that I want to see answered, because then you got very close runner-ups, especially Fresh. He was one of our top players, especially back on week 1 Super Weekend. He was our top player. Then it was GK First for the 2 other games. GK First not too present today for the rest of Panda, so which is why we're not going to see them here today. But Fresh, I mean, I'm expecting him to be consistent throughout these next 2 days. So Elysia, better hold on tight, because that is not an easy spot to hold on to.
Definitely. And for Lakonostra, when you look at how their day-to-days have gone in previous sets of the tournament, right now, you see them doing so well today, but with previous form, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to keep that up. So hopefully they can prove me wrong tomorrow and continue on this great trend.
Yeah, it's such a different like MVP list that we normally have had in the past as well. To not see a single member of like Destiny here, Panda, Eastern Stars, it's kind of crazy to see, and that really shows like the impact some of these other teams have been able to make, especially their mark being made here in our first day of the finals. But that does round out our first day of the finals. Funny enough, we still have 2 more days to come. We still have 12 matches in total, so the rankings can easily shift up. You don't know what's going to happen, and the only way to find out is to make sure to tune in yet again tomorrow at the exact same time to see what happens in day 2 of the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe Finals.